The console blinked to life in the silent command room, a single message flashing on the screen. Captain Arya leaned forward, reading the coordinates aloud. An unknown signal from the edge of Xylon 9. Without hesitation, she ordered the ship to change course, curiosity outweighing caution. The crew scrambled, boots echoing as the cargo bay doors sealed behind them. Hours later, the starship approached a derelict vessel, its hull scarred by cosmic storms. No signs of life, the sensors reported, but the signal persisted. A faint, rhythmic pulse. Arya donned her suit and stepped into the airlock, heart pounding with each breath. The door creaked open, revealing a control room frozen in time, dust particles dancing in the beam of her flashlight. Her fingers traced the console, then paused as the signal intensified, syncing with a mysterious device. Suddenly, static cleared, a voice whispered, "Help," a plea lost for decades. Determined, Arya tapped into the ship's systems, rerouting power to the ancient transmitter. The vessel hummed alive. Star charts and messages flooded her screen, lost knowledge waiting to be shared. "We've found a treasure trove," she told her crew, her voice trembling with awe. They worked together to decode the data, piecing together the story of a forgotten colonization attempt. Weeks later, the crew broadcast the discovered information back to the galaxy, a beacon of hope in the vast darkness. Arya watched as the message dispersed, knowing their discovery would rewrite history. Back on the bridge, she smiled softly. Sometimes, the past finds you when you least expect it. The derelict ship faded behind them, no longer lost, but remembered. The signal ceased, but its legacy had only just begun to echo through the stars. And in the quiet hum of the starship, new adventures awaited, guided by the light of old transmissions. The rain hammered the cracked pavement like a warning, shadows flickering beneath the weak glow of a flickering neon sign. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the smoke curling around his tired face, eyes scanning the empty street beyond the half-open door. "Another night, another ghost," he muttered, flicking ash into a rusted ashtray. A soft knock interrupted the silence, followed by a slender figure stepping through the veil of drizzle into his dim office. She wore desperation like a faded perfume, eyes shimmering with secrets and unspoken fears. "I need your help," she whispered, sliding an old photograph across the desk. The photo showed a man with a crooked smile, missing from the city's underbelly for weeks. "He's tangled with the wrong people," she said, "and now I'm next if you don't find him." Marlowe crushed his cigarette, knowing well that some debts didn't pay in cash but in blood. He followed footprints and whispered lies through alleys thick with smoke and regret. Each clue pulled him deeper into a labyrinth of betrayal, beneath flickering streetlights and cold concrete. The city's heartbeat was a dangerous rhythm, but Marlowe played along, tuned to every silent scream. In the back room of a forgotten bar, he found the man, bruised but breathing, shadowed by two dark figures. A standoff flickered like a broken film reel, guns drawn, tensions sharp as razors. "You're done hiding," Marlowe said, voice steady amid chaos. Chaos erupted, but Marlowe's quick reflexes carved a path to safety for the man and the woman waiting outside. The rain washed away the grime and gunpowder as they disappeared into the night, leaving only echoes behind. Back at the office, Marlowe stared at the empty chair across from him and sighed. "Some shadows never leave," he murmured, lighting another cigarette in the dim light. Outside, the neon buzzed, the city asleep but never quiet, ready for its next secret to surface. In the village of Elderglen, where magic was a whispered legend, a hollow tree stood forgotten at the edge of the Mistuad. One cold morning, Mira, a curious child with eyes full of wonder, found a glowing key lodged in the tree's bark. The key pulsed softly, beckoning her to follow an unseen path deep into the forest. Whispers in the wind guided her steps until she reached a shimmering door hidden among ancient roots. Mira hesitated, then inserted the key, feeling it warm beneath her fingertips as the door creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a realm of twilight shadows and silver light, where time seemed to dance. A figure emerged, a small, elusive creature with eyes like stars and a voice like the rustling leaves. "Welcome, Seeker," it said. "You've unlocked the hollow tree's secret, a sanctuary of forgotten magic." Mira listened as the creature spoke of a time when the village thrived on enchantments, now lost to fear and doubt. "You carry the hope to revive the magic," it whispered, handing her a glowing seed. Mira promised to plant it in Elderglen, to bring back the wonder that once bloomed. With a flash, she found herself back by the hollow tree, the key fading in her hand. She ran home, clutching the seed, feeling its warmth pulse like a heartbeat. The villagers gathered, skeptics and believers alike, as Mira planted the seed at the village square. Hours passed, and as the sun set, sprouts of light burst from the ground, weaving through the air. Magic returned in bursts of color and shimmering threads, filling Elderglin with awe and joy. The hollow tree whispered its farewell, its purpose fulfilled, as the seed grew into a new enchanted guardian. Mira smiled, knowing that some keys unlock more than doors. They unlock the spirit of a place. From that day forward, Elderglin thrived, its magic alive in the hearts of all who believed. And beneath the stars, Mira often heard the softest whisper, "Thank you, Keeper of the Light." On a crisp autumn morning, Emily noticed something was missing. A cozy blue sweater she loved dearly. She searched her small cottage from corner to corner, lifting cushions and peeking under furniture. Outside, the sun was just beginning to warm the world, casting golden light through the window. Emily remembered yesterday's walk through the park and wondered if she might have left it there. Bundling up, she stepped outside, breathing in the fresh air, feeling the comforting chill of fall. She made her way to the park, where crunchy leaves carpeted the winding paths. As she walked, she greeted familiar faces. Mr. Jenkins tending his roses and little Mia chasing after a butterfly. Emily asked if anyone had seen her blue sweater. No one had yet, but they promised to keep an eye out. Just as doubt began to creep in, Emily spotted a flash of blue near the old oak tree. She hurried over and found her sweater caught on a low branch, gently swaying in the breeze. Relieved, she laughed softly. I suppose it wanted to see the sunrise too. On her way home, she wrapped the sweater around her shoulders, feeling its warmth return to her spirit. Back inside, she brewed a cup of tea and settled by the window, the sweater snug and familiar. The sunlight spilled in, filling the room with a golden glow that felt like a gentle hug. Emily smiled, realizing that sometimes small troubles lead to unexpected moments of peace. She thought, maybe I'll take more walks and let the world surprise me more often. Outside, leaves danced playfully, as if celebrating Emily's little adventure. The morning unfolded quietly, a perfect blend of warmth, light, and simple joy. And with that, the day seemed full of promise, wrapped up in the comfort of a lost and found sweater. Emily whispered to herself, sometimes, all you need is a little patience and a cozy sweater to brighten your morning. The old lighthouse stood towering against the stormy sky as Meyer approached, her heart racing with anticipation. She clutched a worn leather map, its edges frayed from years of searching for the rumored treasure hidden nearby. Lightning cracked overhead, illuminating the daunting steps spiraling up the lighthouse's narrow shaft. Maya hesitated, but then pressed her hand on the cold metal railing, beginning her ascent. As she climbed, whispers of the past seemed to echo through the walls, urging her forward. At the top, the door creaked open, revealing a dusty lantern and a faded journal resting on a wooden table. She flipped open the journal, discovering entries from a lighthouse keeper who spoke of a secret passage beneath the rocks. Without delay, Maya descended carefully, her boots echoing in the empty tower. Outside, rain battered her face as she followed the journal's directions toward the cliff's edge. A narrow cave entrance lay hidden behind a curtain of ivy, just as the journal described. Lighting her lantern, Maya stepped inside, the walls closing in around her as she ventured deeper. Suddenly, the tunnel opened into a cavern glowing with the shimmer of countless shells and glittering stones. In the center, a chest lay half buried in sand, its lock rusted but intact. With a deep breath, she pried it open, revealing an assortment of old coins, maps, and a compass unlike any she had seen. Maya smiled, realizing the true treasure was the adventure and the history she uncovered. She carefully packed the items, planning to share the story and preserve the legacy of the lighthouse keeper. As she exited the cave, the storm was clearing, and the first rays of dawn painted the sky in soft gold. Maya looked back once more at the lighthouse, feeling a profound connection to its silent sentinel. Some secrets are worth the journey, she whispered, tucking the journal safely into her pack. With a steady heart, she walked away, ready for whatever new adventure awaited beyond the horizon. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding unfolded as truths long masked by darkness surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the future. The map had never led anyone back. Lena unfolded the brittle parchment under the fading light, eyes sharp with determination. They say the rift speaks. Her mentor had warned, voice gravely. Yet here she was, standing at the chasm's edge, heart pounding with both fear and hope. Suddenly, a whisper unlike any breeze drifted from the depths. "Come closer," it seemed to chant, a voice ancient and laced with secrets. Lena stepped forward, feet steady despite the abyss below. The winds shifted, revealing an invisible path shimmering faintly in the air. With cautious steps, she descended, each echo blending with whispered tales of lost travelers. Midway, a glowing glyph pulsed beneath her touch, illuminating murals carved ages ago. They told a story of a guardian trapped within, waiting for someone brave enough to listen. "Why me?" Lena whispered, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon her. A soft warmth enveloped her, and the guardian's voice resonated. "Your heart knows the way." Following the glowing trail, Lena reached a chamber where light and shadow danced in harmony. There, suspended in crystalline chains, hovered an orb of pure energy. Gently, she reached out, breaking the bonds with a surge of courage and faith. As the orb ascended, the rift began to hum, the ground steadying beneath her feet. Outside, the sky cleared, revealing a horizon bursting with promise and endless trails. Lena smiled, knowing she'd not only returned, but unlocked a destiny intertwined with forgotten lore. "Every whisper has a voice," she said softly, stepping into the dawn, ready for whatever awaited. Emma rushed into the bakery, just as the morning sun began to warm the sleepy town. She clutched a crumpled envelope, her heart pounding with anticipation and worry. "Behind the counter, Mr." Jenkins smiled, wiping his hands on his apron. "You're early today," he said warmly. Emma nodded, her voice barely above a whisper. "I lost a letter I was supposed to send yesterday. It's really important." Mr. Jenkins raised an eyebrow, leaning in. "Lost it outside." "I think so. I was walking here and it must have slipped out of my bag," Emma replied, eyes darting nervously. He reached under the counter and pulled out a small pile of papers. "We keep all found things here for a day, just in case." Emma's heart leapt. She sifted through the papers, but the letter wasn't there. Disappointed, she sat down at a corner table, the weight of failure pressing down. Just then, a soft chime echoed through the shop as the door opened again. An elderly woman entered, her eyes twinkling behind thick glasses. She shuffled forward, holding out a folded envelope. "Is this what you're looking for, dear? I found it on the bench outside." Emma took it, relief flooding her face. "Thank you so much." The woman chuckled. "Sometimes the town looks out for us, even when we're not paying attention." Emma carefully inspected the letter. It was still intact, ready to be sent. She smiled at Mr. Jenkins. "I'm so grateful. This means everything to me." He shrugged modestly. "We all need a little help sometimes." Emma stepped outside, the letter safely in hand, ready to deliver what mattered most. As the sun climbed higher, the town felt just a bit warmer, its kindness shining through small, unexpected moments. Emma whispered to herself, "Sometimes, losing something leads you to find even more." Maria hurried out the door, her hands full of groceries, and her mind on the clock ticking down to the town's annual garden contest. As she reached her front gate, she fumbled in her pocket. No keys. "Not now," she muttered, patting every pocket again, but it was no use. Just then old Mrs. Fleming from next door appeared, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. "Locked out, dear. Happens to the best of us," she said kindly, pulling a small, ornate key from her knitting basket. Curious, Maria accepted the key and tried it on her gate. The lock clicked open effortlessly. "I found this in the garden shed last summer," Mrs. Fleming explained. "I was saving it for you." Relieved and intrigued, Maria stepped inside. The garden looked untouched but vibrant in the warm afternoon light. She noticed something new. a patch of wildflowers she hadn't planted, blooming in wild, joyful colors. "Looks like someone else has been tending to your garden while you were occupied, Mrs. Fleming said with a smile. Maria knelt to examine the flowers, a note tucked among the petals catching her eye. It read, "For the one who loves the earth, sometimes help comes in unexpected ways." Moved, Maria looked up to see Mrs. Fleming waving, already heading to her own porch to knit nearer the window. With the key still warm in her palm, Maria tended the wildflowers, feeling a sudden, gentle connection to her neighbor and the earth. Together, though apart, they had tended the garden with love and hope. By the evening, Maria had prepared a small bouquet from the garden's new corners, wrapping it with care. She walked over to Mrs. Fleming's house and knocked gently, bouquet in hand. Mrs. Fleming opened the door, her face lighting up brighter than any flower Maria could pick. "Thank you," Maria said softly, "for the key, the flowers, and the kindness." Mrs. Fleming nodded. "And thank you for keeping our garden growing. Sometimes, it's the little things that bloom into the most beautiful stories." Anna rushed down the street, clutching a crumpled sheet of music tightly in her hand. Her fingers trembled as she reached the old concert hall, its doors cracked open as if waiting for her. Inside, the air was thick with dust and memories. The grand piano sat silent, keys hoping for a touch. Anna hesitated, then sat down and placed the sheet on the stand, her eyes scanning the notes she had spent years perfecting. The first chords spilled out, hesitant at first, then flowing with more confidence and emotion than ever before. As she played, memories of her late father, a legendary pianist, filled the hall, his voice echoing in her mind. "Make your music true." Tears blurred her eyes, but she kept playing, channeling all her grief, love, and hope into the melody. Midway through, a faint knock drew her attention. Her old mentor stood at the doorway, watching quietly. He smiled gently, mouthing, "You found it." Those words fueled her resolve, the final note soaring. When the last note faded, the silence felt full, not empty, a bridge between past and future. Anna stood, inhaled deeply, and looked around, the hall no longer cold, but alive with possibility. Her mentor approached and handed her a worn envelope marked with her father's handwriting. Inside was a letter. "Your music is your story. Play it for the world." Anna nodded, a smile breaking through her tears. She finally understood her real journey was just beginning. Days later, the concert hall buzzed with anticipation as Anna prepared to perform on the restored stage. The audience was filled with faces from her past, friends, family, and strangers who believed in her. She lifted her hands, the first notes escaping anew, this time stronger, freer, alive. As the final chord rang out, the crowd erupted in applause, standing in honor of a new chapter. Backstage, Anna whispered, "Thank you," feeling her father's presence more clearly than ever before. She knew now that through her music, she would carry his legacy forever, and tell her own story, note by note. Norman decided to try baking bread. How hard can it be? He asked his cat Muffin. The internet promised him sourdough would be easy and rewarding. He mixed flour and water, forgetting a crucial ingredient, yeast. With a confident smile, he left the dough to ferment on the kitchen counter. 24 hours later, Norman checked. The dough looked as flat as a pancake. He Googled frantically, "Did I kill the yeast?" He wondered aloud. Determined, Norman bought live sourdough starter from a local bakery. He mixed the new starter, flour, and water, and with great ceremony, set the dough to rise again. This time, the dough grew, but so did a mysterious fuzzy blue spot. Is that mold or art? Norman mused, unsure if he should be proud or terrified. Deciding not to waste, he baked the bread anyway, expecting disaster. The kitchen filled with a pungent aroma that could clear a room. Norman's cat fled. The smoke alarm sang its shrill song. Still, Norman cut a slice and tasted cautiously. He said, face contorting. "Maybe bread isn't my forte." But then the doorbell rang. His neighbor was there, holding a plate. "You left the door open," she said. "Our dog loved your bread." Norman laughed. "Next time I'll bake something for humans, not canines." From then on, he stuck to cupcakes, which Muffin approved with less drama. "Baking adventures are better with friends," Norman said, grinning as he offered a cupcake to his neighbor. The rain slapped against the slick pavement as Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette outside the velvet lounge. Inside, the smoke curled around whispered secrets. A jazz saxophone wailed in the background, thickening the air with melancholy. Marlowe's eyes scanned the room until they landed on Ruby, the dame, with secrets darker than the alley streets. Ruby's voice was a low purr, barely above the jazz. "You're looking for Tommy, aren't you? He vanished last night." Marlowe nodded, flicking ash off his cigarette. "Yeah, and I think the answers are buried somewhere between the music and the shadows." She leaned closer, eyes gleaming. "Follow me if you want to find him, but be careful. He's tangled up with dangerous company." Outside, the neon sign flickered, casting eerie reds and blues onto the rain-soaked streets. Ruby led Marlowe through maze-like back alleys, the silence punctuated by distant sirens and their cautious footsteps. They stopped before a rusted door, barely hanging on its hinges. Ruby whispered, "This is where Tommy last made contact." Inside, the room was stale, filled with cigarette butts and overturned chairs. A single note lay on an old table. Marlowe picked up the note. "Find the man who plays the last note, and you'll find Tommy's fate." A clue wrapped in jazz, Marlowe muttered, the puzzle tightening like a noose. Back at the lounge, the saxophonist played as if possessed, notes cutting through the haze like daggers. Marlowe watched the musician closely and noticed a small tattoo peeking from under his cuff, a symbol Tommy used to carry. He approached quietly. "You know where Tommy is." The saxophonist's eyes flickered with a shadow of guilt. "He got into trouble with the wrong crowd," the man confessed. "They wanted something from him, something that could bring this whole city down." Suddenly, footsteps stormed in. Figures in dark coats encircled Marlowe and Ruby, their intentions clear. With quick thinking, Marlowe grabbed Ruby's hand, diving through a hidden exit behind the stage. They emerged into the cold night air, hearts pounding, but free the city's skyline bleeding neon hope into the darkness. Marlowe lit another cigarette, looking toward the horizon. "Tommy's out there somewhere, and this story, it's far from over." The wind hummed through the ancient maple grove as Alara stepped cautiously beneath the vibrant canopy. Her fingers brushed the rough bark, feeling the pulse of something far older than time itself. "They say the trees whisper secrets to those who listen." A voice murmured behind her. Turning, Alara saw an old man with eyes like molten gold, his smile both kind and mysterious. "Are the whispers real?" she asked, her curiosity outweighing her fear. He nodded, gesturing deeper into the grove. "Follow me, but beware, not all secrets wish to be heard." The leaves rustled in approval as they walked, shadows dancing between shafts of fading sunlight. Suddenly, a soft glow emerged from a knotted tree stump, revealing a shimmering, delicate dragonfly. Alara reached out, and the creature landed on her palm, its wings casting prismatic colors. "This is Aelith," the old man explained. "A guardian of the grove, lost for a century and now found." The dragonfly's light pulsed gently, illuminating runes etched into the surrounding trees. "These runes tell the story of balance between our world and the enchanted," the elder said. Alara listened intently as the dragonfly's glow grew, weaving ancient symbols in the air. Suddenly, the grove trembled, shadows gathered, seeking to consume the light. "Hold Aelith steady," the old man urged. "Only pure hearts can protect the magic here." Closing her eyes, Alara steadied her breath and focused on the warmth of the dragonfly's glow. A burst of light erupted, scattering the darkness and restoring peace to the grove. The elder smiled, pride shining in his eyes as the dragonfly's glow faded to a soft shimmer. "You have awakened the grove's heart," he said. "Now, its secrets belong to you." Alara nodded, understanding that some whispers are worth guarding, and some magic is worth sharing. The rain fell hard on Raven Street, tracing dark lines down the cracked pavement. In a dimly lit alley, a figure in a trench coat lit a cigarette, the glow briefly illuminating sharp features. Detective Marlowe exhaled slowly, eyes scanning the shadows. "Tonight, things get messy," he muttered. A sudden noise caught his attention. A whisper, a footstep, a secret waiting to breathe. He followed the sound deeper into the maze of alleys, the scent of danger thick in the damp air. A discarded playing card fluttered past. The Queen of Spades, a calling card from the city's ghostly kingpin. Marlowe's jaw tightened. "Looks like someone wants a little chaos tonight," he thought. At the end of the alley, a flickering neon sign buzzed, the Velvet Cat, a known haven for the city's underworld. Inside, smoke curled around conversations coded in lies and half-truths. Eyes darted. Hearts raced. He approached the bar, where a woman with emerald eyes and crimson lips locked gazes with him. "You're late," she said, voice smooth like silk hiding steel. and looking for trouble. Marlowe slid a folded note across the counter. "Got a package for the city's shadows," he said. Suddenly, the light snapped off. Darkness swallowed the room, punctuated by a shout and shattering glass. When light returned, the woman was gone, and so was the note, replaced by a chilling message: "Game's on." Outside, the rain had stopped, but the street still whispered secrets that wouldn't rest. Marlowe lit another cigarette, voice low and steady. Time to play with ghosts. Hours slipped by as he pieced together clues. A web of betrayal, greed, and a plan to sink the city further into darkness. In the silent showdown atop a rain-slick rooftop, truths came crashing down like thunder. Marlowe pinned the culprit with a cold stare, the city's future hanging in the balance. As dawn broke, he whispered to the waking city, "Another night survived, but shadows never sleep." Beneath the crescent moon's dim glow, Aaron traced intricate symbols with focused determination, their silver tattoo faintly luminous against pale skin. Each mark seemed alive, pulsing subtly as if resonating with a hidden power. Outside the ancient temple, Soren stood firm under the sable sky, his grip tightening around the worn obsidian blade. The darkness pressed in, but his stoic expression betrayed no fear, only readiness for what was to come. An unsettling shadow flickered briefly on the temple's weathered walls, unnoticed by both guardian and seer. The sable light shimmered momentarily, casting a strange shift in the atmosphere that set nerves on edge. From the swirling mist emerged Leora, cloaked in shifting shadows, her sharp emerald eyes locked onto Aaron's glowing tattoo with an unreadable intensity. She moved silently, an enigma appearing at the edge of their fate. Aaron felt an abrupt chill crawl down their spine and looked up, only to see Leora vanish as mysteriously as she had appeared, swallowed by the deepening darkness. The fading glow of the tattoo flickered in response, as if warning of unseen threats. Soren's voice cut through the silence, grave and unwavering, cautioning Aaron about a new darkness rising alongside the sable light, an all-consuming shadow that could engulf everything they knew. His eyes never left the horizon's blackening edge. The crescent moon overhead intensified its ethereal glow, casting longer, deeper shadows that seemed to dance and writhe around the ancient stone temple. The sable light deepened, as if drawing power from the growing tension. In a sudden vision, Aaron saw fractured realms torn asunder, jagged voids creeping closer with insidious hunger. Reality itself quaked on the brink of unraveling, threatening to dissolve into endless night. Leora's silhouette blurred and merged with the sable light's ever-shifting form, and unexpectedly, the edge of Soren's obsidian blade began to shimmer with a strange, otherworldly glow. The weapon's reflection revealed truths yet to be spoken. Beneath the sable light's eerie sheen, ancient runes etched on Soren's obsidian blade glimmered to life, revealing a cryptic message written in a forgotten tongue. The symbols hinted at a key to confronting the encroaching darkness. Deciding there was no turning back, Aaron and Soren resolved to seek out the mysterious source of the sable light. Their shared purpose strengthened amidst the mounting shadow, threatening to consume their world. As if responding to their resolve, the temple's colossal doors, carved with steady crescents, creaked open slowly, revealing a pathway shrouded in shifting sable light. Beyond lay unknown trials and veiled truths. Stepping together, they entered a realm where shadows wove around them like living threads, the pulse of Aaron's silver tattoo guiding their path. The air was thick with silent murmurs and the weight of ancient secrets. A whispering wind carried fragmented voices, their warnings fragmented and haunting, foretelling dangers lurking just beyond perception. The spectral echoes stirred unease, pressing them onward with both caution and dread. At a twisting crossroads, shadows bent unnaturally, warping the sable light until reality itself seemed fragile and distorted. Every step forward heightened the stakes, each choice tangled in the weaving shadows. Leora emerged once more from the hovering darkness, her cryptic guidance speaking of balance between light and dark realms. Her presence was both unsettling and necessary, a pivot between their fears and the truths to come. Suddenly, Aaron's tattoo flashed violently, flooding their mind with visions of past guardians locked in battle against relentless shadows. The weight of legacy coursed through them, binding history to the present struggle. Without hesitation, Soren defended Aaron as shadow beasts clawed through the sable light's depths, their twisted forms relentless and ferocious. His obsidian blade carved protective arcs, shielding the seer from the encroaching peril. In the midst of chaos, Soren's blade shattered a dense shadow veil veiling their way and revealed a hidden chamber beyond. The air inside hummed with uneasy power, the secrets of ages waiting to be uncovered. Within the chamber, a fading mural depicted a sacred ritual, binding the sable light's mysterious essence to the power of the crescent moon. The symbolism echoed deeply with the silver tattoo pulsing faintly on Aaron's wrist. Aaron recognized several ancient symbols matching those entwined in their own tattoo, linking them irrevocably to a prophecy forgotten by time. This revelation made the path ahead more urgent, the stakes profoundly personal. Without warning, the chamber trembled violently as bursts of sable light exploded outward, enveloping the room in blinding ebony luminescence. The overwhelming force threatened to consume all in its fissure of shadow and glow. Liara reappeared amid the tempest, her true form unveiled, a guardian entrusted with maintaining the delicate balance of the sable light's secret cycle. Her emerald eyes conveyed both warning and enigmatic authority. She cautioned that disturbing the natural cycle, controlling the sable light, could bring about eternal darkness, a fate worse than the creeping void itself. Her words weighed heavily on their resolute hearts. Though Soren questioned Leora's motives and true allegiance, his connection to the obsidian blade and its hidden history told him there was more beneath her words. Suspicion and necessity intertwined in the dim light of their shared quest. Aaron's visions grew darker, each one unraveling threads of disaster tied to misuse of the sable light. The glowing crescent tattoo pulsed erratically, warning of worlds shattered and balance lost if the power was harnessed unwisely. Suddenly, a subtle distortion warped the temple's very fabric, splitting their paths as if reality itself was tearing. The sable light flickered unpredictably, casting restless shadows that forced Aaron and Soren apart, testing their resolve. Soren found himself face to face with a mirrored figure, forged entirely from sable shadows and bearing his hardened expression. The obsidian blade's edge shimmered, revealing hidden truths as he braced for a confrontation beyond mere reflection. Meanwhile, Aaron wandered through a labyrinth carved from twisting sable light, moonlit echoes guiding their steps. Each turn revealed cryptic clues tied to the silver crescent, driving them toward a vital key shrouded in shifting darkness. Their paths converged just as the sable light began to collapse inward, threatening to erase the temple's existence. Together, they stood firm amid the increasing intensity, the ambient glow wrapping tightly around them. From the folding shadows emerged Leora, her emerald gaze steady and unsettling. She declared that only by uniting the crescent tattoo's power with the obsidian blade's essence could the temple be saved and balance restored. With unspoken understanding, Aaron and Soren combined their strengths, channeling the sable light through shared determination. The crescent moon tattoo glowed fiercely as the obsidian blade's reflection deepened, binding their fates. The sable light convulsed wildly, surging in response but teetering on the brink of overload. Pulses of sable energy raced like wild tides, threatening to consume all else in their path unless controlled. Liara retreated silently into the shadows, her form dissipating as the sable light began to stabilize. The shifting darkness calmed, leaving a fragile peace lingering in the temple's core. Without warning, the ground trembled as the sable light condensed into a floating orb of luminous depth. It hovered between them, a testament to the balance they fought to preserve, shimmering with an otherworldly glow. The orb's surface mirrored Aaron's amber eyes and Soren's solemn gaze, intertwining light and shadow in perfect harmony. It pulsed softly, echoing the temple's heartbeat and their intertwined destinies. In that moment, they understood the orb embodied the intricate balance between light and shadow, the sacred trust of the temple's guardians. It was both shield and key to a fragile equilibrium teetering on the edge of darkness. Suddenly, a shadowy form lunged to seize the orb, cloaked in sable and malice. But the radiant crescent glow flared, repelling the figure with an ethereal force that rippled through the temple air. Raising the obsidian blade high, Soren channeled the orb's radiant power, releasing a pulse that banished the shadow figure back into the void. The blade's edge gleamed with newfound strength, a beacon against encroaching darkness. Aaron's crescent tattoo blazed brighter than ever, its light syncing perfectly with the blade's obsidian edge. Together, their symbols intertwined, forging a potent shield of light and shadow woven from shared resolve. Gradually, the sable light softened and dispersed peacefully, restoring calm to the temple's ancient stones and surrounding shadows. The tension melted into quiet harmony beneath the watchful crescent moon. Leora appeared once more, her smile faint and enigmatic as she dissolved into moonlit mist. Her presence lingered like a whispered promise, a guardian watching from the shifting veils of shadow. Standing side by side under the tranquil crescent moon, Aaron and Soren bore the marks of their trials but held unwavering determination. Their bond had been tested and forged anew, united in guardianship of a powerful legacy. They vowed to protect the delicate balance represented by the sable light, prepared to face any threat that sought to tip its scale. Guardians not only of the temple, but of the truths hidden within shadow and crescent glow alike. Slowly, the temple doors closed with quiet grace, the sable light reduced to a faint and steady gleam that illuminated their oath. The sacred space breathed with calm assurance, shadows and light held in equilibrium. Time moved on as Aaron sat in meditation atop the temple's peak, the silver crescent on their wrist now steady and serene. Their eyes held a calm awareness, reflecting wisdom gained through trials with the sable light. At the temple below, Soren trained fresh guardians in the art of wielding the obsidian blade and understanding the lore of sable light. His teachings passed on the legacy of shadow and crescent symbols, echoing through coming generations. Unexpectedly, a gentle flicker of sable light danced across a quiet corner of the temple, a soft reminder of bonds forged and journeys endured. The subtle illumination hinted at a lingering connection woven deep within the temple's heart. Aaron felt a faint whisper carried on the crescent moon's glow, voices from distant realms or hidden truths yet to be uncovered. The call stirred their spirit, a reminder that mysteries still awaited beyond the veil of light and shadow. Soren silently sharpened his obsidian blade by firelight, preparing for challenges yet unseen. The blade's edge caught the dim sable glow, reflecting readiness and a steadfast commitment to what was to come. Deep within the temple's shadowed depths, an ancient scroll unfurled itself as if alive, its parchment glowing faintly beneath the sable light. The delicate script revealed forgotten truths buried by time, promising to unveil the origin of the enigmatic sable light. Aaron's crescent tattoo shimmered softly in response, drawing them closer to the revelation. The scroll spoke of a primordial being, neither purely light nor darkness, whose very essence created the delicate balance between the two. This entity existed beyond mortal realms, harmonizing opposing forces and ensuring the continual cycle of day and night. Its presence was woven into the sable light itself, an eternal testament to the unity of contrast. As Aaron and Soren absorbed this profound knowledge, the weight of their quest deepened. They understood their roles were not isolated acts of heroism, but pivotal links in an enduring chain of guardianship spanning eras. Their journey was a commitment to protect the fragile balance upheld by the primordial being's influence. In that moment, Soren's obsidian blade vibrated subtly, its edge catching flickers of the sable light's hidden depths. The blade now mirrored the primordial being's essence, reflecting a power both ancient and alive. This newfound resonance fortified their resolve, signaling the beginning of a transcendent alliance. From the temple's edges, under the gentle glow of silver crescent moonlight, Leora's presence whispered back into existence. Her emerald eyes gleamed with quiet certainty, offering cryptic guidance amidst the revelation. Her subtle influence became a beacon, illuminating the path the two must now take. Aaron's crescent tattoo pulsed in tandem with the blade, both infused with the rhythm of the sable light's essence. The harmonious thrum radiated strength, binding their spirits to the primordial balance. United in purpose and power, they felt the transformative energy course through their very beings. With reverence, they prepared the ancient ritual inscribed alongside the scroll's secrets. Sacred symbols were traced under the sable light, weaving a bridge between their world and the concealed realms beyond. Each movement of the ceremony intensified the bond, affirming their roles as guardians of equilibrium. As the final invocation echoed, the temple erupted into a serene blaze of pure sable light, immaculate and all-encompassing. Its serene glow cleansed lingering shadows and illuminated hidden corners alike. The ritual's success resounded through the air, signaling the restoration of profound cosmic balance. Now guardians of a tranquil world, Aaron and Soren stood vigilant beneath the shimmering sable light's gentle embrace. Their watchful eyes reflected readiness for the cycles to come, ever aware the balance must be maintained. In unity, they embraced the timeless guardianship bestowed upon them. Under the tranquil sweep of the crescent moon, the tale drew to a close, yet the echo of sable light lingered on. Silent and unwavering, it stood sentinel over the night, weaving protection through the darkness. Thus, the legacy of balance and light persisted, eternal and unbroken. In the heart of the Whispering Woods, an ancient lantern hung from a silver branch, glowing faintly. Ilara, a young wanderer with curious eyes, discovered the lantern while chasing fireflies one twilight. She reached out, her fingers brushing the cool metal, and suddenly the forest around her shifted. Trees whispered secrets, and the air shimmered with magic that hadn't stirred in centuries. A soft voice echoed, "Guardian of Light, your time has come to awaken Eldara's flame." Ilara's heart raced. She had heard the legends. The forest's light was the soul of an ancient kingdom. The lantern's glow pulsed, guiding her towards a hidden glade bathed in moonlight. There, a stone altar awaited, carved with runes that matched the ones on the lantern. Ilara placed the lantern upon the altar. Light burst forth like dawn breaking over the horizon. From the blaze, a delicate figure emerged, Leora, the last spirit of Eldara. "For centuries I waited," Leora whispered. "Thanks to you, the light returns to our realm." Ilara watched, mesmerized, as the forest transformed, darkness retreating, colors deepening. "Why me?" Ilara asked, her voice barely a breath. Leora smiled gently. "Because your heart holds the courage and kindness the forest needs." Together, they walked through the woods, spreading light that banished shadows. The fireflies returned, now radiating brighter than before, dancing in celebration. Ilara felt a warmth she'd never known, a connection to something greater than herself. "The forest is alive because of you," Leora said, fading into the glowing canopy. As dawn broke, Ilara stood alone, but illuminated by the lantern's steady light. She whispered, "I'll guard this light, so Eldara's magic never fades again." The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. "Another night, another case," he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in, time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. The alarm's humming was the only sound cutting through the eerie silence of the museum's grand hall. Silas crouched behind a marble pillar, checking his watch, midnight to the second. Time for the plan to unfold. He whispered into the comlink, eyes sharp, "Team, the Van Gogh isn't going to admire itself." Across the room, Leela perched by the security panel, her fingers dancing over the keypad with practiced ease. Beep. The heavy steel door clicked open silently, the final barrier between them and the priceless masterpiece. Silas glanced up, spotting guards rounding the corner. "Change of plans," he murmured, drawing his smoke bomb. A sudden burst of smoke filled the hallway, confusion spreading like wildfire among the bewildered guards. Leela slipped through the chaos, sliding the glass case open with a glinting tool. The Van Gogh's colors gleamed as she lifted the painting out, replacing it swiftly with a near-perfect replica. "Package secured, exfil route." Silas's voice was calm, betraying none of the tension. Jax responded from the roof. "Rooftop extraction ready. Deploying zipline now." They moved as one, silent shadows navigating the maze-like corridors with military precision. Suddenly, a motion sensor blinked red. Leela froze, heart racing. "We've got company." Silas grinned, pulling out a mini EMP device. "Count on me to jack the system." Lights flickered and alarms silenced. "Go," he urged, leading the sprint to the roof. Jax caught them at the edge, hooking the zipline harnesses in place with mechanical efficiency. One by one, they zipped away into the night, the city lights blurring beneath them. Safely on the adjacent building, Silas breathed out. "A clean job, team, like clockwork." Leela held up the painting, marveling at the success mingled with disbelief. As dawn broke, the city woke unaware. Tonight, the legend of the Clockwork Caper would quietly echo through the streets. Max bursts through the office door, a box of fresh donuts clutched in his hand, his crooked glasses teetering as he beams with anticipation. Ellie greets him cheerfully, her oversized sweater sleeves partially covering her hands as she eyes the tempting box and tucks a loose curl behind one ear. "Mr. Crumb storms in behind them, grumbling about looming deadlines, his coffee-stained tie flapping dramatically as he clutches a stack of documents. With a flourish, Max sets the donut box center stage on the shared desk, declaring them the perfect morale booster for a tough day ahead. Just as Max turns to fetch coffee, Ellie reaches eagerly for a pink frosted donut, but the box suddenly slides away from her grasp without explanation. Max and Ellie exchange bewildered glances as the donut box vanishes completely from the desk, leaving behind only a slight wobble where it sat. From the doorway, Mr. Crumb appears with a self-satisfied smirk, tapping his mustache knowingly yet denies any involvement in the mysterious disappearance. Determined, Max sets up a small webcam aimed exactly where the donut box had been, marking the spot with a familiar blue sticky note. Ellie quickly types a countdown timer into her laptop, ready to monitor any new attempts at stealing the office suites. Suddenly, the box snaps back onto the desk, but Max immediately spots one donut missing and squints suspiciously at the empty space. A shadow flashes past the window, catching everyone's attention and sparking whispered theories about ghosts haunting their office. Mr. Crumb's coffee mug slips, spilling a stained pattern across the desk that oddly seems to point toward the break room corner. Curious, Ellie tiptoes toward the break room, inspecting the coffee machine and examining scattered crumbs on the floor. Max studies the webcam footage, seeing a quick hand swipe, but the culprit's face remains frustratingly out of frame, deepening the puzzle. Teaming up, Max and Ellie plan a lunch hour stakeout, vowing to catch the elusive donut thief red-handed. During their surveillance, Max accidentally bumps a chair, clattering loudly and startling them both, yet no donut thief appears amidst the chaos. Ellie notices a trail of frosting smears, leading from the desk area toward the ventilation vent near the ceiling. Mr. Crumb insists again that he's innocent, offers a peace offering of donuts, but his fingers betray him with a subtle nervous twitch. Climbing a ladder, Max peers cautiously into the vent and discovers only dust bunnies and a crumpled blue sticky note doodled with a donut symbol. The office phone suddenly rings off the hook, forcing everyone to abandon their focus and answer in bursts of hurried chatter. Ellie rigs a donut-shaped trap on a chair, complete with a dangling string tied to a small bell, hoping it might alert them to the next thief. The trap activates, but instead of a stealing culprit, it unleashes a spray of confetti, startling the whole office and leaving everyone laughing nervously. Mr. Crumb admits he recently celebrated his niece's birthday with confetti, explaining the unexpected colorful explosion in the office. Though frustrated by the confetti chaos, Max and Ellie exchange determined looks, committed to uncovering the truth behind the disappearing donuts. Suddenly, the power cuts out, plunging the office into darkness. Muffled noises and faint laughter echo as tension rises with the blackout. Emergency lights flickered, casting an eerie glow across the office as Mr. Crumb emerged, clutching a single donut. His sheepish grin and amused eyes betrayed a playful secret behind his unusual presence. Ellie's sharp eyes caught the absence of the blue sticky note from its usual spot near Max's workspace. In its place was a handwritten riddle, its curling letters teasing an unknown clue. The riddle spoke cryptically of a secret meeting place, described as where hands meet and heads nod in unison. Its enigmatic tone sparked curiosity and a sense of adventure among the trio. Max quickly surmised that the riddle referred to the conference room, a spot fitting the description well. With the donut box in hand, they cautiously advanced, ready for whatever awaited. Just as they crossed the threshold, the conference room door creaked loudly and snapped shut behind them, locking automatically without warning. The sudden confinement added a jolt of tension to the moment. Inside, the lights revealed a festive scene, a donut-themed surprise party meticulously arranged by Mr. Crumb to lift everyone's spirits. Donut decorations and cheerful banners transformed the space into a warm refuge. Ellie burst out laughing, the tension melting away as she realized the theft was a playful ruse by Mr. Crumb. This light-hearted prank had sparked unexpected excitement and joy in the office. Max examined the donut box, now brimming with an assortment of colorful treats, feeling gratitude mixed with amusement at the prank. The donuts that started the mystery were now the centerpiece of celebration. The trio exchanged goofy, knowing smiles as a playlist of funky tunes filled the room, inviting laughter and relaxed camaraderie. The atmosphere changed markedly from the week's earlier gloom. Ellie's gaze caught a discreetly positioned hidden camera, its lens capturing their surprised and joyful reactions. It seemed their moment was being immortalized for a future office memoir video. In his delight, Max bit into a jelly-filled donut only to have the filling squirt unexpectedly onto his glasses. The mishap drew bursts of laughter, adding to the cheer filling the room. Laughter spread freely among them, weaving a light-hearted vibe that had been missing all week. The simple joy of donuts and friendship rejuvenated their spirits. Mr. Crumb revealed a quirky donut trophy engraved with Best Office Prankster and handed it to Max, celebrating his unwitting role in the day's fun. The trophy was a symbol of their shared humor and team bond. Ellie pulled out a marker and began decorating the trophy with silly faces and captions, adding personal touches that made the prize even more endearing. Their creativity further cemented the moment's warmth. A timer on the wall quietly ticked down toward the end of the workday, a subtle reminder of time's swift passage amidst their joyful gathering. It anchored them back to office routines, albeit lighter than before. Max suggested turning their donut-driven antics into weekly traditions, aiming to sustain office morale with ongoing playful events. His proposal was met with enthusiastic nods, signaling a new chapter in their workspace culture. Ellie enthusiastically agreed, envisioning themed weeks featuring different snacks and silly competitions to keep the spirit lively and inclusive. Their teamwork promised fresh fun ahead. Mr. Crumb pledged to organize a monthly snack swap event, complete with costumes and music, ensuring variety and continued bonding. His commitment was met with cheers, revealing his deeper role in fostering joy. Together, they posed for a group photo holding the donut trophy, their broad smiles immortalizing the day's newfound camaraderie. The snapshot was a testament to their shared journey from mystery to celebration. As lights dimmed, they returned to their desks, still chuckling and exchanging leftover treats. The office felt transformed, lighter and more connected by the warmth they had created. Suddenly, the blue sticky note reappeared, now stuck on Max's computer monitor with a hand-drawn smiley face. Its return hinted at more surprises lurking just beneath the surface. Just then, the office printer whirred to life, ejecting a fresh message that read, "More surprises await." The cryptic line electrified the room with anticipation once more. Ellie leaned over to read the note aloud, her voice tinged with excitement and curiosity. The mysterious message promised that their day of fun was only just beginning. Mr. Crumb winked knowingly and raised his coffee mug in silent toast, signaling the start of ongoing merriment and teamwork in the office. His gesture unified them in shared anticipation of what was next. Max glanced at his watch, astonished at how swiftly the day had passed amid laughter and camaraderie. The unexpected joy marked a memorable turn in their normally routine work life. The camera slowly zooms out, revealing a clumsy robotic arm clutching another box of donuts. Its jerky movements hint at future shenanigans that await the office team. From a hidden speaker, a playful jingle begins to play, celebrating the joy of donuts. This confirms that a new prank system has been installed, bringing a lighthearted energy to the workspace. Ellie presses a button on her laptop with a grin, instantly activating colorful lights around the office. Donut shapes project across the walls, filling the room with vibrant, whimsical patterns. Mr. Crumb sets up a leaderboard on a computer screen, tracking upcoming donut-related challenges and achievements. His thick mustache twitches with delight as he imagines the friendly competition ahead. Gathered together, Max, Ellie, and Mr. Crumb plan their next donut-themed prank with gleeful enthusiasm and mock seriousness. Their camaraderie fills the room, turning the office into their playful stage. Suddenly, a small drone buzzes near the ceiling, gracefully delivering a fresh box of donuts labeled for the next mystery. The unexpected arrival adds a new twist to their unfolding adventures. All three exchange excited looks, the atmosphere now infused with playful energy and anticipation. The office feels alive, charged with the promise of fun and surprises. Ellie sneaks a bite from the drone-delivered box, then shares it with Max and Mr. Crumb as a warm peace gesture. Their smiles and laughter echo the strong bond forged over countless donut escapades. The camera centers on the blue sticky note near their workspace, now adorned with tiny donut stickers and a cheerful smile. It stands as a symbol of their shared journey and the mysteries yet to come. The scene fades out as laughter and lighthearted chatter fill the office. The promise of many more donut adventures lingers, leaving viewers with a sense of joyful anticipation. Mara moved into the abandoned cottage at the edge of town, dismissing the locals' warnings as mere superstition. The air was thick with fog that seemed to cling to the crooked trees surrounding her new home. Nightfall brought an uneasy silence, broken only by the faint rustle of leaves and distant howls. On her first night, Mara heard a soft whispering that seemed to come from the walls themselves. She pressed her ear against the cold wooden surface, catching fragments of desperate voices calling her name. The whispers spoke of pain and forgotten secrets buried beneath the earth. Determined to prove herself immune to superstition, Mara explored the basement the next day. The air was damp and smelled of mildew, but something deeper drew her toward a loose floorboard. She pried it open to reveal a small, dusty box wrapped in faded cloth. Inside the box lay a bundle of brittle papers and an old locket that clicked ominously when opened. The letters detailed the tragic life of a young girl named Eliza, vanished from the town decades ago. Her final note begged for release from a curse that chained her soul to the hollow beneath the cottage. That night, the whispers turned into mournful wails that shook the windows and rattled doors. Shadows flickered unnaturally across the walls, and the temperature seemed to plummet. Mara clutched the locket, feeling a cold energy seep into her fingertips. As the clock struck midnight, the floor beneath Mara creaked under invisible weight. From the darkness emerged a pale figure with hollow eyes, her voice barely above a sigh. "Help me," she pleaded, her form dissolving like mist around Mara's feet. Fear rooted Mara in place, but she forced herself to remember the letters and Eliza's plea. The cursed spirit was bound to the hollow beneath the house, trapped by unspoken grief and betrayal. To break the curse, Mara needed to uncover the truth hidden in the past. By daybreak, Mara scoured the town archives, piecing together a story of jealousy, deceit, and a heartbroken father who had condemned Eliza to silence. The betrayal was etched in every document and whispered by the wind itself. Returning to the cottage, Mara carried with her a framed photograph of Eliza and a fragile white rose. She placed them beneath the loose floorboard and whispered a prayer for forgiveness and peace. The air thickened, and the cottage seemed to breathe alongside her. Night enveloped the cottage once more, but this time the uneasy silence was replaced by a gentle warmth. The whispers now sounded like a soft lullaby, soothing and peaceful. Mara felt unseen eyes watching, but no longer with malice. Suddenly, from the corner of the room, a faint glow formed into Eliza's spirit, her expression transformed with gratitude. "Thank you," she whispered softly, before slowly dissolving into a cascade of shimmering lights. Mara's heart pounded with relief and awe. Days passed with calm settling over the hollow. Mara noticed flowers blooming where none had before, and the oppressive fog lifted, revealing crisp morning light. The town seemed lighter too, as if a shadow had been lifted from its history. Though the cottage was no longer haunted, Mara felt a permanent connection to the place and its quiet guardian. She kept the locket on a chain around her neck as a reminder of that night and the souls who had once been trapped. It was a symbol of her courage and compassion. Word spread quietly of Mara's bravery, turning whispered warnings into tales of respect for the past. The neighbors began visiting, offering help and sharing their own stories. The cottage became a fragile bridge between memory and healing. On one cloudy evening, Mara found a new note tucked beneath her door, a single line written in familiar handwriting. "You freed me, now guide others who still wander." The message stirred hope and resolve deep within her. From that night forward, Mara made it her mission to seek out places touched by sorrow and forgotten pain. Each encounter tested her spirit and revealed that the restless spirits were not to be feared, but understood. Their stories mattered. In time, Mara's life became entwined with the unseen world, a guardian between the living and the lost. She learned to listen beyond the whispers and see the shadows not as threats, but as echoes of human anguish needing release. Her nights were no longer haunted by fear, but filled with purpose. The whispers from the hollow became a call to healing instead of despair. Though the darkness never fully disappeared, Mara's light shone steady against it. One evening, as she lit a candle by the window, Mara felt a soft breeze swirl and carry a faint voice of thanks. She smiled, knowing that the souls she had touched whispered their gratitude in the quiet moments of dawn. And so the hollow's story was rewritten, a tale of sorrow transformed into hope, where even the darkest places could find peace through the courage of a single soul. Mara closed the door, holding the warmth of that promise close to her heart. Anna sat by the flickering candlelight, clutching the worn envelope that had arrived that morning. Her hands trembled as she unfolded the letter, the handwriting instantly recognizable. "Dear Anna," it began, "I hope this reaches you before I'm gone." Her breath caught. It was from her father, whom she hadn't seen in years, lost to his travels and secrets. He wrote of regrets, of missed birthdays and silent apologies hidden beneath years of silence. Tears welled as she read how he longed to make things right, even if just through this letter. Outside, rain tapped gently on the window, echoing the ache inside her heart. She remembered the last fight, harsh words, slammed doors, and the walls that grew between them. But here was a chance for healing, fragile as the paper in her hands. She reached for her own pen, her thoughts swirling like the storm outside. "Father," she wrote, "I am still here, and I forgive you." She sealed the letter, feeling the weight of years lift slightly off her shoulders. Days later, a phone call shattered the quiet. Her father's voice, cracked but earnest. "Anna, thank you," he said simply. "Your forgiveness is the light I've needed." They spoke late into the night, stories mingling with apologies, knitting together the broken threads. The distance that once seemed insurmountable began to fade with every word exchanged. Anna smiled softly, realizing that sometimes words could rebuild what silence tried to destroy. As dawn painted the sky, she felt a tentative hope blossoming within her chest. Their journey ahead wouldn't be easy, but it was theirs to take, hand in hand. And sometimes, the smallest letter holds the greatest power, to heal, to connect, to begin anew. The rain slammed the city streets like a relentless drum, washing secrets away one drop at a time. Inside a dimly lit office, Detective Lane lit a cigarette, smoke curling like silent whispers around his tired face. "Another sleepless night," he muttered, when the door creaked open, revealing a woman drenched in trouble. "I need your help," she said, eyes darting like a trapped animal. "My brother vanished 3 nights ago, no trace." Lane grabbed his trench coat, the city's underbelly calling him out once more into the fog. The alleys smelled of wet concrete and fear, as he followed leads from shadow to shadow. Each clue was a brushstroke painting a bleak portrait. Whispered threats, shattered lives, and long-forgotten debts. In a smoky bar, a bartender slid Lane a glass and a tip. Look where the light doesn't reach, the docks. The docks were deserted, but danger lurked beneath the flickering lamps. Footsteps echoed behind him. I wouldn't go any further, warned a gravelly voice from the darkness. Ignoring the warning, Lane pressed on, uncovering a ring trafficking in stolen identities. He found the missing brother locked in a filthy storage room, alive but broken. You're not just a messenger, the woman whispered when they reunited. There was fire in her eyes now. As dawn cracked the veil of night, Lane confronted the mastermind, a man cloaked in respectability by day. Everyone has a price, Lane said, even you. Evidence secured, they handed the villain to the police, but the city's scars ran deep. Back in his office, Lane watched the first sunbeam cut through the gloom. Another case closed, he said with a weary smile. But in this town, closure is just the start. The rain stopped, but the shadows lingered, waiting for the next secret to surface. And Detective Lane, cigarette still burning, was already chasing the city's next ghost. The old clock in the hallway hadn't worked in years, but that night, it struck midnight with a sound eerily clear. Mara sat on the stairwell, clutching a faded journal she found in the attic earlier that day. Suddenly, a soft whisper curled through the air, barely louder than the tick of a second hand. Time is waiting. Her eyes darted to the clock, its hands moving backward slowly, as if unraveling time itself. The whispers grew louder, merging into a chorus of voices telling stories from decades past. Mara opened the journal, noticing new words appearing on the page. Tales of those who lived in the house, long gone. They're trapped, the whisper said, lost between moments, waiting to be remembered. Compelled, Mara read aloud, and with every word spoken, the voices brightened, their stories flowing like winds through the room. Shadows danced on the walls, shaped like cheerful ancestors, smiling in gratitude. The clock hands spun faster, then stopped abruptly at 12:01, and silence returned. Mara closed the journal, feeling a warmth spread through the house, as if the past had finally been set free. The next morning, the clock sat still, its magic spent, but the air held a lightness Mara hadn't noticed before. Neighbors stopped by to share forgotten memories and photographs, drawn by an invisible invitation. You've brought them peace, an elderly neighbor whispered warmly. Mara realized the journal was not just a book, but a bridge between times, waiting for the right voice to awaken it. From that day on, the house was alive with stories, laughter, and the gentle ticking of a clock that now told time true and steady. Mara smiled, understanding the past wasn't lost, merely waiting to be heard again. The whispers had faded, but their echo remained, lingering softly like a cherished secret. And sometimes, just as the clock strikes midnight, Mara swears she hears a thankful murmur, a gentle nudge reminding her that stories never truly end. With one last glance at the silent clock, Mara whispered back, "Thank you for sharing your time with me." Ella steps through the village boundary, her silver locket catching the fading light and reflecting a faint shimmer. The air feels heavier here, as if the land itself is holding its breath just before twilight. Near the ancient hollow oak, Rowan lifts his wooden whistle to his lips and plays a strange, haunting melody. The tune echoes softly, a call to something hidden just beyond sight among the gnarled branches and shadows. Old Man Garin approaches Ella with a grave look, his twisted walking stick tapping the ground. He warns her that as dusk falls, the woods begin whispering secrets, and the shadows that stretch from the oak should never be trusted. As the sun dips behind the trees, long shadows creep unnaturally across the cobblestones, thickening near the oak's hollow. Darkness seems to ripple and stretch where no light should bend, unsettling the quiet village streets. Ella's silver locket suddenly chills against her skin, colder than the evening air. From the darkness, a faint, indecipherable whisper brushes past her ears, sending a shiver down her spine. Rowan rushes into the village square, breathless, reporting several village animals have vanished near the woods. A fearful hush spreads among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the encroaching shadows. From deep within the village, the persistent ticking of an old clock grows louder, its echo filling the quiet night. The rhythmic talk strikes uneven beats, unease mounting with each distorted chime. Determined, Ella and Rowan prepare to confront the mystery of the hollow oak. Armed with a flashlight and Rowan's whistle, they step cautiously toward the boundary between safety and shadow. Just beyond the tree line, shadows flicker erratically, moving against the angles of natural light. Their dance is unnatural, unsettling, as if driven by some unknown will contrary to the day's fading rays. Suddenly, the warm night air chills unexpectedly, Ella's breath misting in front of her. Whispering shapes rise and circle around them, elusive and twisting like smoke on the wind. Old Man Garen's voice carries a warning as he recounts the legend of a shadowy being bound to the oak, sustained by the villagers' fear. His tale weaves dread through the night, making the darkness seem alive and watchful. Out of the shadows, dogs howl in terror before fleeing, their elongated shadows contorting grotesquely before fading into the night. Fear weighs heavier with each unnatural movement in the darkness. Rowan lifts his wooden whistle, blowing a sharp, piercing note that cuts through the gloom. The sound ripples outward, momentarily forcing the darkness to recoil and retreat from their immediate circle. Ella's silver locket begins to glow faintly, a soft light pulsing in response to the encroaching darkness. It seems attuned to the shadow's presence, reacting like a silent sentinel against the gloom. As midnight nears, nervous villagers barricade their doors and light candles, their flickering flames casting fragile halos against the growing black. The warm light serves as a fragile barrier, keeping the most malevolent shadows at bay. From the edge of the candlelight, Ella spots the shade, its form undulating with no fixed face, eyes glowing faintly like dying embers. It lurks just out of reach, watching and waiting for a moment to strike. In the darkness, Rowan panics as he discovers his wooden whistle is missing. The shadows creep closer in silence, and without his signal, fear starts to take deeper hold in their hearts. A sudden gust of cold wind sweeps through the village, snuffing out all the lit candles in an instant. The village plunges into pitch-black darkness, broken only by the ominous ticking filling the void. The eerie ticking of the distant clock begins to fluctuate wildly, slowing, then rapidly speeding up. This erratic rhythm disorients and unsettles those who hear it, twisting time into something uncanny. Against the chaotic ticking, Ella's silver locket pulses with bright, rhythmic flashes. It seems to challenge the erratic beat, its steady glow a beacon amid the distorted time and creeping fear. A whisper of cold breath brushes Ella's ear as the shade's voice, low and sibilant, tempts her with secrets hidden beneath the hollow oak. It promises truths to those brave enough to step below its roots alone. Rowan stumbles in the shadows to find a hidden path woven among the tree roots, leading deeper into darkness. Drawn with both curiosity and dread, the path promises answers no one else dares seek. The oldest lamps in the village flicker wildly, casting erratic light and stretching shadows that dance along the walls. The air thickens with unease as the darkness seems to mock the fragile defenses of light. Though hesitation grips her heart, Ella clutches her glowing locket tightly and steps forward, crossing the threshold beneath the hollow oak. Each heartbeat echoes like the ticking clock as she follows the whisper's call into the unknown. Within the shifting shadows, Ella glimpses flickers of trapped villagers from the past, their silent faces pleading for release. The shade reveals its captive collection, a haunting gallery of lost souls entwined within its darkness. Rowan's voice echoed softly through the maze of roots, faint yet insistent, leading Ella deeper under the hollow oak's gnarled branches. Each call grew clearer, a beacon in the dim twilight where shadows clung like whispers. Ella tightened her grip on her silver locket, trusting the boy's guidance through the labyrinthine roots. An eerie clock struck 13, its chime impossible yet unmistakable, reverberating across the clearing with unnatural resonance. The ticking that enveloped them quickened, marking the thinning veil between time's threads. This haunting hour signaled the boundary where past and present entwined beneath the ancient oak. Ella's vision blurred, revealing fleeting memories of others caught in the shade's grasp. Each confrontation ended with silent vanishing and unopened eyes. The images flickered like shadows themselves, ghostly remnants of vanished souls. These past encounters whispered of fear and loss, locked within the tree's age-old roots. Rowan's fingers traced a carved symbol beneath layers of moss, its intricate design mirroring the emblem on Ella's silver locket. The hidden panel in the bark seemed almost alive beneath his touch, its meaning deep and urgent. This unexpected link promised a path, a shared secret binding their fates together. Around them, shadows stirred and bled into malformed faces, flickering with unstable life yet impossible to focus on fully. These ephemeral visages twisted and warped, like smoke caught in flickering candlelight, hinting at torment and despair. The air grew heavier, thick with silent pleadings woven into the darkness. Drawing on a surge of courage, Ella reached out to touch the carved symbol. Her fingertips met the rough wood, steady and warm. Suddenly, the earth beneath the hollow oak trembled, a low rumble resonating through the roots and into their bones. The connection felt alive, a bridge bridging shadow and flesh. The shade recoiled, its form condensing into a dense, foreboding mass that radiated menace. Shadows thickened, swirling with malevolent energy, as though angered by Ella's audacity. Its intangible presence now grew oppressive, suffocating the little light that lingered beneath the canopy. Rowan seized his wooden whistle, holding it as shadows encroached, then blew a piercing, desperate note. The sound shattered the darkness momentarily, scattering the shadowy faces like mist in dawn's first light. The fleeting reprieve bolstered their spirits even as anticipation churned in the air. Between Ella's locket and the carved symbol, a glowing thread appeared, pulsing slowly like a heartbeat. Its gentle light wove through the darkness, a fragile but undeniable link uniting past and present. The thread's rhythm synced with the old clock's ticking, drawing power from both time and memory. Emerging from the veil of trees, Old Man Garin began chanting an ancient verse, his voice low and resonant. His words carried strength, a call to awaken the spirits of the village and fortify their resolve. The air around him shimmered with age-old power, binding those present with shared determination. One by one, villagers lit candles, their flames flickering to life simultaneously in a unified defiance. The combined glow pushed back shadows inch by inch, carving space for hope amidst despair. The hollow oak stood illuminated, a battleground of light against creeping darkness. The ticking of the old clock accelerated, matching the pulsing glow emanating from Ella's silver locket. Time itself seemed to quicken, heartbeat and second hand entwined in urgent rhythm. This symphony of light and sound heralded a turning point beneath the ancient boughs. The shade lunged toward Rowan with desperate fury, its dark limbs grasping for the boy. But Rowan slipped away swiftly, darting into the village square where open light and life beckoned. The momentary breach left the shade agitated, its form writhing in shadowed frustration. Beneath the hollow oak, Ella faced the shade, her locket held aloft as a beacon of light. She stood steady in the dark, unyielding despite the fear gnawing within. The silver gleamed, casting sharp reflections that fractured the shadows around her. The shadows twisted before her eyes, revealing a memory warped by pain, a betrayal that bound the shade to this place. Faces contorted in anguish, a bond forged in sorrow and regret lingering beneath the gnarled roots. This revelation seeped like poison through the fractured darkness. Rowan and villagers formed a circle around the tree, hands joined and voices softly humming a steady, soothing melody. Their unity created a shield of warmth and light, reinforcing Ella's stand against the shadowy force. The harmony wove a protective barrier stronger than any single candle's glow. The shade's form flickered erratically, sorrow washing over its face before it began to fracture and dissolve. The fractured shadows splintered, losing coherence, as if the sorrow itself unraveled its dark essence. The force that once loomed threateningly now faltered, its presence fading like a dying breath. From Ella's locket burst a blinding light that pierced the darkness, scattering shadow and smoke alike. The sudden brilliance banished the lingering forms with fierce clarity, cleansing the hollow oak beneath which they had gathered. Light filled the space where fear and shadow had once dwelled. A profound silence followed, the incessant ticking ceasing abruptly as calm returned to the village. Moonlight bathed the clearing, serene and pure after the night's turmoil. The air felt lighter, charged with a peace that had seemed impossible just moments before. Exhausted, Ella collapsed, the silver locket resting warm against her chest once again. Dawn broke over the horizon, casting soft golden hues through the trees and promising a new beginning. Relief and weariness mingled in the quiet aftermath of their ordeal. Rowan knelt where the hollow oak had stood, discovering a small sprout glowing faintly with vibrant life. This fragile shoot seemed a symbol of renewal, the forest's promise of healing and hope reborn. Its gentle radiance breathed comfort into the cool morning air. One by one, villagers emerged from their homes, faces marked by relief yet touched by the terror of the night. Silent glances passed between them, a shared understanding of what had transpired beneath the ancient tree. Life would go on, forever altered but resilient. Old man Garin approached Ella, a solemn nod acknowledging the closing of an ancient curse at last. His weathered eyes reflected respect and gratitude for her bravery. The twisted walking stick tapped softly against the earth, a rhythm steady as new beginnings. Ella's silver locket remained unbroken, now humming softly with a gentle, warm light. It shimmered faintly, a token of strength and hope preserved through darkness. The locket's glow promised protection and memory entwined beneath its silver face. Rowan clutched his wooden whistle, aware that though the danger had passed, its call might be needed again someday. Yet hope warmed his heart more than fear, a belief in peace restored for their village. The whistle hung quietly at his side as dawn painted the sky with promise. Ella held her silver locket up to the dim light, explaining how its glow sealed the shade's power by binding shadow and time together. This ancient magic ensured that the dark entity could no longer slip through the cracks of the ticking moments. The villagers listened intently, their eyes reflecting both wonder and relief. Vowing to keep the hollow ground sacred, the villagers agreed to protect it from any future encroachment of darkness. Their whispered promises mingled with the soft wind, each determined to guard the fragile balance that held peace in their home. The memory of the shade would remain, but only as a warning etched in their hearts. Rowan knelt at the village center, carefully planting a glowing sprout whose light pulsed gently against the twilight. This living symbol of rebirth and safety would remind everyone of the harmony they now preserved. The little shoot seemed to breathe new life into the weary earth beneath its roots. Ella, no longer gripped by fear, felt a lasting connection to the woods and the shadows they contained. She stood watchful and calm, anticipating any ripple in the natural order rather than recoiling from it. Her silver locket shimmered quietly, a beacon of steady strength. Old man Garin gathered the villagers to recount tales of courage past and caution against the lure of fear's return. His voice, steady as his twisted walking stick, urged vigilance and unity. Through his stories, the community understood the importance of facing darkness together, not alone. The old clock in the village square chimed 12 times, its steady tick and reassuring strike restoring normalcy to the air. Each chime echoed like a heartbeat, affirming that the unnatural ticking was at last silenced. Time flowed without disturbance, comforting every listening soul. As night settled in, shadows folded into their natural shapes, behaving without menace or mystery. The whispers on the wind faded, replaced by the gentle rustling of leaves and the night's tranquil breath. Darkness returned to a harmless cloak, a backdrop rather than a threat. Ella and Rowan sat quietly beside the glowing sprout, the silver locket resting between them with a faint, steady glow. Their shared presence spoke of friendship forged in challenge and hope blossoming anew. Together, they watched as the village breathed in peaceful silence. Throughout the village, restful sleep enveloped the people, dreams clear of whispering shadows or unsettling ticks. The nightmare of darkness receded, leaving only calm and comfort in its wake. The silence felt alive with gentle promise as the night deepened. When dawn's light filtered over the village rooftops, it cast a warm glow filled with hope and quiet strength. The land seemed to sigh in relief, renewed and steady after the trials faced. A new day began, bright and unshadowed, held safely beneath watchful eyes and hearts. Elena and Marla arrive at the family cabin, its weathered wooden frame standing quietly among the towering pines. The air is thick with the scent of pine needles and damp earth, as shadows stretch long across the forest floor. Elena carefully holds a faded photograph in her hands, the image showing her as a child with her parents at this very cabin. She traces the worn edges, memories flickering behind her steady brown eyes. From the edge of the trees, Jonah steps forward, his salt and pepper hair catching the light through the canopy. His guarded expression is familiar, yet measured, as if the forest shields more than just trees. Elena meets Jonah's gaze with a tension held between past and present, their greeting brief but loaded. The broken compass hanging from Jonah's neck gleams dully, its needle twitching erratically in the dappled sunlight. Marla, curious and unafraid, wanders close to the forest's edge, her small hands gathering pine cones. Her wide green eyes catch the flicker of shadows dancing just beyond her reach, as if the trees themselves are watching. Alina breaks the fragile calm by revealing her intent to sell the cabin, the words heavy with finality. Jonah's eyes narrow slightly, unease settling into the space between them like a gathering storm. Jonah warns Alina that the cabin holds secrets best left untouched, his voice low and urgent. The forest seems to lean in, the whispering pines echoing his caution with a soft rustle. Dusk falls, casting long shadows through the whispering pines as the wind carries a haunting song. Inside, flickering candlelight reveals the rough texture of wooden walls, the cabin enveloped in a fragile glow. Alina discovers a silver locket tucked beneath a loose floorboard, its delicate clasp worn by time and handling. Holding it, she feels the weight of unseen stories wrapped within its small oval shape. Jonah recounts the forest's strange history, weaving tales connected to the locket and their shared ancestors. The old stories hang between them, thick with both warning and wonder. Marla suddenly points toward a shadowy figure glimpsed beyond the window. Her voice is a whisper, but the figure vanishes as they all turn to look. Doubt and fear flicker momentarily in the candlelight. Alina finds scattered letters hidden beneath floorboards, their torn edges and faded ink describing a family conflict long forgotten. Each word stirs a half-remembered tension, deepening the cabin's mysteries. Jonah steps quickly to block Alina's path as she moves toward the forest, his protectiveness clear but laced with unease. His warning is firm. Venturing deeper alone is too risky under the forest's watchful eyes. The air thickens as Alina confronts Jonah about his hidden ties to her family's past, demanding answers she has long awaited. Their voices are low but sharp, memories and mistrust colliding beneath the whispering canopy. A sudden storm bursts overhead, rain hammering the cabin roof and streaking windows as lightning fractures the sky. The power flickers and dies, plunging them into a darkness punctuated only by the pounding rain and distant thunder. Morning reveals unsettling changes. Marla's beloved doll has vanished without trace, and on the table, the broken compass spins wildly, ignoring any notion of north. Unease grows sharper as the sun's weak light seeps through the trees. Determined, Alina steps outside to search, discovering an overgrown trail obscured behind the cabin, tangled with vines and moss. The forest beyond seems both inviting and forbidding, its secrets buried beneath layers of time. Jonah follows reluctantly, his voice low with caution as he warns of hidden dangers ahead. His knowledge of the forest's unseen threats adds weight to every step they take deeper beneath the whispering pines. The woods close in around them, shadows shifting unnaturally with each footfall. The familiar path begins to warp, the forest taking on a strange, surreal quality that unsettles even Jonah's steady demeanor. Alina spots a carved symbol etched deep into the bark of a tree, identical to one seen faintly in the old photograph. The mark pulses with significance, a silent key to the forest's tangled past. Jonah admits he once belonged to a secretive group linked to that very symbol, tied to local legends shrouded in myth. His confession carries both regret and a warning, deepening the mystery that binds them. Suddenly, distant footsteps echo through the trees, too deliberate to be natural. Both Alina and Jonah glance toward the sound, but no figure emerges from the thickening mist. A mysterious stranger appears briefly, their presence fleeting as they drop a sealed letter before vanishing amid the veiling fog. The air feels charged, as if the woods themselves whispered a warning through this ghostly messenger. The letter's contents unearth a painful truth, one of betrayal woven through generations of Alina's family. Shock and disbelief ripple through her, as the delicate threads of her past unravel before her eyes. Alina grapples with the heavy revelations, her heart torn between trust and suspicion. Jonah urges restraint and patience, reminding her that some truths unfold only when the time is right. Back inside the cabin, Marla's sharp eyes catch a glimpse of something beneath a loose floorboard. With careful fingers, she lifts the panel and uncovers the missing doll, its worn fabric dusty from years of hiding. Relief washes over her face as she holds it close, unaware of its deeper significance. Alina and Jonah's voices rise in fierce disagreement, the tension thick in the shadowed room. She urges they leave before uncovering more pain, while he insists on unearthing every secret buried within these walls. Their opposing wills clash, embodying years of unspoken struggles tied to this place. Jonah rolls up his sleeve, revealing faded scars crisscrossing his arm like silent testimony. Each mark a link to the family's troubled past, struggles and sacrifices made long ago. The physical evidence jolts Alina, grounding the haunting stories she barely dared imagine. Alina's fingers tremble when she finds the silver locket left open on the mantelpiece. Within, a tiny photo of two children stares back at her, faces unfamiliar yet strangely evocative. It feels like a whisper from a past carefully hidden. A flood of fragmented memories rush through Alina's mind, snapshots of laughter and shadows intertwining beneath this roof. Moments forgotten and distorted press inward, as if the cabin itself breathes their story alongside the whispering pines. Suddenly, the broken compass shifts in her hand, now unwavering and pointing steadily in a strange new direction. The change intrigues them, yet an undercurrent of unease follows, as if the device knows more than it reveals. They follow the compass's lead and discover a concealed door beneath a dusty rug, an ancient cellar hidden beneath the cabin's floor. The air around it hums with forgotten secrets, beckoning them closer with cautious anticipation. Inside the cellar, time seems suspended as they find relics and yellowed journals describing a secret pact sealed decades ago. The words speak of promises and burdens, weaving a tale intertwined with their own bloodline. Jonah's voice falters as he admits his family's oath to guard these secrets, a duty that demanded heavy cost. His revelation weighs on Alina, adding layers of complexity to the truth they both seek. Despite the sting of betrayal, Alina's resolve hardens. She must unravel the full story, no matter how painful. The strands of mystery bind her to Jonah and the cabin, pushing past doubt and fear. Outside, the forest thickens in twilight, the pines whispering warnings carried by rustling leaves. The boundary between safety and the unknown feels narrower with every passing moment. Near the cellar entrance, Marla lingers, eyes wide as if sensing a presence unseen. Her small figure is still, caught between curiosity and the intangible gaze that seems to watch her every move. Without warning, the earth trembles and a collapse seals Alina and Jonah inside the cellar. Darkness envelops them, walls pressing close, turning their exploration into a desperate struggle for breath and calm. In the suffocating stillness, Jonah sings a lullaby from his childhood, soft, haunting notes threading through the darkness. The familiar melody steadies Alina's racing heart, bridging the gap between fear and hope. As the earth settles, they find a narrow path to freedom, emerging into fading daylight. Their shared ordeal deepens a silent bond, forging a cautious trust amid the shadows of their pasts. Back upstairs, Alina studies the journals with fresh eyes, piecing together the true nature of the family pact. It was not just about secrets. It guarded a treasure hidden from the world's gaze. Jonah reveals that the treasure is no gold or jewels, but a secret with power to alter their family's destiny. The weight of this truth presses on them, promising upheaval alongside understanding. A final letter, yellowed and creased, warns that unveiling this secret demands a personal sacrifice. The cost of truth is laid bare, chilling yet undeniable in its gravity. Determined, Alina and Jonah prepare to face whatever awaits beyond fear and hesitation. United in resolve, they step forward together to confront the unfolding mystery. Marla appears with the compass clutched tightly in her small hands, the needle steady and true. Its quiet certainty offers a fragile thread of hope amidst the growing darkness. Guided by the compass, the family moves deeper into the forest where shafts of light pierce the dense canopy. The eerie beauty of the woods surrounds them, mingling danger and promise in every breath. They reach a clearing dominated by an ancient oak tree, its bark carved with the same symbol appearing throughout their journey. The tree stands as sentinel to secrets long held in the whispering pines. At the base of the oak, moss and roots part to reveal a weathered box buried beneath the earth. The discovery feels like a culmination, a portal to truths hidden just out of reach. Inside the box lie personal keepsakes and a letter addressed directly to Alina from her grandmother. The words pulse with honesty and hope, bridging generations with unexpected tenderness. The letter speaks of forgiveness and legacy, urging Alina to carry the family's future with strength and compassion. It offers a fragile light amidst shadows, planting seeds for what lies ahead. As Alina gazed at the broken compass and the scattered letters, a deep understanding settled within her. The true treasure was not gold or jewels, but the shared history and bonds that had been frayed and were now being woven anew. In that quiet moment, surrounded by whispering pines, she felt the strength of family reignite. Jonah stepped closer, his weathered face earnest as he spoke of past mistakes and regrets. Elena listened, her steady brown eyes reflecting forgiveness and hope. Together, they made a silent vow to protect the legacy of the old family cabin, promising to face the future united. With careful hands, they restored the delicate compass, its needle finally steady and true. They placed the silver locket inside the worn wooden box, securing it as a symbol of their commitment. This act was more than preservation. It was reclaiming their shared past and safeguarding their future. Marla's inquisitive green eyes brightened with a gentle smile, sensing the tension in the forest lift. The once ominous presence among the towering pines seemed to wane, replaced by a peaceful calm that enveloped the cabin. Her laughter echoed softly, bringing life back to the quiet woods. Inside the cabin, the windows glowed warmly against the dusky twilight, casting golden light onto the surrounding trees. This welcoming glow was a testament to renewed life and resilience, standing firm amidst the forest's eerie beauty. It marked a fresh beginning for the family and their heritage. Elena stood before the familiar walls, feeling a renewed determination swell within her chest. She decided to keep the cabin, honoring the legacy of her ancestors while embracing the endless possibilities of the future. The forest was no longer just a backdrop, but a cherished part of their story. Under Jonah's guidance, Marla carefully hung delicate wind chimes outside the cabin. Their soft, melodious tones caught the breeze, mingling with the whispering pines in a welcoming symphony. It was a tangible sign that peace and warmth had returned to the place they called home. Elena reached up to pin the faded photograph back on the wall, its edges now whole and its meaning clear. The image connected past generations with the present, grounding their family's story within these walls. It symbolized healing and the continuity of love through time. Together, Elena, Jonah, and Marla stood outside as the sun dipped behind the pines, casting long shadows over the forest floor. United and hopeful, they faced the coming days with strength forged from understanding and forgiveness. Their bond, like the cabin, was steadfast and enduring. A final glance toward the forest revealed a serene stillness, the secrets nestled deep within, safely guarded by time and trust. The whispering pines swayed gently, as if sharing silent approval of the family's journey. In that peaceful moment, the mysteries of the woods seemed to rest, embraced by the light of a new chapter. Deep within the ancient forest, where sunlight barely touched the ground, a lone wanderer named Ira stumbled upon a peculiar stone. It shimmered faintly, emitting a low hum that seemed to call her by name. Curious, Ira reached out and touched it, and instantly a voice echoed softly in her mind. Seek the truth beneath the roots. Determined, she followed the whisper down to the forest floor, where thick roots twisted and gnarled like a labyrinth. With every step, the stone's glow grew stronger, lighting a path to a hidden hollow beneath an ancient oak tree. Inside the hollow, Ira discovered a tapestry woven from silver threads and scattered leaves, depicting a forgotten tale. It told of a guardian spirit trapped in stone, bound to protect the forest's heart from an ancient darkness. The voice returned, pleading for release, explaining that only one pure of heart could break the eternal bond. Ira hesitated but reached out once more, touching the tapestry and speaking earnestly. I am here to free you. In a pulse of radiant light, the stone cracked, revealing a luminous figure emerging, nature's very essence incarnate. The guardian thanked Ira, promising that the forest would thrive and shield her from harm henceforth. As dawn broke, the trees seemed to sway with newfound vitality, and whispers of gratitude filled the air. Ira smiled, feeling a deep connection to the world around her, forever changed by the encounter. The forest was no longer a maze of shadows, but a sanctuary alive with ancient magic restored. From that day forward, tales spread of the woman who listened to the stone and freed the forest's soul. Ira's journey reminded all that sometimes, the smallest spark of courage can awaken the oldest power. She carried the hollow's silver tapestry as a token, a symbol of hope woven into the heart of the woods. And every so often, when the wind rustled through the leaves, the whisper of the guardian could be heard, a quiet song of peace. Ira knew her path was forever entwined with the forest's destiny, a pact sealed in light and spirit. The whispered promise lingered. Where there is faith, even the oldest chains can break, and darkness gives way to light. Rain hammered the cracked pavement as Marcus darted down the alley, clutching the stolen briefcase tight. Behind him, footsteps echoed, quick, relentless, closing in with every heartbeat. He ducked into the abandoned warehouse, shadows swallowing his figure. Inside, the stale air whispered dangers. Every creak sounded like a threat. Marcus slid against the rusted wall, catching his breath, eyes scanning for an escape. A low voice called out from the darkness, "You're not getting away this time." He recognized the tone. Victor, the man who had haunted his every move for weeks. Marcus weighed his options. A broken window or the heavy door that groaned ominously. Choosing the window, he smashed the glass and leapt into the stormy night. But Victor was faster, grabbing his jacket and pulling him back. A fierce struggle erupted, the briefcase slipping open to reveal glowing data chips. Marcus shouted, "These contain the truth they want buried." Victor snarled, "Truth, there's only power in secrets." With a sudden shove, Marcus broke free and sprinted towards the riverbank. Drenched and desperate, he activated a hidden transmitter inside one chip. Instantly, drones hovered overhead, broadcasting encrypted files to the world. Victor's expression faltered. Their game was over. Sirens wailed. The chase had ended, but the revelations had only begun. Marcus turned to the rising sun, whispering, "This is just the beginning." In the light of dawn, the city held its breath, unaware the shadows had shifted forever. Right when Mark opened his lunchbox, it was empty. "Where did my sandwich go?" he muttered. He peeked under the table, no sandwich. He checked his backpack, also no sandwich. Mark's friend Lily spotted him. "Lost your lunch?" she asked with a grin. "Yep, someone stole my sandwich," Mark declared dramatically, waving an empty wrapper. Determined, they started a serious investigation around the cafeteria. They interrogated the class hamster, who only squeaked back. Then they asked Mr. Brown, the janitor, who shrugged with a chuckle. Next, they surveyed the suspects. Tommy, the cookie thief, Sarah, the sneaky soda sipper, and Jenny, who always had crumbs. Jenny claimed innocence, dusting imaginary crumbs from her sleeves. Tommy looked suspiciously content, licking chocolate off his fingers. Lily found a suspicious trail of lettuce leaves, leading towards the teacher's lounge. Mark followed, whispering, "This is it, the breakthrough." They peeked inside and saw the teacher, Mr. Clark, happily munching on what looked exactly like Mark's sandwich. "Caught red-handed, Mr. Clark laughed and said, "I thought someone left this for me." Mark rolled his eyes. "Next time, just ask." As a peace offering, Mr. Clark promised to buy Mark a new sandwich every day this week. Mark grinned, "Deal, but only if Tommy shares his cookies too." Lily snorted. "Looks like our investigation turned into a snack party." They all laughed together, the mystery solved and hunger satisfied. And from that day on, Mark's lunches stayed mysteriously untouched, except during snack parties. Lyra moves carefully through the desolate cityscape, ashes swirling around her silver-streaked hair as she clutches the cracked compass her mother once owned. The ruins around her whisper stories of a forgotten past, the flickering embers of distant fires casting long shadows. From behind a collapsed building, Merrick's scarred face emerges, his weathered cloak blending with the grayness of the crumbled surroundings. His steady amber gaze watches Lyra silently, weighing the dangers that lie ahead. Tala slips through the ruined streets, her piercing blue eyes scanning every corner with razor focus. Silent as the drifting ashes, she moves like a ghost, alert for unseen threats in the broken world. At the shattered fountain, Lyra meets Merrick, their eyes meeting in a tense nod of acknowledgement. The mechanical raven on Lyra's shoulder flickers its rusty wings, its soft clicks echoing faintly amid the desolation. Lyra unfolds the faded map, trembling fingers tracing a precarious route toward a safe haven marked long ago. Merrick watches thoughtfully, the weight of their uncertain path heavy between them. A distant rumble shakes the cracked streets as dust falls from shattered windows. A massive convoy of scavengers, armed and ruthless, approaches, casting long, ominous shadows over the ruins. Quickly, the trio smothers their small campfire, smudging the glowing embers as the scavengers' silhouettes stretch closer. The fragile warmth and light vanish, swallowed by the encroaching menace. Tala catches sight of the scavenger leader, a towering figure wielding a crude spear. With a swift, silent gesture, she signals danger, her piercing blue eyes fierce as the shadows tighten. Lyra clutches the cracked compass tightly, her gaze stealing against the gray sky. Determined, she vows to protect the map's secret at all costs, knowing it could mean salvation or destruction. Merk loads his improvised crossbow, every motion practiced but tense. His amber eyes survey the uneven streets, seeking the best defensive position amid the jagged ruins. The mechanical raven takes flight from Lyra's shoulder, its rusty wings beating hurriedly as it circles above. With soft mechanical clicks, it distracts the scavengers, buying precious moments for the group to reposition. Lyra, Merk, and Tala slip silently into narrow alleys, their footsteps muffled on the cracked pavement. Shadows of ruins envelop them as they evade the scavengers' ever-closer patrols. Suddenly, a clatter breaks the silence. A loose metal pipe tumbles wildly across the ground. The group freezes, hearts pounding as scavengers turn sharply toward their trail, voices rough and rising. The scavengers spread out aggressively, scouring the ruins with echoing shouts that bounce off cracked walls. The air thickens with tension, dust swirling like whispers of danger. In a hushed tone, Lyra whispers of the map's secret, a rumored haven with untouched resources that could change everything. But now, with predators closing in, that secret is at grave risk. To confuse their pursuers, the group briefly splits, each taking shadowed paths through narrow passages. Tala leads with swift, silent movements, a ghost weaving through the remnants of the old world. Merk narrowly escapes a deadly encounter, ducking behind collapsed rubble just as a scavenger's spear shatters stone inches away. His breath hitches, the close call fueling his resolve. Guided by the cracked compass, Lyra finds the entrance to an underground tunnel faintly marked on the faded map. The promise of shelter hides beneath the ruined city's surface. As the group regroups at the tunnel's mouth, the mechanical raven emits a sharp, warning click. The scavengers are closing in fast, their harsh voices growing nearer, echoing across the desolation. Inside the tunnel, the trio navigates dim, crumbling corridors filled with dust and stale memories. The flickers of faint light reveal relics of a lost world mingling hope with decay. Suddenly, the passage collapses behind them with a thunderous crash, sealing the scavengers outside, but blocking their escape. The heavy silence that follows tightens like a cage around them. Soft green bioluminescent fungi cast an eerie glow along the underground path, illuminating forgotten life that persists beneath the ruinous earth. The delicate light dances on worn metallic relics scattered by time. Tensions flare as dwindling supplies press heavily. Merk shares stories of the world before, voices low and steady. Around a smoldering shard of fire, flickers of hope ignite in the darkness. A hidden door creaks open silently on the tunnel wall, revealing symbols that match those on the map. A tentative beacon of hope advances, the promise of discovery barely contained in the still air. Within the chamber, ancient machinery hums faintly, its brittle data cubes glowing with a partial preservation by time. The air pulses with forgotten knowledge, fragile and flickering like the fires outside. Lyra studies the intricate symbols carved into the chamber walls, her fingers tracing the faded markings. She realizes they describe the safe haven not just as a refuge, but as a naturally sealed vault that once contained a devastating experiment gone wrong. The clues hint that the sanctuary's safety comes with a hidden danger lurking beneath the surface. Without warning, ancient machinery sputters to life, sparks cascading as a spectral blue light floods the underground chamber. The mechanical raven emits a sharp clicking sound, its eyes reflecting the eerie glow. Shadows twist and dance as long-dormant defenses awaken with a mechanical groan. Alarms clang and whir as mechanical defenses surge forward, energy pulses streaking through the air. Merk ducks behind a shattered pillar while Tala dives aside, narrowly avoiding a shifting wall. Lyra clutches her cracked compass, eyes scanning rapidly for a safe path amidst the chaos. Tala's quick fingers find a hidden switch concealed beneath rusted panels. With a click, the relentless machinery ceases, the hum of power fading into silence. A newly revealed passage yawns open deeper into the vault, promising answers but demanding courage. Carefully, they descend into a cavernous vault where ancient technology hums softly. Rows of preserved seed banks stand alongside water filtration units, and at the vault's heart, a pulsating energy core glows steady blue. The remnants of a lost world offer fragile hope amid the ruins. Hope flickers in Lyra's eyes, but her gaze lingers on cryptic warnings etched into the machinery's surface. The inscriptions speak of contamination risks, remnants of a toxic past that could poison the sanctuary itself. The delicate balance between salvation and danger weighs heavily on them all. Merrick crouches by the energy core, inspecting glowing conduits and faded schematics. Despite his rugged experience, the complexity baffles him as he puzzles over methods to safely harness its power above ground. The weight of survival presses down as he considers the risks and rewards. Suddenly, a distant tremor shakes the vault, dust falling from overhead beams. An explosion echoes from above. Scavengers have discovered an alternate entrance. Tension spikes as the fragile silence shatters. The mechanical raven squawks loudly, taking flight in frantic loops overhead. Its metallic wings catch the blue light as it circles wildly. Lyra tenses, signaling the group to prepare for an approaching confrontation at the sanctuary's threshold. Outside the heavy vault doors, shadows clash with flashes of sparking metal. Makeshift weapons swing, and the air fills with the harsh sounds of struggle. Each side fights fiercely, a desperate battle for control over the precious safe haven. Lyra steps into the fray, her voice steady as she negotiates with the scavenger leader. She offers a tentative truce, emphasizing their shared need to survive the harsh ash-covered world. The fragile hope of cooperation hangs in the balance. The leader derides her proposal but falters, revealing a secret: an injured child dependent on the sanctuary's clean water. The revelation softens hardened faces as the weight of human need becomes undeniable. A crack opens in the cold veneer of conflict. Moved by compassion, Lyra offers an alliance to protect the sanctuary together, promising fair sharing of resources. The fragile pact reshapes their purpose from rivalry to cooperation. Trust begins to grow amidst the flickering fires around them. Merrick and Tala exchange cautious looks, nodding their agreement. They begin to organize defenses but signal readiness to work alongside former enemies. The alliance, delicate yet necessary, promises a tenuous peace in a brutal world. Together, both groups reinforce barricades with salvaged metal and ancient tech revived from the ruins. Sparks fly as tools meet rusted surfaces, strengthening their hold against external threats. The mechanical raven perches quietly, watching the cooperative effort unfold. As negotiation deepens, stories of loss and survival emerge from both sides. Shared pain and resilience create a fragile human bond that transcends the ashen wasteland. Flickering fires cast long shadows on faces aged and hopeful alike. Night descends, and Lyra gazes at the mechanical raven now perched silently on her shoulder. Its mechanical clicks slow, seeming almost reflective in the dancing firelight. The sanctuary breathes quietly, a momentary peace beneath a bleak horizon. Suddenly, an alarm shreds the calm. Unknown intruders breach a secondary entrance. The group snaps to action, tension coiling tight as danger returns. Flickering blue lights flash urgent warnings across the chamber walls. They engage fiercely, moving with coordinated precision honed in practice. Energy pulses and shadows intertwine as they repel the unexpected attack. Each member plays a vital role in defending their fragile sanctuary. As dawn breaks, intruders retreat, leaving behind ominous clues, signs of a larger threat looming beyond the ruins. The fragile sanctuary may be only the first battleground in a wider conflict. The ash-filled air carries a new, heavier weight of uncertainty. Lyra studies the evidence, her green eyes narrowing in thought. The sanctuary might be a beacon drawing dangers as surely as it attracts hope. Their fight for survival is part of something far greater than they had imagined. Resolute, they decide to activate the energy core fully, sending a signal into the desolate skies. The machinery awakens with a roar, pulsing rhythmic light outward like a call for aid. Each pulse echoes their hope and their warning across the ash-choked horizon. The vault brightens as the energy core hums at full power, ancient tech alive once more. Pulses ripple through the atmosphere, reaching far beyond the sanctuary walls. Their beacon is both a promise and a challenge to the world outside. In the desolate distance, faint figures respond, trekking steadily toward the glowing light. Their silhouettes cut through the ash haze, bringing fresh hope and the unanswered questions of new arrivals. The wasteland stirs with renewed possibility. Lyra, Merk, and Tala prepare to meet the newcomers, heart steady but wary. The sanctuary's fate now entwines with these fresh faces, their uncertain futures bound by fragile trust. The ashen horizon promises challenges ahead, but also a chance to rebuild together. The newcomers gather in the dimly lit shelter, their eyes reflecting the flickering firelight. They unveil coded diagrams and symbols, explaining the mutated storm's patterns and disclosing ancient shielding techniques that can strengthen the sanctuary's fragile defenses. Pooling their knowledge and resources, the group integrates these encoded protections with relics of the old world. Rusted gears turn as the mechanical raven clicks approvingly, and slowly, the sanctuary stabilizes, a bastion amid the unrelenting wasteland. Around crackling fires, Lyra, Merk, and Tala share stories of battles and losses, their scars illuminated by the dancing flames. Trust grows, knitting together a family born from endurance and hope, where suspicion once lingered like ashes in the wind. One quiet evening, the mechanical raven stirs, fluttering from Lyra's shoulder to a concealed alcove. There, behind a rusted panel, lies a hidden archive filled with fading holographic messages, preserved echoes from the world before the fall. The projections reveal the sanctuary's true purpose. More than mere survival, it was crafted to ignite renewal and unity among scattered survivors. The voices urge those who listen to rise beyond isolation and rebuild together, a new dawn beckoning beyond the ashen horizon. Moved by the revelations, Lyra and Merk pledge to nurture this vision. They vow to extend their network of protection and knowledge, transforming their stronghold into a beacon of hope for others wandering the bleak wastes. The group springs into action, loading caravans with seeds, weathered tools, and precious relics symbolizing a hopeful future. Preparations hum with anticipation, every piece of cargo a promise to distant enclaves waiting in silence. Beneath the steely sky, the caravans roll steadily away from the sanctuary's embrace. High above, the mechanical raven soars, its subtle mechanics clicking softly, sentinel of the fragile journey against the endless gray. Back at the sanctuary, resilient and unwavering, tiny green shoots emerge defiantly through cracked concrete. Against the monochrome wasteland, these first hints of life whisper of renewal, the earth slowly reclaiming hope. At dawn, Lyra stands atop the ramparts, the cracked compass warm in her hand and the rising sun casting golden light on her determined face. The ashen horizon stretches before her, and with steady gaze, she prepares to guide humanity's fragile rebirth into the uncertain dawn. Lena set her keys on the table and sighed. Another quiet evening at home. Just as she sank into the couch, a gentle knock came from the door. Surprised, she opened it to find a small, soaked, stray dog shivering on her porch. Without hesitation, Lena wrapped the dog in her jacket and brought it inside. As she dried the dog with a towel, it looked up at her with big, hopeful eyes. Curious, Lena decided to check if the dog had a collar or any identification. No tag, but a thin red ribbon was tied carefully around its neck. She prepared a bowl of warm water and some leftover chicken, watching nervously as the dog ate. A soft tail wag convinced her the dog felt safe now, a quiet companionship already forming. Lena pulled out her phone to post a picture, hoping to find the dog's owner. Hours passed without any calls, and the dog curled up beside her as if it belonged there. She smiled softly, thinking, maybe you're not just a visitor, maybe you're a new friend. The next morning, the dog greeted her with enthusiastic barks and happy eyes. Lena found herself humming in the kitchen, a warmth spreading inside her she hadn't felt in a while. She put up flyers around the neighborhood, but still no one claimed him. The dog, whom she named Milo, followed her everywhere, her new shadow. Days turned into a week, and Milo settled comfortably into the rhythm of their shared home. Lena realized that sometimes, what you need comes unexpectedly. Her quiet evenings no longer felt lonely. They were filled with soft paws and joyful companionship. With a contented sigh, Lena whispered, "Welcome home, Milo." Dawn seeps slowly over the village as Alara walks through mist-shrouded streets toward the silver tree standing firm in the village center. Its glowing leaves shimmer faintly, casting soft light on the earth-toned homes. The air holds a chill hinting at coming winter, and the village bell sounds a muted call to begin the day. Alara places her hand against the silver tree's sturdy trunk, sensing a subtle ebb in its hidden pulse. Around her, villagers start their daily tasks, bakeries hum with fire's warmth, and children cluster by the edge of the market. Despite the routine, an unease tugs at the air, mirrored in the dimming glow of the tree's leaves. Tomas arrives quietly, clutching his worn leather-bound journal, his weathered face creased with concern. He speaks in low tones to Alara about the tree's fading light, noting its cadence has slowed and urging caution. Their shared worry sets a heavy weight between them beneath the soft silver radiance. Mira bursts forth, curls bouncing as she races toward Alara, breathless with news. The village bell failed to ring properly last night, its usual resonant peal broken and faint. Her freckled face reveals a spark of fear mixed with urgency, shaking the calm. Elder Harin gathers the villagers beneath the spreading branches of the silver tree, his voice steady though tinged with warning. He recounts an ancient prophecy foretelling danger when the tree's light fades, a sign of trials to come. The villagers listen closely, shadows deepening under the autumn light. Alara fingers the carved necklace hanging close to her heart, feeling a faint pulse that seems to echo the silver tree's flickering glow. The rhythmic beat is weak but distinct, as if the necklace and tree share a silent connection. This newfound link sharpens her resolve amidst growing uncertainty. Anxious whispers ripple through the gathered villagers as the silver tree's light dims further despite the rising sun. Leaves glisten less brightly, their familiar luminescence threatened by unseen forces. The village's collective worry deepens, faces turned upward in troubled hope. Tomas hunches over his journal, meticulously recording the changing patterns of the silver leaves and the flickering light. His thoughtful gaze notes subtle shifts and irregularities that deepen the mystery. Every detail might hold the key to the tree's faltering life force. While examining near the silver tree's roots, Alara and Mira discover strange, weathered markings carved into the earth and bark. The symbols feel old and warning-laced, stirring unease about what might be approaching. This discovery hints at a danger lurking just beyond the village's peaceful borders. A sudden, biting chill sweeps through the village, yet the air holds stillness as the silver tree sheds leaves silently. Their descent is eerie, lacking the usual rustling breath of wind. This unnatural falling deepens the villagers' dread, as cold shadows lengthen across the ground. Elder Harin recounts tales of past hardships when the village faced darkness and how the silver tree's power once saved them. His voice carries weight from years lived under its branches, reminding all present of resilience and hope. The old wooden staff taps softly as he emphasizes the urgency of their plight. Alara stands firm, the carved necklace gleaming faintly as she vows to restore the tree's fading energy. Despite murmurs of doubt around her, her determination radiates support and strength. She refuses to let the village succumb to fear or despair. Tomas suggests they seek knowledge in the village's ancient library, hoping old texts might reveal a path to healing. His practical, measured tone brings focus to their efforts, proposing a plan beyond mere hope. His journal is ready as they prepare for the research ahead. Alara and Tomas ready their modest packs to venture into the dusty old library, but Mira insists on joining them. Though warned of dangers and the seriousness of their quest, her spirited nature refuses to be left behind. Her curly auburn hair bounces as she hopes to contribute despite her youth. A fractured, faint toll issues from the village bell, as if its voice struggles to sound true in tandem with the silver tree's weakening glow. The fractured chime hangs uneasy in the autumn air, signaling worsening balance in the villaged heart. Shadows flicker beneath the tree, mirroring the bell's irregular rhythm. In the dimly lit library, Alara and Tomas discover an old, faded map suggesting the location of a hidden glade connected deeply to the tree's power. Dust motes drift in shafts of pale light as they pour over the fragile parchment. This secret place promises answers to the tree's mysterious decline. Drawn by whispered voices carried faintly on the breeze, Mira wanders outside alone toward the silver tree. The whispers seem both inviting and ominous, threading through the cold air beneath the glowing leaves. Her freckled face tightens in a mix of curiosity and apprehension. Elara recalls a fragment of the ancient prophecy about the heart beneath the roots, said to be the source of the silver tree's life. The phrase lingers in her mind, holding intense significance as they search for a solution. Its meaning could hold the key to revival or doom. Studying the map closely, Tomas notes a pathway obscured by thick woods lying just beyond the village borders. The mapped route is barely visible, hinting at secrets hidden from casual eyes. This obscure path could lead them closer to the roots of their problem. Despite warnings from villagers about old forest dangers, Elara, Tomas, and Mira resolve to enter the dense woods. Their footsteps crunch softly over fallen leaves, hearts pulsing with a mix of fear and determination. The journey marks a turning point from safety into uncertainty. As they proceed, tangled brambles block their way, only parting gently when Elara's carved necklace emits a soft, steady glow. This unexpected guidance reassures them, illuminating the dark path with a pale light. The necklace's connection to their quest grows clearer with every step. Strange shadows flicker unpredictably among twisted branches, unsettling Mira enough that she clings to Elara's side. Their forms shift in the half-light, cold and distant, breeding silent tension. The forest itself seems alive with watchful eyes. Tomas carefully records curious symbols etched into tree bark, matching the markings near the silver tree's base. Each carving deepens the mystery, binding past and present with uneasy links. His journal fills with sketches and notes, a record of ominous signs. A sudden gust of wind scatters Elara's necklace from her neck, sending it tumbling into the underbrush. Yet it glows with irresistible light, guiding Mira through the tangled grove to retrieve it safely. This beacon amid danger renews their hope and unity. The group reaches a small clearing bathed in pale moonlight, revealing an ancient stone pedestal standing solitary. Its surface is worn, yet it radiates a faint power that resonates with the silver tree above. This hidden site seems a pivotal piece in their unfolding quest. Elara's eyes trace the symbols engraved on the pedestal, their shapes mirroring those etched on the silver tree's bark and her own carved necklace. The patterns pulsed faintly with a familiarity that sent a chill down her spine, confirming a connection older than the village itself. With steady hands, Elara placed her necklace upon the cold stone of the pedestal. Beneath their feet, the earth gave a soft tremble, as if responding to a call long awaited, stirring the air with anticipation. From the depths beneath the pedestal, a faint silver light began to emerge, hauntingly beautiful as it slowly brightened. Like liquid moonlight, it crept upward, casting ethereal shadows on the surrounding trees. Suddenly, the glow waned, retreating as a shadowy figure materialized before them, blocking the path forward. Its form was indistinct, shifting like smoke, eyes glinting with ancient sorrow and authority. The figure spoke in riddles, its voice echoing like the wind through hollow branches. It spoke of balance lost and warned that to restore the silver tree's full glow, a sacrifice must be made, words heavy with unseen consequences. Tomas stepped forward, clutching his leather-bound journal filled with knowledge collected over years. He offered it solemnly, hoping wisdom could be the key, but the figure dismissed the gesture with a sweeping motion, unmoved. Undeterred, Mira bravely offered her own voice, suggesting a song might awaken the tree's slumbering spirit. Her youthful spirit filled the tense air with hope, challenging the shadow's solemn demand. The figure hesitated, the rigid edges of its form softening as Mira began to sing. Her haunting melody echoed through the woods, weaving delicately like silver threads between the trees, stirring something deep within. As her song rose, the silver light pulsed stronger, weaving through the branches and stretching like veins toward the village beyond. It was as if the forest itself was breathing again, alive with renewed energy. The shadowy figure slowly faded, withdrawing like mist at dawn, its presence replaced by a palpable shift in the forest's energy. Around them, the air seemed lighter, charged with the promise of healing and change. Elara felt a strange warmth beneath her feet, an awakening deep under the roots of the silver tree. The forest around them brightened subtly, leaves shimmering against the dimming sky, alive with magic and renewal. Guided by the now glowing silver light threading through the trees, the group hurried back toward the village. Each step carried a mix of urgency and awe as the forest's pulse grew stronger with every breath. Returning home, they found the villagers gathered anxiously beneath the silver tree, whose glow now shone faintly, a fragile beacon of hope. The anxious faces reflected both relief and uncertainty, awaiting the next sign of the tree's power. Ilara climbed once more to the pedestal, carefully returning her necklace to rest directly on the tree's trunk. The precious carving seemed to hum under her touch, syncing with the tree's subtle shimmer of light. The silver tree responded immediately, its leaves shimmering intensely as waves of light radiated through the village square. The once dormant heart of the forest pulsed visibly, bathing all in a silvery glow that felt both ancient and lived in. A cheer rose from the crowd as the village bell, silent for days, tolled loudly and clearly once again. Its sound rang out pure and strong, carrying the message that balance had returned, at least for now. Elder Harin nodded thoughtfully, his gaze fixed on the glowing tree. Though he recognized the restoration of balance, his voice was quiet but firm, cautioning the villagers that vigilance was still necessary in the days to come. Tomas documented the changing energy around the silver tree meticulously, noting patterns in its glow that shifted with each passing hour. His weathered face tightened with concentration, sensing that the story was far from complete. Mira shared her soulful song with others nearby, planting small seeds of hope in their hearts. Her voice carried the promise that the tree's spirit lived on not just in light, but in their voices and community bonds. Night fell softly, the silver tree pulsing with a gentle light that dispelled the darkness around it. The glow stood as a beacon of renewed life and strength, weaving a protective aura over the village beneath the crisp autumn sky. Days passed, and the tree's glow grew steadily stronger, yet Tomas noticed subtle cracks forming along the pages of his precious journal. These fractures whispered secrets, hinting at deeper mysteries and unresolved tensions within the forest's magic. Ilara observed that her necklace now pulsed in perfect rhythm with the recurring toll of the village bell. The two beats echoed each other, as if intertwined by unseen threads, binding the village to the silver tree's fate. Mira noticed shadows lurking just beyond the edge of the forest, movement too swift and dark to be normal woodland creatures. The lingering threats whispered of dangers still unvanquished, testing the fragile peace they had restored. With focused eyes, Tomas examined the cracks in his journal and discovered hidden writings beneath the surface. The faint script revealed a troubling secret, an unresolved debt owed to the forest's spirit, a pact left hanging by generations past. Determined to understand, Ilara confronted Elder Harin beneath the dimming light of the silver tree. The elder's voice fell low as he revealed the truth. Their ancestors had made a fragile pact that required periodic renewal to maintain the balance they now barely sustained. Ilara stood beneath the silver tree once more, the weight of their earlier mistake pressing on her. She knew their previous attempts had only postponed what was truly needed, the offering that would satisfy the ancient spirit within. With a steadying breath, she began arranging new offerings, calling upon the wisdom the village still held close. One by one, the villagers gathered around the tree, their hands full of carefully chosen gifts, woven herbs, polished stones, and fresh harvest fruits. Each offering was a token of their dedication, a symbol of the bond they shared with both the tree and the forest enclosing them. The cold air buzzed softly with solemn promise and renewed hope. Mira stepped forward, her youthful voice rising amid the crowd as she led the ancient song. The melody carried through the crisp autumn air, weaving the village spirit directly into the heart of the tree. Around them, the silver tree's glowing leaves seemed to pulse gently, resonating with the chorus. In Ilara's palm, her carved necklace began to glow fiercely, its silver light growing until it seemed to burn with a life of its own. She held it high, feeling the energy from the villagers' offerings and voices merge into a brilliant force. Slowly, the silver tree absorbed this collective light, its luminous leaves shimmering more intensely against the dusk. A radiant shimmer cascaded through the village, wrapping every home and face in a vibrant embrace. The silver tree burst forth with renewed energy, its branches alive and dancing with luminous vitality. Its presence now felt undeniable, a living beacon of strength and renewal shining bright against the encroaching twilight. The forest beyond shifted subtly, as though breathing in deep relief alongside the village. Shadows once lingering at the edges withdrew completely, replaced by a serene quiet that spoke of balance restored. Under the silver tree's steadfast glow, the land itself seemed to pulse in harmonious unison. Elder Harin raised his staff, his voice clear despite his stooped frame. He praised their unity and collective respect, reminding all that stewardship was not a burden but a sacred trust. His words carried the timeless weight of tradition, anchoring the moment to the village's enduring legacy. Meanwhile, Tomas carefully penned the night's events and newfound knowledge into a fresh, leather-bound journal. Each lesson was recorded with care, ensuring that the coming generations would remember and uphold the responsibilities that the silver tree demanded. His scars seemed less prominent in the steady candlelight, replaced by quiet determination. Ilara returned to the tree, placing her now glowing necklace gently among the highest branches where it caught the light. It was no longer just a keepsake, but a living symbol, a promise of hope, vigilance, and continual care for the land that sustained them all. The necklace's silver radiance blended seamlessly with the tree's ethereal glow. As dawn painted the sky in soft amber hues, the village awoke beneath the ever-strong silver tree. Its glow no longer a flicker but a permanent guardian, illuminating their homes and hearts alike. Life thrived here, bound by the strength of ancient roots and the steadfast bond of its people. The sky split silently just after midnight, casting a pale glow over the deserted city streets. Lena's fingers trembled as she adjusted the settings on the quantum scanner, her breath shallow with anticipation. If these readings are right, she murmured, we're staring at a rift in space-time itself. The device buzzed, emitting a steady hum that resonated through the hollow chamber where Lena worked. Suddenly, a ripple shimmered in the air, a translucent tear revealing glimpses of a parallel world. She leaned closer, eyes wide, watching shadows dance across the surface, foreign yet familiar. It's like looking into a pond reflecting another life, the voice behind her whispered. Startled, Lena turned to see her colleague, Mark, illuminated by the eerie light from the rift. This changes everything, Mark said, his voice filled with awe and fear. Without warning, a figure stepped through, unstable but unmistakably human. Lena reached out, heart pounding as the stranger's hand met hers, a bridge between realities. We don't have much time, the visitor warned. The rift is tearing us apart. Together, they raced against the clock, calibrating the scanner to stabilize the breach. Alarms blared as devices overloaded, and the rift pulsed with increasing intensity. Lena whispered a desperate plea, hold on just a little longer. With a final surge, the rift blinked, its chaos settling into a steady glow. The stranger smiled faintly. You saved us all today. As the rift sealed, peace returned, leaving only the hum of possibilities in its wake. Lena exhaled, knowing the boundary between worlds was no longer a barrier, but a bridge. And in the quiet aftermath, she smiled, ready for whatever might step through next. Lena sprinted through the dense jungle, the mysterious compass clutched tightly in her hand. Every step felt heavier, but the compass needle pulsed with an eerie glow, pointing deeper into the unknown. Where are you leading me? She whispered, heart pounding with adrenaline. Suddenly, the dense foliage gave way to the ruins of an ancient temple, vines crawling over majestic stone pillars. The compass tugged insistently toward the temple entrance, urging her forward. Inside, the air was thick with dust and secrets, shadows dancing as sunlight filtered through crumbled walls. A faint hum echoed, as though the temple itself was alive, beckoning her onward. Lena stepped carefully, eyes scanning hieroglyphs etched in gold, revealing a tale of lost explorers and hidden treasures. She followed the compass down a narrow stone corridor, feeling the weight of history in every breath. At the corridor's end, a door barred her passage, covered in intricate symbols. The key must be near, she murmured, examining the carvings. Her fingers traced a pattern, triggering a hidden latch that slowly revealed a small chamber. Inside, an ancient chest lay covered in dust and cobwebs, waiting patiently through the ages. With trembling hands, Lena opened it to find a radiant gemstone pulsating with warm light. The compass needle aligned perfectly with the gem, its glow intensifying. The heart of the jungle, she realized, understanding its power. As she lifted the gem, the temple walls seemed to sigh, like a long-lost secret finally unveiled. Outside, the compass stopped glowing, its purpose fulfilled. Adventure isn't just about treasure, Lena smiled, It's about trust, courage, and discovery. With the gemstone secured, she stepped into the sunlight, ready for the journeys still to come. Isla sat hunched over the ancient map, candlelight flickering across her face as her green eyes mirrored the vibrant blue glow of the small crystal in her hand. Every line and symbol held secrets she was desperate to unravel before darkness could claim more ground. The heavy wooden door creaked open, and Eldrick entered, clutching an old scroll marked with the ancient tree symbol. His voice carried urgency as he warned Isla to prepare, for the ominous darkening was no mere threat, it was a looming inevitability. Outside the quiet library, Kalen stood resolute, his dark braided hair shifting in the breeze as his sharp gaze swept the horizon. Dark clouds, unnatural and heavy, creeped forward, signaling the peril steadily approaching their village. The village square hummed with restless whispers, faces etched with fear as rumors of the encroaching darkness spread like wildfire. The once vibrant heart of their community now pulsed with unease and dread. Isla's fingers brushed against the lumina crystal, which flickered weakly in response, its glow resembling a heartbeat struggling against an unseen force. Though cryptic, the pulse carried a message she could almost, but not quite, comprehend. Eldrick leaned close, his spectacles catching the dim light as he recited the legend of the crystals of Valora. These ancient stones, he explained, once maintained the fragile balance between light and darkness, a balance now on the verge of shattering. Together, Isla and Eldrick pored over the map, tracing a jagged route toward the lost crystal caverns rumored to lie hidden beyond the towering mountains. Their fingers pressed into worn parchment, mapping hope amid despair. Kalen adjusted the straps of his armor with practiced precision, his scarred face stoic yet tense. Each click and pull was a silent vow to protect, as he braced for the treacherous journey ahead. As night draped the land, tendrils of darkness seeped into the village outskirts, wilting the vibrant flowers that once painted the fields. The air thickened with a cold shadow, swallowing color and life beneath its weight. Suddenly, Isla felt the lumina crystal surge with energy, its faint light blossoming into a warning. Through the twisting trees, she glimpsed a shadowy figure, watching silently from the distance, impossibly just beyond reach. Eldrick's expression darkened as he revealed the truth. The darkening was spreading at an unprecedented pace, faster than any record or prophecy had anticipated. Its unchecked advance threatened not just their village, but all living things. At dawn, beneath the sprawling branches of the village's ancient tree, the trio gathered to begin their perilous quest. The first light caught Isla's silver braid, the symbol of hope trailing behind their determined steps. Isla's lumina crystal emitted a faint glow, casting pale light on the dense, shadowed forest path ahead. Every leaf and branch seemed alive, as if the very woods were watching and waiting. Without warning, twisted shadows lunged from the surrounding trees, their forms writhing with unnatural energy. Kalen sprang into action, drawing his sword to fend off the encroaching darkness with swift, precise strikes. They barely escaped the ambush, breaths ragged as the gravity of their mission settled heavier. It was clear now. The stakes of their quest extended far beyond personal safety. The fate of their world hung precariously in balance. Deeper within the forest, Isla noticed faint symbols glowing on the bark of ancient trees, their light pulsing gently like guiding stars. These marks seemed to respond to the crystal's resonance, carving a path through the dense wilderness. As Isla's crystal pulsed with growing strength, the forest around them shimmered, charged with a tangible magic. The air thrummed between light and shadow, filling their journey with both wonder and warning. Ahead, an ancient stone doorway emerged from the overgrowth, its surface etched with the familiar tree symbol, worn by time but defiantly intact. The passage beckoned them into secret realms forgotten by most. Eldrick lifted his amulet, its faint glow synchronizing with the door's carvings. With a whispered incantation, the stone doorway slowly creaked open, revealing a hidden cavern sparkling with countless shimmering crystals. Inside, a suffocating silence enveloped the trio, unnatural and heavy, broken suddenly by a deep, distant roar echoing from the cavern's depths. The sound reverberated through stone, stirring dread and resolve alike. Careful and deliberate, they descended into the cavern's heart, the walls illuminating softly as Isla raised the lumina crystal higher. The gentle light danced over their surroundings, revealing secrets whispered in stone. Without warning, tremors shook the cavern violently. A large section collapsed behind them, dust clouding the dark air and sealing their only known exit, trapping them deeper within the earth's embrace. Kaelin's keen eyes scanned ahead, noting faint footprints etched in the glittering dust, mingled with ominous claw marks. The signs whispered of creatures unknown and dangers lurking just out of sight. A spectral figure materialized briefly before them, translucent and ethereal, its voice a faint whisper carrying a cryptic warning. Then, as suddenly as it appeared, the apparition vanished, leaving behind a chilling silence. Driven by instinct, Isla placed her crystal upon an ancient altar. The stone vibrated beneath it, resonating deeply until a hidden pathway pulsed into revelation before them. With a mixture of fear and hope, they prepared to step into the unknown. The trio steps cautiously into a vast chamber where the darkness coils and writhes as if alive, swallowing the faint gleam of their crystals. The air is thick with unease, and every shadow seems to pulse with hidden threats. Isla tightens her grip on the Lumina crystal, its glow dim against the oppressive blackness. From this living darkness emerge twisted creatures, their bodies contorted and corrupted, yet their eyes glint faintly, tethered to some remaining spark of light. Their eerie forms shift unpredictably, reflecting a balance twisted toward shadow. The chamber feels alive with the struggle between illumination and void. Kaelin draws his sword with a steely resolve, engaging the creatures in frantic battle, his scarred face set in a determined grimace. Isla and Eldrick seize the moment, scouring the cavern walls for another glowing crystal said to hold power over the darkness. Their search is urgent amid the clashing chaos around them. Eldrick's keen eyes catch sight of a smaller crystal embedded deep within a jagged stone, its faint light flickering like a heartbeat. He strains to dislodge it, fingers grasping the ancient rock, but the crystal resists, locked tight as if bound by the cavern itself. Isla moves closer, ready to aid his efforts. As they free the crystal, a swell of darkness rolls through the chamber like a tidal wave, intensifying and pushing against them with relentless force. The shadows creep closer, alive with a malevolent hunger that threatens to overwhelm their fragile light. The Lumina crystal flickers, mirroring the rising tension. Isla carefully aligns the two crystals, their glow melding into radiant beams that carve through the shadow like swords of light. The encroaching darkness recoils, pushed back momentarily by this sudden burst of clarity. Hope sparkles in her eyes as the luminous power courses between them. Suddenly, a violent tremor shakes the cave floor, and a deep chasm splits the ground, separating Kaelin from Isla and Eldrick. The gap is wide and ominous, walls steep and crumbling. Each side faces peril alone, the bond between them tested by the abyss. From across the divide, Kaelin shouts words of encouragement, his voice unwavering despite the danger. Bracing himself, he begins scaling the sheer cavern walls with grim determination. His dark, braided hair clings as he claws upward, driven to reunite with his companions. Pressing forward into the shadowed depths, Isla and Eldrick discover faded inscriptions carved into stone, depicting an ancient ritual meant to restore balance between light and shadow. The symbols shimmer faintly under the crystal's glow, hinting at forgotten knowledge. The weight of history settles around them. Without warning, the Lumina crystal's glow dims unexpectedly, sending a cold shiver through Isla's heart. The pulse of magic seems to falter, as though responding to an unseen threat. Darkness creeps not only outside, but within their very artifacts of power. Eldrick becomes encircled by a shadowy presence, whispering ancient curses in a language long lost to time. The dark aura tests his resolve, threatening to consume his spirit and fracture their mission. With eyes narrowed behind his round spectacles, he steels himself against the encroaching despair. Summoning her courage, Isla raises the combined crystals, a bright shield of light forming around Eldrick. The dark murmurs recoil, the malevolent aura dissipating under the radiance they produce. Their unity of purpose shines as a beacon amid the suffocating gloom. Just then, Kaelin returns, breathless but determined, only to find a massive shadow beast blocking their path. Towering and snarling, it radiates menace, its eyes dark yet reflecting the crystal's faint light. The three face a new, daunting threat together. They move as one, using swift strikes and the luminous beams from their crystals to confuse and weaken the monstrous foe. The light dances around the beast, disrupting its dark essence, while Kalen exploits every opening. Their combined strength begins to turn the tide. Suddenly, the chamber shudders violently, stones tumbling as the cavern begins collapsing around them. Rocks fall in maelstrom, and shadows swirl into a tempest of chaos. Urgency seizes their hearts. Escape becomes paramount amid the crumbling ruin. Breathless, they reach a sealed doorway emblazoned with the ancient tree emblem, a symbol seen throughout their quest. Recognition dawns that this gateway leads to their ultimate destination, the final chamber. The air hums with latent power, signaling the climax of their journey. Isla carefully fits the crystals into indentations matching their shapes on the door's surface. As the last piece settles, the emblem glows brightly, and the heavy door unlocks with a resonant burst of light. Beyond lies the chamber that holds the fate of Valora. Inside, a pedestal rises, cradling the great crystal of Valora. Its vibrant pulsing life energy fills the room, but falters, flickering dangerously as if unstable. The air around it crackles with tension, the ancient power teetering between restoration and ruin. Approaching cautiously, they are confronted by the shadowy figure seen earlier, now revealed as the corrupted guardian of the crystal. Its form wavers between light and darkness, bearing both menace and sorrow. The Guardian's presence commands both respect and wariness. The Guardian challenges their worth, eyes piercing as it tests the unity and resolve of the group. A tense standoff ensues, where trust and strength must overcome fear and suspicion. The fate of the crystal, and all of Valora, hangs in the balance. Stepping forward, Isla speaks with quiet conviction of balance and hope, her words weaving through the chamber like gentle light. The Guardian's aggression softens as the combined crystals resonate with her spirit, harmonizing conflict into calm. A fragile peace kindles between them. The Guardian yields, merging with the crystal of Valora in a brilliant fusion that steadies its pulsing energy. Light spreads through the crystal, illuminating every corner of the chamber in serene brilliance. The once flickering crystal now glows with vibrant life and promise. A flood of luminous energy pours forth, pushing back the shadows that had seeped into the cavern's stones and crystals. The colors return, richer and more vivid, as darkness is swept away by radiance. The chamber feels reborn, a sanctuary of light restored. Eldrick studies the now clear inscriptions carefully, fully deciphering the ritual meant to awaken the crystal's true power. His amulet pulses in rhythm with the newfound clarity, guiding their next steps precisely. The path forward is illuminated by knowledge and hope alike. Together, the trio performs the ritual, their hands joined over the glowing crystal. A radiant light envelops them, weaving threads of balance between light and darkness throughout the cavern. Harmony is restored, yet deeper truths linger just beyond the glow. The dark, brooding clouds that had long hung over the land began to dissolve, unveiling a vast expanse of clear, cerulean skies. The once withered fields breathed a new, vibrant greenery spreading like a gentle tide, reclaiming the earth. It was as if the world itself exhaled a sigh of relief, its wounds visibly healing under the cleansing light. In Isla's hand, the crystal she carried pulsed with a steady, brilliant glow, steady and warm as the dawn. The light it emitted was no longer flickering or weak. It symbolized a renewed hope that now radiated within every heart. This was the gleaming promise that darkness had been overcome. At the heart of the village, the ancient tree, their timeless guardian, began to pulse with gentle waves of life energy. Its leaves shimmered with renewed vitality, reflecting the balance restored between light and shadow. The symbol etched into its bark seemed to glow faintly, a beacon of harmony reborn. One by one, the villagers stepped from their homes, eyes wide in cautious wonder at the transformed landscape. The tense silence that had gripped them was replaced by a tranquil peace as smiles slowly returned. They felt, deep within, the promise of safety and renewal settling over their homeland. Eldrick gathered the villagers near the ancient tree and shared stories of their arduous journey. His voice, steady and enriched with wisdom, spoke of courage tested and the strength found only in unity. He reminded them that this harmony was won through the bravery of each soul who dared to stand against the darkness. Kalen stood solemnly at the edge of the gathering, his vigilant gaze sweeping the horizon. The scar across his left cheek caught the sun's rays, glowing faintly as if touched by the lingering magic in the air. His presence was a steadfast sentinel, reflecting the warrior's unwavering resolve. By the ancient tree, Isla sat quietly, the gentle breeze tugging softly at her silver braid as she smiled with peaceful reflection. Her vivid green eyes shone with gratitude and quiet strength, knowing the cost of their victory. In this serene moment, she felt a deep connection to the land and to her companions. With great care, the trio placed the Lumina crystal at the very center of the village, where it radiated a protective light. Its steady glow served not only as a symbol, but as an enduring safeguard for generations to come. The crystal's brilliance became a beacon, promising light in any shadow that may arise. Together, Isla, Eldrick, and Kalen prepared for a new adventure, their spirits fortified by the trials they had faced. The bonds forged through hardship had deepened into unbreakable trust and shared purpose. With renewed hope and heartened resolve, they set their sights beyond the village's edge. As the sun dipped low, casting a golden glow upon the distant mountains, the trio moved forward with steady steps. Their silhouettes merged with the vibrant landscape, a testament to journeys past and those yet to come. The horizon shimmered with promise, and they were ready to embrace whatever fate awaited. In the heart of Grayson Hollow stood a forgotten cottage, its windows dark and its garden overgrown. One stormy evening, Clara, a curious traveler, sought refuge there, unaware of the cottage's eerie reputation. As she lit a candle to ward off the darkness, the flame danced wildly, casting shadows that seemed alive. Whispers floated through the air, soft and beckoning, as if the house itself were telling secrets. Drawn to a dusty old book on a creaking shelf, Clara opened it to find pages filled with strange symbols. Suddenly, the candle flickered out, plunging the room into darkness more profound than the night outside. But then, a faint glow emerged from the book, illuminating a path that twisted beyond reality. Curiosity overcame fear, and Clara stepped into the light, finding herself in a realm woven from memories and dreams. Figures appeared, lost souls bound by sorrow, eyes pleading for release from ancient pain. Realizing the candle was her anchor, Clara relit it, its steady flame promising hope and courage. She recited an incantation from the book, each word unraveling the chains of the trapped spirits. One by one, the phantoms faded, their murmurs turning into grateful sighs as they passed into peace. The cottage brightened, the oppressive weight lifting, replaced by a gentle warmth. Outside, the storm ceased, stars glittering like tiny lanterns guiding her way. Clara stepped back through the shimmer, candle in hand, the boundary between worlds softly sealing behind her. Morning light poured through the now clean windows, revealing a garden revived and vibrant. She smiled, knowing the cottage's tale had changed, from a place of sorrow to one of healing. As she walked away, the candle's flame flickered once, then steadied, a silent guardian's promise. Every darkness holds a light, the narrator mused, and every lost soul a path home. Clara disappeared down the road, leaving behind a cottage that would no longer be forgotten or feared. In a village wrapped in endless twilight, Alara found an old lantern buried beneath the roots of the ancient willow of whispers. The lantern pulsed with a quiet glow, soft as a sigh, drawing Alara deeper into the forest than she had ever dared to go before. "What secrets do you hold?" she whispered, lifting the lantern high as shadows danced eagerly around her feet. The light throbbed, revealing a narrow path that shimmered like spun silver threading through the trees. Guided by the lantern's glow, Alara ventured further, where reality seemed to ripple and the air thrummed with forgotten songs. Ahead, a pool of still water reflected a sky she didn't recognize, stars swirling in patterns alive with ancient magic. "This is the place," she breathed, stepping closer to the edge of the mirrored surface. The lantern's light flared, and from the pool rose a figure woven from shadow and starlight, eyes gentle but deep with ages. "Why do you seek me?" the figure asked in a voice both many and one, echoing softly in the quiet woods. "I carry the hope of my village, lost in twilight forever," Ilara replied, clutching the lantern as if it were a tether to a dream. The figure extended a hand, and the lantern floated upward, spilling its light into the sky, unraveling the twilight veil. Slowly, dawn crept into the village, chasing away the endless dusk and waking colors forgotten in memory. Your courage rekindled the day, the shadow said, fading like mist under the rising sun. Ilara returned home, the lantern now dark but warm in her hands, a promise sealed between shadow and light. Villagers emerged cautiously, blinking at the bright world reborn, whispers of wonder spreading like wildfire. From that day, the Willow of Whispers stood tall, its roots no longer hiding secrets but sharing stories with the wind. The night will come again, Ilara told the children, but there is always light to find, even in shadows. And so, under a sky painted with soft dawn hues, hope fluttered its wings, alive and unyielding. The lantern remained on her windowsill, a silent guardian waiting for the next time the shadows might stir. Light and shadow, Ilara mused, are but two melodies of the same song. The clock struck midnight as Emma sat alone by the window, clutching a worn envelope. She hesitated, fingers trembling, then unfolded the brittle paper inside. "If you're reading this," the letter began, "it means I never made it back." Her heart pounded. It was her brother, Alex, lost at sea months ago. He wrote of regrets, dreams, and a secret he had kept about their childhood. Emma's eyes filled with tears, but she kept reading, drawn into his words. "I've hidden something in the old oak tree by the river. Look there for me." Determined, she wrapped her coat around her and stepped into the cold night. The riverbank was quiet, bathed in silver moonlight, the oak tree standing tall. She searched the rough bark, feeling around until her fingers found a small, carved box. Inside, a collection of photographs, and a note declaring his unwavering love for their family. "I wanted you to know, even if I can't be there," the note reads softly. Emma clutched the box to her chest, feeling both pain and comfort mingling. She whispered, "Alex, I miss you. But now, I have a part of you to hold on to." As dawn approached, Emma sat beneath the oak tree, the weight in her heart beginning to lift. The letter had given her closure she never thought possible, a final connection. Slowly, she smiled through tears, ready to face the days ahead with newfound strength. "Goodbye for now," she murmured, "and thank you for the memories." The sun rose, casting warm light over the river, a new day beginning for Emma. She stood, carrying her brother's love with her, finally at peace. In the village of Elderglen, where magic was a whispered legend, a hollow tree stood forgotten at the edge of the Mistuad. One cold morning, Mira, a curious child with eyes full of wonder, found a glowing key lodged in the tree's bark. The key pulsed softly, beckoning her to follow an unseen path deep into the forest. Whispers in the wind guided her steps until she reached a shimmering door hidden among ancient roots. Mira hesitated, then inserted the key, feeling it warm beneath her fingertips as the door creaked open. Beyond the threshold lay a realm of twilight shadows and silver light, where time seemed to dance. A figure emerged, a small, elusive creature with eyes like stars and a voice like the rustling leaves. "Welcome, Seeker," it said. "You've unlocked the hollow tree's secret, a sanctuary of forgotten magic." Mira listened as the creature spoke of a time when the village thrived on enchantments, now lost to fear and doubt. "You carry the hope to revive the magic," it whispered, handing her a glowing seed. Mira promised to plant it in Elderglen, to bring back the wonder that once bloomed. With a flash, she found herself back by the hollow tree, the key fading in her hand. She ran home, clutching the seed, feeling its warmth pulse like a heartbeat. The villagers gathered, skeptics and believers alike, as Mira planted the seed at the village square. Hours passed, and as the sun set, sprouts of light burst from the ground, weaving through the air. Magic returned in bursts of color and shimmering threads, filling Elderglen with awe and joy. The hollow tree whispered its farewell, its purpose fulfilled, as the seed grew into a new enchanted guardian. Mira smiled, knowing that some keys unlock more than doors. They unlock the spirit of a place. From that day forward, Elderglen thrived, its magic alive in the hearts of all who believed. And beneath the stars, Mira often heard the softest whisper, "Thank you, Keeper of the Light." Ella's days were a rhythm, a quiet melody flowing through the small cafe she ran by the corner. Every morning, she unlocked the doors with the same gentle smile, ready to welcome familiar faces and new stories alike. On this particular day, a shy boy named Liam stepped inside, clutching a worn-out notebook. "I heard this place feels like home," he said softly, glancing around as if searching for something. Ella nodded, pouring him a warm cup of coffee. "Every note counts here," she replied, gesturing to the vintage jazz records lining the walls. Liam revealed he was working on a poem about the little things people usually miss. Inspired, Ella shared tales of customers. The baker who hummed while kneading dough, the old man who tapped his cane like a drummer, the young artist who sketched the laughter in the air. Together, they found stories in ordinary moments, like the steam rising from a cup or the clink of teaspoons mixing sugar. As the afternoon light shifted, so did Liam's confidence. His words began to flow smoother, capturing the subtle melodies Ella had described. When it was time to leave, he handed Ella the notebook. "Thank you for helping me hear the music in silence," he said. Ella smiled, watching him step back into the world, now carrying a brighter tune in his heart. Later, she flipped through the pages, each poem a note in the song of everyday life around her cafe. She realized their small moments were like a jazz ensemble, improvised, imperfect but beautifully intertwined. The sun set, casting a golden glow over the storefront, warming its familiar embrace. Ella whispered to the quiet room, "Every day has its own rhythm, if only we listen." As night fell, soft music played, and the cafe waited patiently for the dawn and its new stories. Ella locked up with a contented sigh, the book tucked safely beside the register. In those pages, she found a reflection of her own life, simple, rich, and unfolding note by note. Tomorrow would bring new faces and untold melodies, a fresh verse in the ongoing song of her days. And with that thought, she stepped into the gentle night, humming a tune that promised more to come. Dave decided today was the day he'd finally win the office chair race. It was an unofficial but fiercely competitive event held every Friday at 4:59 p.m. Rules were simple. Grab your chair, push off from your desk, and race to the break room. Dave's opponent, Linda, was a veteran chair racer with a customized seat cushion and laser focus. As the clock neared 4:59, coworkers gathered, phones ready to record the epic showdown. "Ready, set, go," the manager shouted, barely hiding his excitement. Dave launched forward, wheels squeaking loudly, but Linda zoomed ahead, her chair almost gliding. Suddenly, Dave's chair hit a rogue paperclip, spinning him around like a top. "Whoa!" he exclaimed, narrowly missing a stack of reports and an alarmed intern. Linda took the lead, but looked back with a grin as Dave struggled to regain control. Determined, Dave gave his chair a mighty shove and caught up to her by the water cooler. They were neck and neck, laughter bubbling up amid wheeling chaos. In a final burst, Dave aimed for the finish line, but his chair's wheel caught on a carpet edge. Time seemed to slow as he tipped backward, landing softly in a pile of empty coffee cups. The office erupted in laughter. Linda declared the victor, but everyone cheered Dave's spectacular effort. Next week, Dave promised, brushing coffee off his shirt, "I'm bringing training wheels." The manager handed Dave a consolation prize, a golden paperclip, and a Best Perseverance ribbon. As the office returned to normal, the chairs awaited their next race, eagerly and quietly spinning. Dave couldn't wait to get back on his chair and spin his way to glory, carefully this time. And so, the great office chair caper became legendary, reminding everyone that sometimes, falling is just part of the fun. In the twilight shadows of Eldoria, a flickering light danced atop the ancient tower. Aelina, the young apprentice, raced through the crumbling halls, her heart pounding with urgency. The village below whispered of darkness swallowing the land, but only she knew why. Legends spoke of the Everflare, a mystical flame that kept dusk and despair at bay. Tonight, the Everflare wavered, threatening to wink out forever. Aelina reached the tower, breath catching in her throat as she saw the flame flicker weakly. "If the light dies, so do we," she murmured, recalling the elder's words. Her fingers trembled as she fetched the ancient crystal, said to revive the flame's heart. Placing it gently beside the Everflare, she whispered an incantation passed down through generations. Suddenly, the flame leapt brighter than ever, bathing the tower in golden warmth. A comforting hum filled the air, rippling through the land like a soothing melody. Outside, the villagers lifted their faces toward the glow, hope rekindling in their eyes. Aelina descended, the weight of her quest lifting with each step. "The light lives on," she told the gathered crowd, pride shining brighter than the flame. From that night forward, Eldoria's nights were no longer dark whispers, but stories of courage and magic. Aelina kept watch, her flame never flickering again, a beacon against the shadows. The villagers rebuilt, their fears replaced by faith in the light and its keeper. In every corner of Eldoria, whispers turned to songs, celebrating the last light's triumph. And as dawn stretched its fingers across the land, the darkness stayed at bay, held at bay by one girl's unwavering hope. In the heart of the ancient tower, the ever-flare burned eternal, a promise that even the smallest light can conquer the deepest night. The sky was a permanent ash gray, the sun a dull ember behind clouds of dust. Lena crouched behind the crumbling wall, clutching the faded photograph of her family. She'd heard stories of the world before the fall: forests, oceans, the endless blue sky. But now, survival meant listening to the whispers beneath the ash, the echoes of forgotten days. In the silent ruins, a faint sound caught her attention, a child's laughter. Curious and hesitant, Lena followed the sound through twisted metal and shattered glass. She found a small boy playing with a broken toy car near a rusted playground swing. "You're not alone," he said with a crooked smile, eyes bright against the gray. Together, they navigated the maze of desolation, sharing stories of remnants and hope. They reached an underground shelter, home to a small group still daring to dream. Lena offered her photograph, a token of memory, and received in return a sprout growing from a crack in the concrete. "Life finds a way," the boy whispered, pressing the fragile green shoot into her hand. Days passed, and the shelter grew as they shared food, laughter, and plans for a future. Outside, the ash began to settle, revealing patches of earth hungry for light. Together, they planted seeds from salvaged packets, watching tiny sprouts pierce the soil. Hope was no longer a whisper, but a chorus rising amidst the ruins. Lena stood at the edge of the settlement, looking up as a faint blue sky began to break through the haze. "The world isn't over," she said softly. "It's just beginning again." And beneath the lingering ash, life stirred, resilient, persistent, reborn. In the quiet, Lena smiled, knowing that sometimes endings breed the brightest beginnings. Mira sits quietly on a weathered park bench as golden leaves spiral down through the crisp autumn air. Her gaze lingers thoughtfully on the copper bracelet wrapped around her wrist, its intricate engravings catching the fading sunlight. Elias strolls along the path, his worn leather satchel slung casually over one shoulder. He stops briefly, watching the leaves fall with a soft, contemplative smile as if memories flutter alongside each one. Beneath the bench where Mira rests, something catches her eye: an old, folded letter, yellowed with age. She reaches down carefully, curiosity knitting her brows as she picks it up. Opening the letter, Mira reads the first few lines aloud, her expression tightening with concern. The elegant, looping handwriting hints at secrets hidden deep in the past. Elias approaches, drawn by her voice, and offers to help decipher the faded script. His gentle presence seems to ease the sudden tension surrounding the fragile paper. Leaning together over the letter, Mira and Elias share a quiet moment of connection, their eyes tracing the worn ink. Their mutual interest weaves them closer as the sounds of autumn swirl around. The letter alludes to a long-lost bond linked to an old textile shop once central to the town's life. The mention of thread and fabric stirs a mysterious resonance within them both. They decide to seek out the shop, hoping its walls might reveal forgotten chapters. The decision feels like stepping into a story stitched from time itself. Walking side by side, the streets shimmer with amber leaves swirling in gusts, as if nature itself guides their path through early autumn's embrace. Inside the textile shop's dusty interior, swaths of fabric hang heavy and layered. The scent of aged wool mingles with lavender, wrapping around them like a fragile tapestry. Behind the counter, pinned up with a rusty nail, hangs a faded photograph showing a younger Elias beside an elderly woman. The image hums with the weight of untold history. Mira notices a fabric pattern on a bolt nearby that mirrors the engraving on her copper bracelet. The delicate threads seem to echo the bracelet's story. Elias recognizes the design as a traditional family motif from decades ago, long embedded in their heritage. His voice thickens with nostalgia as memories unfold. Suddenly, a chill wind and soft rain begin tapping against the shop's windows, sealing them in this moment of discovery. The storm outside heightens their focus on the mystery at hand. Mira tightens her clutch on the copper bracelet, feeling as though the threads of history are pulling her deeper. The The bracelet's weight becomes a tangible link to stories yet unraveling. Elias recalls tales from his grandmother about the workshop's sudden closure one autumn long past. Her voice echoes in his mind, filled with warnings and lost promises. With care, they pry open a hidden drawer beneath the counter, uncovering scraps of faded fabric and more fragile letters. The fragments feel like pieces of a forgotten puzzle. One letter reveals a solemn vow to protect a secret about a special thread carefully woven into the shop's fabrics. The promise hints at deeper meanings sewn between the stitches. Together, Mira and Elias try to piece together forgotten memories and the collected relics. The task is daunting, but their shared curiosity fuels their determination. Suddenly, a creak pierces the silence as the floorboard beneath them shifts. Startled, they freeze, sensing the house itself responding to their probing. Beneath the loosened board lies an old wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. Inside rests a delicate embroidered pouch, its fine stitches shimmering under the dim light. Mira opens the pouch with reverence, revealing a spool of golden thread accompanied by a faded note. The thread glows faintly, as if holding a secret of its own. The note explains that the golden thread symbolizes connection and resilience, binding people through shared stories and trials. The words seem to breathe life into the fragile fiber. Elias shares family lore about the thread's power to protect and unite those who possess it. His voice carries the weight of generations who believed in its strength. Mira examines the golden thread alongside her copper bracelets, engraving once more, searching for patterns that intertwine their meanings. The mystery deepens, stitched tightly around their intertwined fates. Mira and Elias decided to visit her grandmother's house, hoping to uncover more hidden clues about their intertwined pasts. The air was crisp with early autumn, leaves swirling quietly around the doorstep as they stepped inside. Inside, Mira's gaze was drawn to a faded quilt draped over a chair, its fabric soft and worn. Stitched into it was the same intricate golden thread pattern they had seen before, connecting past and present through delicate textile art. Elias carefully opened a nearby sketchbook filled with early textile designs entwined with handwritten letters. The pages revealed a seamless blend of artistry and emotion, hinting at stories embedded in every drawn thread. Suddenly, a storm began to rage outside, rain pelting the windows and leaves thrashing in the wind. The tempest added a somber urgency to their quest, echoing the tension woven throughout their discoveries. Mira read aloud a passage from one of the old letters, words speaking of hope and perseverance through hardship. The sentiment felt alive, a guiding force threaded deeply within their ancestors' work. It became clear that the story they were unpacking was far more than a mere family history. It was a testament to endurance, a narrative of resilience stitching generations together. They set about recreating the quilt, gently threading golden spool through the fabric with care and reverence. Each stitch seemed to honor the legacy passed down through time. As they worked beneath the soft lamplight, their conversations grew warmer, petals of memories unfolding between tales of personal struggles and shared hopes. Textures of thread and fabric mirrored their growing connection. Elias confided his fear of losing memory and legacy, his voice steady but tinged with vulnerability. The worn leather satchel at his side seemed to carry more than just belongings. It held fragments of time itself. Mira, in turn, admitted her struggles with feeling disconnected from her past, the copper bracelet on her wrist gleaming softly. Their honest words wove a new closeness into the fabric of the evening. Slowly, the quilt took shape, each stitch a symbol of rebuilding the bond between them. The patterns of golden thread became emblems of repair, and hope layered over falling leaves and fading light. A sudden knock at the door startled them, revealing a neighbor who offered a key to the town's archives. The promise of uncovering deeper layers brought renewed focus amid the storm's distant roar. With the key in hand, they gained access to old registrations and photographs, confirming the significance of a long-forgotten textile workshop central to their family's craft. Time seemed to fold around the pages they turned. Among the dusty documents, they discovered a ledger detailing commissions made over many years, each entry punctuated with notes and dates. The archive breathed life into the silent threads connecting their heritage. One entry stood out, a special order described with golden thread, matching the patterns stitched into their quilt. The record suggested a deliberate and meaningful collaboration long before their time. Mira and Elias realized their families had once worked together, their alliance a secret bond sealed by the shared craft of thread and fabric. Their intertwined legacies were richer than either had imagined. They began to comprehend the depth and reach of their shared heritage, a tapestry woven from resilience, artistry, and unspoken commitments. The fragile threads of the past were strong indeed. Their own lives mirrored the resilience and connection symbolized by the golden thread, holding together joys and sorrows across generations. The quilt's fabric was no longer just cloth, but a living testament. As Mira held the quilt, her copper bracelet warmed unexpectedly, as if responding to the discovery. The subtle pulse of metal felt like a silent acknowledgement of their unfolding journey. Elias knew it was time to share a family secret he had quietly carried for years, the weight of it adding gravity to the dimly lit room. The leather satchel beside him seemed to shift, as if ready to reveal its own mysteries. He spoke of a lost heirloom, believed hidden for safekeeping, a tangible keepsake of their ancestral bond waiting to be found. The revelation brought a new urgency to their search. Together, they carefully examined Elias's satchel and found a concealed compartment containing a small, delicate key. The discovery felt like unlocking a door to forgotten memories. The key fit perfectly into an old sewing box they had found earlier, revealing preserved fabric scraps and faded patterns within. Each piece told a story, stitched tightly by hands long gone. Inside the box were detailed patterns and a heartfelt letter from Elias's grandmother addressed to Mira's grandmother. The words spoke volumes, binding the two families in shared history and hope. The letter spoke of hope, unity, and the responsibility to pass their legacy forward to future generations. Its message was a gentle yet powerful thread running through the fabric of their lives. As Mira and Elias sorted through the old letters and fabrics, they came to a profound realization. Their families' histories were deeply intertwined, their stories weaving together like threads in a tapestry. This connection, strengthened through shared heritage, felt greater than the sum of its parts. It was clear that together, they could honor their ancestors more fully than apart. Inspired by this revelation, they decided to create a joint exhibit, showcasing the craftsmanship and stories passed down through generations. Their plan focused on highlighting the fine details of textiles and the heartfelt messages hidden within aged letters. This exhibit would serve as a bridge linking past legacies with the present community. Preparations flourished as vibrant fabrics were carefully arranged alongside the fragile letters, each piece telling a story of its own. Mira's copper bracelet shimmered in the soft autumn light as she placed textiles with delicate threadwork near the center. Elias's worn leather satchel rested nearby, holding additional letters and artifacts ready to be displayed. Word spread quickly, and community members gathered around, drawn to this unfolding story that wove the past and present into one narrative. Faces lit by curiosity and recognition, they explored the textures and tales that Mira and Elias had brought together. The early autumn air buzzed with quiet excitement as leaves fell gently around them. Standing before the assembled crowd, Mira spoke from her heart about the power of connection and resilience. She emphasized how legacies matter because they anchor us and give strength across generations. Her voice carried the warmth of shared history, a testimony to the enduring human spirit threaded through time. Elias followed, sharing personal reflections on how this journey reshaped his understanding of family and community. Grateful for the unexpected bond formed through their discoveries, he acknowledged how the past could heal and unite. His gaze occasionally fell on his leather satchel, a symbol of the journey's lasting imprint. The quilt, sewn with strands of golden thread, emerged as a living symbol of renewed family ties and collective spirit. It embodied both the fragility and strength found in the fabric of community woven through time. Visitors saw it as a beacon of hope, intertwining old traditions with new beginnings. As the autumn winds scattered amber and crimson leaves, Mira and Elias walked side by side through the quiet streets. Their copper bracelet and worn leather satchel gleamed softly in the fading light, markers of enduring presence. The season's change mirrored the transformation within their shared story. Pausing beneath a towering tree, they watched leaves drift slowly to the ground like silent witnesses to their journey. In that peaceful moment, A profound sense of belonging settled between them, rooted in shared history and newfound friendship. The fabric of their lives felt woven ever tighter. The story closed on a quiet tableau, intertwined hands resting gently, copper and leather catching the twilight glow. Threads of past and present seemed to bind them seamlessly, a testament to legacy carried forward. In the fading amber light, unity and hope lingered like the last falling leaves of autumn. The world had turned silent. Cities buried under ash and memories, and I was one of the few who still wandered. I stumbled through the ruins, scavenging what little life remained beneath the gray skies. Amid the debris, a soft hum caught my ear, a sound I hadn't heard since before the fall. Following the melody, I entered what was left of an old library, the last sanctuary of human knowledge. There, a small device flickered faintly, projecting a hologram of a woman speaking words I barely understood. "To those who find this," she said, "hope is not lost, even in the darkest times." Her message was a whisper from the past, a spark through the gloom that clung like a second skin. Determined, I set out to find others who might still listen, carrying the hologram and its promise of hope. Days passed, and the ash continued to fall, but so did the weight from my chest. At a dilapidated radio tower, I managed to revive an ancient transmitter, sending her message into the void. Static answers crackled back at first, then words, faint but unmistakable. "We hear you," came the reply, like a balm to my weary soul. Life, I realized, had not ended. It was merely waiting beneath the ash, ready to rise again. Together, we found strength in shared voices and the fragile technology of the old world. Communities began to stir, where once there was only silence and dust. The hologram's final words echoed in my mind. "Never forget, even ruins can root new life." From hopelessness, a network grew, grounded in trust and the desire to rebuild. The ash storm slowed, revealing a horizon touched with pale light for the first time in years. I smiled as the first green shoots emerged from cracked concrete, a testament to endurance, and in that fragile dawn, the echoes beneath the ash became the heartbeat of a new beginning. At dawn, golden light filters through the dusty windows of Alara's workshop, casting warm beams across scattered tools and her half-finished lantern. Nimble, the orange tabby, curls up peacefully beside the window, bathed in the gentle morning glow. Calder arrives with a worn lantern frame, aged but intricate, its delicate engravings faded by time. With a hopeful smile beneath his silver hair, he hands the ancient piece to Alara, entrusting her with its restoration. Alara carefully inspects the lantern frame, her fingers tracing the engraved patterns as if reading a forgotten language. The cool metal feels heavy with history, sparking a quiet determination within her heart. Stepping into the vibrant village market, Alara tucks the lantern frame under her navy blue cloak. Nimble darts outside swiftly, chasing shadows and scents, a silent guardian to her journey through the lively crowd. Whispers ripple among the villagers, their voices tinged with worry about the festival and the unsettling dimming of lantern lights. Alara's eyes scan the anxious faces, sensing the weight of fading hope around her. A village elder leans close, his weathered face shadowed by worry as he warns that the festival's success hinges on the lantern's glow. Without it, the spirit of the season threatens to wither and fade into night. The sky darkens far earlier than usual, heavy clouds casting long shadows over the village streets. Ilara's gaze hardens with urgency as dusk approaches, the lantern's dimming light a pressing concern. Back in her workshop, Ilara lays out tools with deliberate care, arranging her workspace beneath the fading daylight. Her resolve strengthens to restore the lantern's light before night swallows the village's hope entirely. Calder returns with tales of the lantern's mysterious origins, speaking softly by the flickering hearth about a hidden power tied closely to the stars above. His deep-set blue eyes gleam, hinting at secrets long held. Nimble pounces playfully on a loose thread of Ilara's navy cloak, the small orange sprite unfazed by the growing tension. Yet even in playfulness, the cat's bright green eyes reflect the unease that fills the room. Ilara tests the ancient lantern frame by candlelight, but the glow that emerges is faint, flickering weakly like a dying ember. Shadows dance eerily on the walls, hinting at unknown forces dimming the light further. Recalling an old folk tale, Elara whispers to herself about a secret element, something rare and powerful, needed to rekindle the lantern's true glow. The story stirs a faint spark of hope amid the encroaching darkness. Determined, Elara packs a small satchel with essentials and pulls her cloak tightly around her against the evening chill. She steels herself for the journey ahead, ready to seek what is lost beneath the creeping dusk. Outside, the village buzzes with a mix of anticipation and unease, clouds thickening overhead as preparations for the festival continue. The atmosphere is heavy, as if the weather itself mirrors the anxious hearts of the townsfolk. With a firm, silent vow, Elara promises to restore the lantern's light and rekindle the village's hope before the festival begins. Her breath forms small clouds in the cool air, mingling with the fading day's last light. Elara ventures into the nearby forest, guided by faint glimmers weaving through the trees and rustling leaves. The whispering wind seems to carry secrets as she follows the subtle, glowing cues ahead. Nimble darts through tangled ferns, pausing at a cluster of luminescent flowers that emit a soft, ethereal glow. The cat's keen eyes flicker with curiosity, sensing the significance of this hidden place. Elara gently collects a few of the glowing flowers, marveling at their soft light, but then she halts at the distant sound of laughter. Her heart quickens as she realizes others are nearby, possibly watching her every move. Quickly, Elara hides behind thick underbrush as a group of villagers pass by, their hushed voices filled with fear about recent strange disappearances of light sources. Their anxious whispers deepen the mystery enveloping the village. Pressing onward, Elara encounters a fallen branch blocking her path. She pushes it aside to reveal ancient carvings etched into a hidden stone beneath, their worn symbols hinting at forgotten knowledge. The carvings depict a lantern identical to hers, surrounded by stars and a single bright orb glowing vividly. The imagery resonates with the stories she's heard, as if holding the key to awakening the lantern's power. Elara's breath catches as she recognizes the orb from Calder's tales, believing it to be the secret element necessary to restore light. The weight of this discovery deepens her resolve beneath the darkening sky. Night has fallen fully as Elara sets up a small camp, the ancient lantern frame resting beside her on a bed of moss. She gazes upward at the star-studded sky, searching for answers hidden in the vastness above. Nimble curls up contentedly at her feet, purring softly while the campfire embers cast warm glows that flicker against the shadows. The gentle night hums around them, a balm against the chill and growing tension. Suddenly, a shadow slides silently across the glowing moon, and a cold breeze stirs leaves with faint, whispering voices. Elara's skin prickles with unease as the forest holds its breath, waiting for what comes next. Determined to uncover the truth, Elara carefully packs her belongings and begins to follow a mysterious trail of softly glowing pebbles that wind through the dense forest. The faint light from the stones guides her steadily toward a shadowed cave entrance framed by ancient trees. Nimble pads silently at her side, eyes bright with curiosity. Inside the cave, Elara's lantern casts flickering shadows upon walls encrusted with shimmering crystalline formations. Each crystal pulses softly with light, casting an otherworldly glow that fills the cavern with a quiet, magical ambience. The colors shift gently, mirroring the calm but expectant rhythm of her heartbeat. Ahead, a stone pedestal stands at the cave's center, cradling a glowing orb that exactly matches the intricate carving on Elara's hand-carved lantern. Elara approaches cautiously, her fingers trembling slightly as she reaches toward this mysterious source of light. Nimble watches intently, tail flicking, sensing something extraordinary. The moment her fingers nearly touch the orb, it brightens dramatically, casting swirling, luminous patterns across the cave walls and ceiling. The interplay of light and shadow creates shifting images that seem to tell an ancient story, filling Elara with a mix of awe and revelation. The air pulses softly with energy, heightening her senses. A drifting spark separates from the orb's radiant glow, floating like a tiny firefly in the cavern's cool air. Nimble leaps playfully, batting at the spark with delighted swats, adding a touch of lively whimsy to the cave's serene magic. The warmth from the orb's light seems to embrace them both. Suddenly, the cavern trembles underfoot, a low rumble echoing ominously through the crystalline walls. The gentle pulses of light flicker uncertainly, signaling that the cave itself urges a swift departure. Ilara, heart pounding, knows she must move quickly to avoid danger. Seizing the glowing orb, Ilara clutches it tightly against her chest and dashes toward the cave entrance. The forest looms ahead, dark and tangled, but she trusts the faint glimmer of light to guide her path. Nimble darts alongside, their footsteps quickening on the soft earth. Branches scrape past Ilara's navy blue cloak as she pushes through dense undergrowth, the chill of approaching night settling in. Distant howls pierce the stillness, a sharp reminder of the forest's lurking mysteries, yet her resolve remains unshaken. With steady breath, she presses onward, driven by a burning purpose. Emerging from the woods, Ilara's eyes adjust to an eerie twilight cast over the village. Lanterns flicker dimly, their usual warm glow weakened, and anxious faces ponder the fading light. A hush hangs over the cobblestone streets, as if the very air holds its breath in anticipation. Calder steps forward, his own lantern emitting a hesitant, trembling flame. Together, the pair examine the orb in Ilara's hands, its steady glow contrasting sharply with the village's dwindling lamps. Their shared gaze conveys a silent determination to restore light and hope. Ilara carefully fits the orb into Calder's ancient lantern frame, and instantly, a radiant blaze bursts forth, bathing their faces in brilliant warmth. The restored light seems almost alive, infusing the space with vibrant energy and stirring feelings of wonder. Around them, shadows retreat, replaced by glowing assurance. The orb's luminous power spreads swiftly, traveling to other lanterns throughout the village. One by one, the lights reignite, casting warm hues across the cobblestone streets and rekindling festive spirits in the hearts of villagers. A gentle breeze carries whispered excitement and renewed hope far and wide. Nimble weaves expertly through the gathering crowd, his bright green eyes catching smiles and receiving gentle pats from delighted children. The cat's playful antics lift the villagers' spirits, uniting them under the tender glow of the revived lanterns. Joy blooms as naturally as the light around them. Ilara stands beside Calder, sharing a quiet moment amidst the celebration. Their eyes meet with a newfound bond forged through shared trials and triumph, an unspoken promise reflected in their steady gazes. The warm light envelops them both, a symbol of achievement and hope renewed. Above, the sky clears to reveal stars twinkling brighter than ever, mirroring the village's restored radiance. The shift from twilight to starry night feels like a blessing, as if the universe itself acknowledges their triumph. The changing sky and lantern light dance together in harmonious celebration. A storyteller gathers villagers beneath softly glowing lanterns, recounting the ancient tale of the Lantern Keeper with vivid passion. The story weaves a tapestry of resilience and faith, urging all to hold on to light even during the darkest times. Ilara listens, the tale resonating deeply within her heart. Ilara notices a small fray along the edge of her navy blue cloak, a subtle testament to the journey she has endured. Rather than dismay, she embraces the mark as a symbol of growth and courage. The silver clasp gleams steadily, holding fast as she prepares for whatever lies ahead. As dawn begins to touch the horizon, the village quiets under the soft glow of still-burning lanterns. The promise of a light kept through the night lingers in the air, comforting and steadfast. Ilara feels the weight and warmth of this promise settle in her soul. Calder presents Ilara with a small gemstone pendant, shaped like the glowing orb she carried from the cave. The gift is a heartfelt token of gratitude and trust, its light pulsing gently as if alive with shared memories. Ilara accepts it with a grateful smile, the bond between them shining as brightly as the pendant. Nimble curls contentedly beside the warm hearth as Ilara prepares to rest, the flickering lantern light casting soft shadows in the room. A calm satisfaction fills her heart, mingling with quiet hope for the days to come. Outside, the world waits silently under the watchful stars. Days pass peacefully as Ilara eagerly teaches village children the art of crafting lanterns, passing down the story of light and perseverance. Their eager hands and shining eyes reflect the knowledge and hope she now carries. Each lantern crafted is a beacon of the community's enduring spirit. Calder busies himself repairing his workshop, his thoughts often drifting to the delicate orb pendant and Ilara's glowing lantern. With every measured stroke, he nurtures both his craft and the renewed faith sparked by their shared journey. The workshop feels alive with quiet purpose and gentle light. Nimble explores new corners of the village with playful curiosity, always returning with small treasures held delicately in his mouth. His joyful energy spreads among the villagers, a living symbol of the light's enduring presence. The cat's adventures remind all of the wonder found in simple joys. Seasonal flowers burst into vibrant bloom throughout the village, their colors vivid under the warm glow of lantern light. The landscape itself seems to echo the renewal of hope and prosperity that has taken root. Each petal and leaf bathes in the soft, golden hues of a thriving community. At sunset, Ilara sits atop a gentle hill, her lantern casting a steady glow beside her as the sky paints itself in shades of orange and purple. She reflects quietly on the journey she has taken and the warmth blossoming within her community. The light from her lantern seems to pulse in harmony with her steady breath, a lasting reminder of resilience and promise. On a crisp evening, a traveling merchant arrived in the village, drawn by whispers of a glowing orb and the artistry of Ilara's lanterns. His eyes sparkled with curiosity as he sought to learn the secrets woven into her craft. Ilara welcomed him warmly, explaining that each lantern was made not just with skill, but with heart and hope, the true essence behind every flicker of light. She stressed that the light carried within was more than illumination. It was a promise of warmth and guidance. Together, they began preparing for a festival in a distant village, packing lanterns and the radiant orb itself, symbols meant to inspire and unite. The air shimmered as they planned to carry this gentle glow far beyond their familiar home. When the day came to depart, the village gathered beneath a sky fading towards dusk. Lanterns were raised high, casting a comforting cascade of golden light that danced like fireflies across the evening sky, a tender farewell filled with shared hope. Ilara, Nimble, and the merchant set out under the soft lantern light, their path steady and sure. Nimble padded silently between them, eyes bright, as the glow around them seemed to chase away shadows and doubt alike. Along the way, other travelers stirred by tales of light and kindness joined their journey, swelling the small caravan with new faces and stories. Each step forward was marked by growing camaraderie and shared purpose beneath the lantern's steady glow. As each dawn painted the sky in gentle pastels, the group exchanged stories and laughter, weaving lessons and dreams into the fabric of their journey. The lantern light softened with the morning, carrying the warmth of their fellowship into new days. Ilara felt a deep stirring within, sensing the promise of countless lanterns yet to be lit, each one kindled by the spirit of those they met. Hope bloomed like the morning sky, vast and inviting, ready to be shared again and again. In quiet moments beneath the shifting horizons, Nimble curled close beside Ilara, a small comfort and steadfast companion. The gentle purr and steady presence reminded her of the constancy of light, even when the way ahead seemed uncertain. At journey's end, the caravan's lanterns illuminated a sweeping landscape, their glow a living tapestry of connection and resilience. Together, the light they carried became a symbol of enduring hope and the unbreakable bonds of community. Lena moved into the old cottage on the edge of town, drawn by its charm and whispering secrets. The locals warned her the walls had ears, but she laughed it off as a quaint superstition. The first night, shadows flickered under the door, and soft murmurs tickled her ears. Curious, Lena pressed her hand to the cold plaster and heard a faint voice, almost a sigh. "Help us," it whispered, a chill threading through her bones. Determined to uncover the source, she explored the attic, dust motes swirling in the moonlight. There, a cracked mirror reflected not her face, but a procession of pale figures trapped behind the glass. Their eyes pleaded for release, mouths moving soundlessly as the whispers grew louder. Lena felt a pull, a need to break their prison, to shatter the cursed glass. She grabbed a heavy candlestick and swung it hard, shards scattering across the wooden floor. The air cleared, and the voices transformed into grateful sighs that filled the room with warmth. The figures faded softly, no longer bound, their presence lingering as gentle light. Daybreak found Lena sitting amidst the splinters, a serene calm replacing the night's torment. She smiled, realizing the cottage was a sanctuary, a place between worlds where kindness freed lost souls. From then on, the whispers only sang lullabies, and the walls held a peaceful hush. Lena grew to cherish her home, where the unseen and the living shared quiet companionship. She often spoke into the air, "You're safe now," and the breeze seemed to answer back. The cottage, once feared, became a beacon of hope and gentle mystery in the town. Neighbors noticed a new light in Lena's eyes, a calm strength born from the night's encounter. And so, the whispers became a story of liberation, told softly beneath the stars. Under a tapestry of stars, Leora bent over her cluttered workshop desk, piecing together a fragmented star map whose faded lines whispered secrets of the cosmos. Her freckled face was illuminated by the soft glow of lantern light as she traced constellations long forgotten. Uruk arrived quietly, his braided dark hair slightly tousled by the night breeze, the jagged scar on his cheek catching the dim light as he spoke of a lost constellation rumored to unveil a hidden realm. His stoic demeanor masked the urgency in his voice. Silently, Vina appeared beside them, her flowing silver hair shimmering faintly under the starlight and her luminescent eyes fixed intently on the star patterns. Without a word, she offered her rare insight, promising to help decode the mystery behind the lost constellation. Together, the trio gathered their attention on the ancient celestial compass resting on the table, its faint glow pulsing steadily like a heartbeat, as if alive with anticipation. The compass was etched with glowing runes matching those on the star map, linking past, present, and unknown futures. Leora's fingers gently brushed the compass needle, and suddenly it spun wildly before abruptly settling, boldly pointing east toward an unknown horizon. The unexpected movement unsettled them, as if signaling the beginning of something neither fully understood. They hastily gathered supplies, packing under the watchful eyes of the night, and set sail toward the horizon where soft luminescence hinted at a hidden destination. The air was thick with excitement and unease as the boat cut through the dark waters. As they ventured farther, fierce waves crashed against their vessel, and a brewing storm loomed overhead, making the compass flicker erratically, casting anxious shadows across their faces. The unpredictable weather foreshadowed the obstacles ahead. That night, beneath a canopy of roiling clouds, Leora dreamt of a silver staircase ascending endlessly through the stars, bathed in ethereal light. The vision felt strangely familiar, as if calling her toward a realm beyond mortal reach. At dawn, Vina shared an ancient legend she had deciphered, revealing that the silver staircase was said to bridge the mortal world and the hidden realm marked by the lost constellation. Her eyes glowed softly, embodying the mystery woven into the tale. Uruk voiced his doubts aloud, questioning the legends and their perilous journey, yet as he spoke the compass needle steadied unwaveringly, reaffirming their path and strengthening their resolve despite growing uncertainties. Morning mists parted to reveal a strange island shrouded in dense fog, its shadowy outline bearing uncanny resemblance to a marking on their star map. The air was thick with anticipation as the island seemed to pulse with concealed secrets. They disembarked cautiously, the star amulet around Leora's neck pulsing softly in resonance with the island's aura, as if awakening alongside her spirit. Their footsteps stirred the ancient ground, the journey deepening in mystery. Navigating through dense undergrowth, they discovered ancient ruins etched with glowing runes that aligned perfectly with the star map, drawing connections between celestial patterns and earthly remnants. Each symbol seemed alive, humming with dormant energy. As they ventured deeper, fleeting shadows flickered just beyond the tree line, unseen but palpably sinister, evoking a sense of unseen watchers lurking in the periphery of their vision. Unease crept steadily among them. Suddenly, with a resonant crack, the celestial compass shattered in Leora's hands, scattering fragments that mirrored the broken trust in their surety. Panic surged as they realized the delicate thread guiding them home was severed. Lost and vulnerable under gathering twilight, tensions flared. Whispered fears and unspoken doubts threatened to unravel their unity as the unknown pressed in from all sides. Night's arrival carried a heavy weight of isolation and dread. Vina stepped forward, her luminescent eyes glowing with quiet authority as she led them deeper into the ruins, asserting that the star amulet around Leora's neck would now serve as their beacon. Hope flickered anew amidst the growing shadows. Within the heart of the ruins, they uncovered a carved wooden box nestled beneath ancient stones, its surface worn but holding fragments of an ancient star chart that might mend their fractured map. The discovery rekindled purpose and curiosity alike. Leora carefully assembled the fragmented star chart, the edges aligning slowly to reveal a new constellation and a hidden pathway through the cosmic expanse. The chart's revelations suggested a route filled with both peril and promise. A sudden rustle shattered the stillness, drawing their attention to ghostly figures emerging silently from the swirling mist, eyes fixed and movements deliberate yet cautious. The Watcher's presence introduced a chilling uncertainty. Uruk instinctively stepped forward, shield raised as a barrier against the unseen threat, his voice firm but tempered in the thickening tension, only to find the enigmatic Watchers vanish as swiftly as they appeared, leaving only eerie silence behind. Resolved to press onward, the group followed the new star chart's alignments etched faintly on the ground, each step guided by celestial clues that shimmered under the fading light. The path ahead was narrow and fraught with mystery. They reached a shimmering river mirroring the constellations perfectly above, the water's surface acting as a celestial mirror that blurred the lines between sky and earth. Crossing, it felt like traversing the boundary between worlds. Veena revealed that her luminescent eyes reacted uniquely to the starlight, granting her an uncanny ability to interpret the subtle shifts in the cosmic glow, effectively guiding their careful steps through the uncertain terrain. Her presence became both lantern and lifeline. As they ascended a hill crowned with ancient stone pillars, the ground beneath them seemed to shift subtly, the very air vibrating with unseen energy, signaling that they were drawing ever closer to the heart of the hidden realm's mysteries. Anticipation and dread intertwined with each breath. At the hilltop, Leora and her companions discover a sundial intricately carved to mirror the celestial compass's design. The sun casts long shadows that seem to dance precisely around its edges, hinting at a secret message encoded in the light. Leora carefully aligns the sundial's shadow with the star chart, noticing how the shadows intersect with marked constellations. As the last alignment clicks into place, a hidden path quietly reveals itself among the surrounding foliage. Suddenly, a deep rumbling shakes the hill beneath their feet as the earth splits open, revealing a narrow stairway spiraling downwards. The atmosphere thickens with anticipation as they prepare to descend into the unknown. The stairway leads into a vast cavern, shimmering with a breathtaking spectacle. Swirling patterns of living stars suspended above their heads, illuminating the darkness with a cosmic glow. Every movement feels weighted with reverence under this celestial dome. A subtle vibration fills the air, and the star amulet around Leora's neck bursts into radiant light, casting an ethereal glow to guide their steps deeper into the cavern's mysteries. The glowing runes on the walls pulse in harmony with the amulet's light. Within the cavern's depths, illusions emerge, crafting vivid visions that tug at their hearts and minds, images of home, whispered fears, and unspoken doubts. The trio steadies themselves, aware these spectral trials seek to unnerve their resolve. Uruk faces a haunting vision of failure, his jagged scar seeming to burn colder as self-doubt tempts him. Yet, his loyalty to the quest and companions steels his spirit, pressing onward beyond the mirage's grasp. Leora's voice cuts through the haze with quiet confidence, assuring the group they are nearing their goal. She traces the celestial compass's pieces with hopeful fingers, trusting deeply in their combined power to guide them through. They emerge into a vast chamber where a giant star map pulses alive on the ceiling, constellations shifting and glowing softly overhead. The cosmic chart fills the space with an otherworldly light, revealing patterns both familiar and arcane. Veena steps forward, her luminescent eyes reflecting the map as she interprets its symbols. Her voice weaves the tale of a forgotten celestial gateway, a portal beyond time that connects realms unseen. As they ready themselves to cross, the ethereal Watchers reappear, no longer fierce but bearing peaceful intent. Their silent presence conveys a profound acceptance, lifting the tension that had clung tightly around the travelers. From the Watchers, a fragment of pure starlight is bestowed upon them, an essential key for passage through the gateway. The shard pulses gently in their hands, a tangible promise of the journey ahead. Leora combines the starlight fragment with the star amulet, the two sources merging in a swell of radiant energy. This fusion activates the celestial gateway, opening a luminous portal shimmering with cosmic grandeur. Through the portal, the hidden realm reveals itself, bathed in radiant cosmic light and swirling constellations that dance with ethereal grace. The air hums with ancient power, inviting their passage into the unknown. Stepping through, they find themselves surrounded by a realm alive with swirling stars and gentle ethereal winds that carry whispers of forgotten secrets. Every breath feels infused with the infinite expanse of the cosmos. Their arrival awakens towering ancient guardians whose silent gaze measures their worthiness. The guardians present trials that test the travelers in solemn, wordless challenges beyond mortal understanding. Leora engages with the celestial puzzles, each solved unlocking deeper mysteries hidden within the realm's fabric. Her keen mind and the compass's clues illuminate paths long obscured by starlight and time. Uruk confronts daunting physical challenges, demanding unwavering courage and precision. Each trial hones his strength and will, forging him further as protector of their shared quest. Vina's deep knowledge interlaces the realm's lore with prophetic insights into their own world's destiny. She guides the group by weaving connections between cosmic truths and earthly pathways. Having proved their worth, the Guardians grant them passage to the hidden realm's very heart. The air shimmers with heightened energy as they move closer to the source of the celestial mysteries. Within this sanctuary, a luminous tree stands tall, its roots intertwining seamlessly with twinkling stars above. The tree radiates ancient power, bridging the expanse between earth and sky. Leora gently places the carved wooden box at the tree's base, activating a flow of celestial knowledge emanating from the stars. The tree responds, its energy awakening long-dormant secrets woven into the cosmos. The tree's radiant energy flows into the shattered compass, which begins to glow anew with vibrant, restored power. The restored compass pulses like a beating heart, alive with fresh celestial light. They realize that this renewed power holds the ability to realign the constellations, promising the restoration of balance between realms. The weight of their task presses upon them, filled with hope and urgency. Suddenly, an earthquake-like tremor shakes the hidden realm, threatening to collapse the fragile cosmic balance and their only chance to return. The swirling constellations flicker wildly as danger looms close, intensifying the critical moment. With the ancient celestial compass fully restored, Leora carefully holds it aloft as a gentle hum fills the air. Uruk and Vina join hands, focusing their energy alongside her, channeling the celestial power through the compass to stabilize the realm's fragile foundation. The night sky above shimmers in response, a tapestry of light expanding across the horizon. As the compass's energy pulses, the glowing runes etched into the carved wooden box ignite with radiant light. These ethereal symbols weave delicately across the celestial pathways, sealing cracks and mending rifts with their protective glow. The sense of safety grows tangible, wrapping the realm in an invisible embrace. In the midst of the luminous glow, the star amulet around Leora's neck begins to shine with newfound intensity. It casts a guiding light that aligns seamlessly with the shifting constellations, pointing the way toward their safe exit. Following this beacon, the trio moves steadily toward the portal's shimmering edge. Crossing through the portal, they emerge back on the island just as dawn breaks, painting the sky in soft shades of pink and gold. The familiar yet changed landscape welcomes them, bathed in the gentle morning light. The air is filled with a sense of promise and renewal that mirrors their own spirits. The celestial compass, now whole and radiant in Leora's hand, points unwaveringly toward their true home. Its steady glow casts a warm light that feels like a heartbeat, constant and sure. This artifact, once fragmented, now serves as their steadfast guide for the journey ahead. Renewed with hope and determination, they board their vessel and set sail across the calm sea. Above them, the stars realign in their rightful places, twinkling with clarity and purpose. The vast expanse echoes their resolve, a celestial symphony bearing them onward. Back on deck, Leora unfurls her parchment and begins to sketch the new star map, integrating every star and path they have discovered. Each line and curve reflects the trials and revelations of their quest, a testament to their shared journey. Her fingers move with confidence, capturing the cosmos with delicate precision. Uruk stands at the helm, his eyes tracing the horizon with steady certainty. The jagged scar on his cheek softens under the embrace of the rising sun's golden glow, a silent witness to their passage. In this light, his stoic demeanor reflects a quiet pride and calm assurance. Nearby, Venus smiles softly as her once luminous eyes dim to a gentle silver hue, signaling the completion of her guiding role. The flowing silver strands of her hair catch the morning breeze, framing her serene expression. Her presence feels lighter now, her purpose fulfilled in the balance they restored. Once ashore, the trio gathers beneath the emerging night sky, gazing upward with reverence and wonder. Stars, familiar and new, sparkle above them, forever linking their spirits to this celestial adventure. United by the cosmos and their shared voyage, they stand quietly, knowing this journey has forever changed them. The rain was a relentless tap-tap-tap against the cracked window of my office on Marlowe Street. I lit a cigarette and glanced at the clock. 2:13 a.m. Prime time for trouble. She walked in like a shadow sliding across a dimly lit alley, heels clicking, eyes burning with secrets. "Mr. Crane," she said, voice low and trembling, "I need your help." Her husband was missing, vanished into the city's underbelly, where whispers meant danger and silence could kill. I agreed to take the case, knowing full well that trouble was my closest companion these days. The first clue led me to a smoky jazz club, neon lights flickering like Morse code messages. A saxophone cried in the background as I sidled up to the bartender, who wiped a glass like he could erase the past. "Looking for a ghost, are you?" he grunted, sliding me a note. It was a scrawled address and a warning: stay out of the shadows or join the lost. Ignoring the threat, I made my way through puddles and dark alleys toward the haunted address. The door creaked open under my touch, revealing a room filled with smoke, secrets, and broken dreams. At the center, a man with tired eyes and bruises that told a story without words. "I didn't want him to get involved," the man whispered. "They're watching every corner." Suddenly, the room was bathed in red light, a warning or an ambush. I dove behind the battered furniture as footsteps thundered closer. A tense silence followed, broken only by my own ragged breath. When the danger passed, I helped the man escape into the night, vowing to bring the truth into the light. By dawn, the missing husband was safe, shadows lifted by the city waking to a new day. As she thanked me and disappeared into the crowd, I flicked the cigarette butt into the rain and muttered, "Another night, another story ended." The sun struggles to pierce the thick ash clouds blanketing the barren cityscape, casting a muted glow over shattered rubble and twisted metal remnants of a once thriving world. The silence is heavy, broken only by the occasional creak of unstable structures. Mira moves cautiously through a collapsed alley, each step stirring dust that swirls in the dim light. She clutches her pendant tightly, a faint comfort in the oppressive gloom and rising ash that darkens the sky further. From the shadows, Joran steps forward, his mechanical arm clicking softly with each movement. His grave expression reflects the weight of their situation as he approaches Mira silently. They exchange whispered plans about a rumored safe zone beyond the ash fields, weighing the risks of venturing into the unknown. The promise of refuge sparks a cautious hope amidst the desolation. Nearby, Elias bends over a weathered map beside a flickering campfire, tracing convoluted routes with a gnarled finger. The firelight casts soft orange hues, contrasting the cold air and shadows around him. Following closely behind Mira and Joran, Kala darts nimbly between debris, her wide eyes filled with caution and curiosity about the path ahead. Her small figure moves like a quick shadow among ruins. The group assembles around the makeshift campfire as Mira outlines the stakes, her voice steady despite the peril. The orange glow illuminates their determined faces, a fragile warmth against the cold shadows. Suddenly, the ground trembles beneath them, scattering ash and breaking the fragile calm of their hideout. The unexpected shake sends a shiver through the group, heightening alertness. Joran scans the horizon through the ash haze, his eyes catching faint flickers of movement, a hostile force drawing closer. The soft clicks of his deteriorating mechanical arm mirror the creeping tension. Mira tightens her grip on the pendant as fear mixes with determination. They steel themselves to depart at first light, knowing that hesitation could cost them dearly. Elias issues a solemn warning of a deadly trap set near the supposed safe zone by rival survivors. The weight of his caution deepens the group's understanding of the lurking dangers ahead. Meanwhile, Kala practices with a crude slingshot, her small hands gripping it with fierce resolve. Her determination shines as a fleeting spark against the bleak, ash-covered world. Night falls and shadows flicker under the crackling firelight. The group shares tense, silent glances, the air thick with unspoken fears and uncertain plans. A chilling howl pierces the night, prompting Mira to rise swiftly and scan the darkness beyond the firelight. The sound echoes ominously across the ruins, stirring unease among them. Deciding to move swiftly, they agree to embark before dawn, aware that delay might seal their fate. The fragile hope for safety drives them onward despite the gathering threats. At first light, the group proceeds cautiously through narrow passageways littered with unstable debris. Each step echoes softly beneath the muffling ashfall, tension coiling with every movement. Mira spots a faint glint of metal half-buried beneath the ash, a relic from a past world's technology. Its discovery evokes fleeting wonder amidst the desolation, hinting at lost knowledge. Joran attempts to activate an old generator nearby, but sparks fly uselessly as the device fails to respond. The malfunction deepens their frustration, a stark reminder of the decay surrounding them. Kala ventures ahead but returns quickly, her breath sharp as she warns of aggressive scavengers lurking nearby. The threat draws closer, narrowing their already limited options. The group slips into an abandoned building, hiding in the shadows as scavengers pass by outside. Their quiet watch heightens their sense of urgency and vulnerability in this hostile environment. Elias studies his map under the dying light, identifying a route that skirts the scavenger territory. This alternative path offers a fragile hope of avoiding conflict, but adds complexity to their journey. Tension escalates when Mira discovers signs of recent fires, evidence that the hostile group has been alarmingly close. The smoldering remains testify to a threat that relentlessly follows their trail. Suddenly, Joran's mechanical arm malfunctions, jerking unpredictably and restricting his movements. The group's risk increases significantly as his primary tool degrades without urgent maintenance. Mira quickly moves to assist, using scavenged tools to repair Joran's arm. Their teamwork in the firelight reveals a bond of trust amidst the peril, a small flame of solidarity in the cold shadows. Kala suddenly points out a small, resilient plant pushing through the ashen ground, a rare sign of life and renewal. Amidst the ruin, this fragile sprout offers a glimmer of hope for the future. Elias's foot barely missed the snap of a hidden snare trap, the sudden clang echoing through the muffled air. Tension surged as the group realized danger lurked closer than anticipated in this ash-darkened world. The ashfall thickened, muting their footsteps yet blurring their eyesight. They quickened their pace, each breath heavy under the sky darkened by relentless ash clouds. Mira's thoughts flickered to tales of old, whispers about an underground tunnel network beneath the city's ruins that might offer shelter. The possibility sparked a fragile hope amid the encroaching gloom. After a tense search, they uncovered a concealed entrance veiled by debris and shadow. One by one, they descended into the cramped, suffocating tunnels, seeking refuge from the relentless ash raining above. Elias lit his lantern, its soft orange glow illuminating ancient markings etched into the tunnel walls. These cryptic signs spoke of past survivors who had navigated these forgotten paths long ago. Joran paused, the finely tuned sensors in his mechanical arm picking up unfamiliar echoes beyond the walls. The tension tightened as the sounds whispered of lurking threats deep within the underground maze. Without warning, a sudden collapse sealed their retreat, chunks of rubble blocking the way back. Trapped, they grudgingly pressed further into the labyrinthine darkness, heartbeats sinking with every cautious step. The air thickened, fetid and foreboding, as visibility faded into near blackness. Mira raised her pendant, its faint, steady glow piercing the dark, a fragile beacon amidst the void. Kala's nimble fingers uncovered a forgotten cache hidden in a recess, a stash of dated yet functional supplies. This small fortune offered them brief respite, a momentary shield against the encroaching despair. Doubt crept in as the tunnels twisted beyond recognition, and Mira challenged the faithfulness of Elias's weathered map. Their steps faltered amid the disorienting maze, the past whispers now tangled in uncertainty. Joran proposed reliance on his mechanical arm's internal compass, a flickering device needing constant care. Though degraded, it became their guide through the subterranean labyrinth's shifting corridors. They confronted a fork, one path swallowed in shadow, the other marked by faint flickers of distant light. Debate ensued, voices low, weighing safety against the unknown dangers ahead. Suddenly, distant footsteps echoed, sharp, deliberate, signaling that their pursuers had entered the tunnels below. The unseen threat closed in, tightening the noose beneath the earth. Choosing instinct over caution, Mira led them toward a faint, steady light filtering through a cracked tunnel wall. It beckoned with the promise of sanctuary beyond the suffocating darkness. Emerging into an underground bunker, they found it filled with relic technology, cold metal contrasting the soft firelight of their lanterns. Among the decay, hope flickered softly, a spark against the endless ash. Elias's weathered fingers traced an ancient terminal, bringing it to life to reveal a faint signal. Flickering, it hinted at distant activity beyond the desolation outside. Joran worked swiftly, repairing a battered communication device with deft movements despite prior malfunctions. The mechanical whirs and clicks echoed gently amidst the bunker's cold silence. Power surged through the device. Static gave way to a clear, urgent voice broadcasting warnings. Ash storms were converging fast, threatening to seal all exits and trap anyone still wandering in the ruins. The news brought a crushing weight. The relentless ash storms would soon enclose all paths, compressing precious time for their escape. Shadows lengthened outside, embracing the horizon with grim inevitability. Suddenly, a breach tore open a bunker wall, spilling in hostile scavengers, their eyes gleaming with desperation. The fragile calm shattered as danger pressed into the confined space. A tense standoff erupted. Mira stepped forward, negotiating with steady resolve while Joran readied his mechanical arm, muscles coiled for swift defense. Firelight flickered over faces etched with suspicion and grit. Seizing a moment, Kala darted past, drawing the scavenger's attention with quick movements. Elias activated a hidden defense mechanism, ancient gears grinding and whirring within the bunker's walls. A blinding flash erupted, accompanied by choking smoke, engulfing the intruders and forcing them into a temporary retreat. The group used the chaos to regroup, hearts pounding beneath the shroud of orange firelight. Elias revealed a secret exit, long forgotten and barely concealed beneath rubble. They hurried through it, surfacing into a wasteland still smoldering under an ash-darkened sky, senses alert for what lay ahead. Mira's gaze lifted toward the horizon, where a faint brightening battled the oppressive ash clouds. It whispered of rumored safe zones, a fragile glimmer of hope in a broken world. The group stood before a crumbled wall, its stones worn and edges jagged. Amid the decay, a faded emblem matched the intricate design of Mira's pendant, confirming they had found the location they sought. The rising ash muted even their footsteps, and the flickering firelight cast soft orange hues across the scarred surface. Inside the safe zone, the survivors toiled under ashen skies, working tirelessly to rebuild amidst ruins. Their cautious glances met Mira's group, wariness tempered by the shared goal of survival. The cold shadows faded slightly in the communal firelight, where warmth brought brief respite to hardened faces. Gathered around a crackling fire, Mira lifted her pendant for all to see. She spoke softly of its meaning, a symbol of alliance and hope that once united scattered factions against the darkness. Her words stirred quiet determination, weaving a fragile thread of trust through the gathered survivors. Meanwhile, Joran knelt beside worn machinery, his mechanical arm clicking and whirring as he adjusted delicate gears. The device groaned back to life, its function vital to the community's survival in the ash-choked air. His steady hands and mechanical strength became a beacon of progress amidst decay. Elias, seated near the firelight with weathered map in hand, shared tales of past storms and lingering threats. His deep-set eyes held knowledge that helped the survivors prepare for what lay ahead. The stories stitched together history and warning, sparking cautious hope beneath the muffled silence of ashfall. Young Callum moved among the children with quick, nimble steps, teaching them survival skills she had learned on the journey. Her dirt-smudged face lit up with pride as she passed on hope alongside practical lessons. The safe zone, though fragile, began to feel like a place where new life could take root. As sunset crept across the horizon, Mira found herself atop a ridge overlooking the ash-covered land. The flickering firelight from below contrasted with the dimming sky, the cold shadows giving way to subtle signs of change. The landscape shifted slowly, whispering of renewal after hardship. In her hand, the pendant glowed warmly, its soft light pulsing gently against the darkening sky. The ash began to clear, revealing a tentative blue above, a fragile new beginning. It was a moment filled with quiet promise, a signal that hope could still flourish amid ruin. From their vantage point, the group watched distant fires burn low, their orange flames swallowed gradually by emerging patches of green. The earth beneath the ash stirred with life, revealing signs of restoration amid the fading destruction. It was a delicate balance between past scars and future growth. With a steady breath, Mira turned back toward the settlement, her resolve firm beneath the warming sky. The path ahead was uncertain, but she was ready to rebuild, protect, and nurture the fragile horizons stretching before them. Together, they would face the challenges to come beneath rising ash clouds and hopeful firelight. In the heart of a forgotten village stood an old mansion wrapped in ivy and shadow. Alina, curious and fearless, had always been drawn to the mansion despite the villagers' warnings. One evening, armed with only a lantern, she slipped through the creaking gates and into the dim hallway. The air was thick with dust and silence, until a faint whisper drifted from the wall at the end of the corridor. There, hanging crookedly, was a portrait of a woman whose eyes seemed almost alive, gleaming in the lantern light. Alina stepped closer, feeling a chill as a soft voice echoed, "Help me." Startled but intrigued, she reached out, tracing the woman's delicate features with trembling fingers. Suddenly, the room spun, and Alina found herself in a sunlit garden, centuries past, standing before the very woman from the portrait. The woman introduced herself as Isolde, trapped between worlds by a jealous curse. Alina realized the whispers were cries for freedom, her only chance to break the spell and release Isolde's soul. To succeed, she had to solve a riddle hidden somewhere in the mansion, tied to an ancient family secret. Guided by fleeting whispers and unseen hands, Alina explored secret rooms and forgotten letters. In a dusty diary, she uncovered the truth. Isolde's love was betrayed, and jealousy bound her spirit to the painting. With a steady voice, Alina recited a passage from the diary, invoking the words of forgiveness and release. Light flooded the room as the portrait shimmered, Isolde's form slowly stepping out, free at last. "Thank you," Isolde whispered, her smile warm as she dissolved into a cascade of petals. The mansion sighed, the weight of centuries lifting in an instant. Alina stepped back into the present, the portrait now a simple painting of a serene garden. Outside, the villagers noticed the mansion's gloom had lifted, its mystery gently unraveled. Alina smiled, knowing some whispers carry the power to heal and set free. Lena raced against the clock, the Monday morning sun sneaking through her cluttered studio window. Her sketchbook, filled with ideas for the art show tonight, was nowhere to be found. "Where did I put it?" she muttered, flipping through stacks of paper and crumpled notes. Her cat, Misso, strolled by, tail flicking as if aware of the rising panic. Determined, Lena retraced her steps from the weekend's art crawl. At the neighborhood cafe, she asked the barista, who smiled knowingly and pointed to a corner table. Lena's sketchbook lay beneath a pile of magazines, touched by sunlight and forgotten moments. Flipping it open, she found new inspiration in the scattered doodles and faded coffee stains. Back at her studio, friends began to arrive, eager to see her work. Lena shared how losing the sketchbook helped her rediscover the simple joy of creating without pressure. "Sometimes," she said to the group, "the best ideas come from unexpected places." The evening unfolded with laughter, art, and community support filling the small room. Lena's nerves eased as she realized the show was about connection, not perfection. A local artist complimented her resilience, sparking a conversation that planted seeds for collaboration. Misso jumped onto Lena's lap, a silent nod to a day well survived. As the night ended, Lena packed up her sketchbook with a new appreciation for its stories. She promised herself to embrace the messy, beautiful process of creativity going forward. Walking home under the streetlights, she felt lighter, inspired, and ready for whatever came next. Her lost sketchbook wasn't lost after all. It was a reminder she didn't even know she needed. "Tomorrow," Lena whispered, "I'll start a new page." In the village of Aloria, where magic had long faded. A single ember glowed faintly beneath the old oak tree. Lena, a curious girl with bright eyes, discovered the ember one chilly evening while gathering firewood. The ember pulsed with a warmth that defied the autumn chill, whispering secrets of a forgotten world. She cupped it carefully, feeling a sudden surge of energy course through her veins. The trees around her shimmered, their outlines blurring into shapes of ancient power. Suddenly, a voice spoke softly. "You are the chosen, bearer of the last flame." Startled, Lena looked around, but saw no one, only the ember glowing brighter in her hands. Determined to understand, she sought the village elder, hoping for answers about the ember's origin. The elder's eyes widened as he saw the ember. "This flame is the heart of Aloria's magic, lost for centuries. With it, we can restore life to our land. But the path is perilous and not without sacrifice," he warned. Lena nodded, feeling the weight of responsibility settle on her shoulders. At dawn, she embarked on a journey beyond the village, following the ember's faint, glowing pulse. Through dense forests and misty valleys, the light led her to a hidden cavern, veiled in shimmering waves of energy. Inside, the air crackled with ancient power, the cavern walls inscribed with glowing runes. The ember's glow intensified as Lena approached an altar at the center, carved from crystalline stone. She placed the ember carefully on its surface, and a radiant light burst forth, flooding the cavern. Magic surged back into the world, revitalizing trees, streams, and creatures long thought lost. Lena felt a profound connection to the earth, her heart beating with newfound strength and hope. "The flame lives on through you," the gentle voice echoed once more, fading into the breeze. Returning to Aloria, Lena smiled as vibrant magic bloomed anew, her village alive with wonder once again. Lena set her keys on the table and sighed. Another quiet evening at home. Just as she sank into the couch, a gentle knock came from the door. Surprised, she opened it to find a small, soaked stray dog shivering on her porch. Without hesitation, Lena wrapped the dog in her jacket and brought it inside. As she dried the dog with a towel, it looked up at her with big, hopeful eyes. Curious, Lena decided to check if the dog had a collar or any identification. No tag, but a thin red ribbon was tied carefully around its neck. She prepared a bowl of warm water and some leftover chicken, watching nervously as the dog ate. A soft tail wag convinced her the dog felt safe now, a quiet companionship already forming. Lena pulled out her phone to post a picture, hoping to find the dog's owner. Hours passed without any calls, and the dog curled up beside her as if it belonged there. She smiled softly, thinking, maybe you're not just a visitor, maybe you're a new friend. The next morning, the dog greeted her with enthusiastic barks and happy eyes. Lena found herself humming in the kitchen, a warmth spreading inside her she hadn't felt in a while. She put up flyers around the neighborhood, but still no one claimed him. The dog, whom she named Milo, followed her everywhere, her new shadow. Days turned into a week, and Milo settled comfortably into the rhythm of their shared home. Lena realized that sometimes, what you need comes unexpectedly. Her quiet evenings no longer felt lonely. They were filled with soft paws and joyful companionship. With a contented sigh, Lena whispered, "Welcome home, Milo." The rain hammered down, painting the city in streaks of silver and shadow. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette beneath the flickering street lamp, eyes scanning the wet cobblestones. He'd been called to the alley at midnight, another whisper of trouble in a town that never slept. A woman's scream had cut through the damp night earlier, trailing off like a ghostly melody. Now, Marlowe crouched beside a crumpled figure, pale and trembling beneath the garbage bins. "You saw something," he said softly, fingers brushing loose strands of hair from her face. Her eyes flickered with fear, but she nodded. "They come when the clock strikes one." He checked his watch, 12:55. Time was running thin, and the city held its breath. Suddenly, footsteps echoed from the shadowed end of the alley, slow and deliberate. Marlowe pressed his back against the wet brick, heart hammering under the rain's rhythm. A figure stepped forward, coat collar up, face obscured beneath a fedora. "Looking for trouble, detective." The voice was low, a rasp of menace and challenge. Marlowe cracked a half-smile. "Only the kind that sells in this city." The stranger lunged, a flash of steel glinting in the dim light. Instinct took over. Marlowe twisted, grabbing the attacker's wrist, forcing the knife away. They tumbled, rain mixing with grit and desperation. A flicker of recognition crossed Marlowe's mind, the scar beneath the stranger's eye. "Back off, Kane," Marlowe growled, pushing him against the wall. Kane sneered, then vanished into the labyrinth of alleys, leaving a promise and a warning. Marlowe lit a fresh cigarette, watching the smoke curl upward. The city never sleeps, and neither do its secrets. Elena sat alone in her dimly lit apartment, the rain tapping steadily against the window pane. Her fingers gently traced the contours of the vintage locket around her neck, the cool metal a small comfort amidst the growing unease in her chest. Navigating through the crowded streets, Marcus clutched his leather-bound notebook tightly, his eyes darting nervously between passers-by. The towering buildings felt oppressive, shadows stretching like silent watchers as he moved with purpose yet caution. In the sunlit park, Ava played quietly with her small handcrafted doll, her curls catching the golden light. She observed the pigeons fluttering nearby, a faint tension in her gaze that belied her innocent demeanor. A soft thud alerted Elena to a letter slipped under her door, the old seal instantly recognizable. Her expression shifted from curious anticipation to deep concern as she broke the wax and unfolded the aged paper inside. Inside a cluttered cafe, Marcus scribbled furiously into his notebook, each stroke urgent and deliberate. He kept glancing over his shoulder, as if expecting someone, or something, to appear at any moment. Elena hesitated at the entrance of a small antique shop, her fingers trembling slightly as she reached out to touch a cracked photograph resting on a dusty shelf. The image within stirred a mix of nostalgia and unease, the fractured glass symbolizing memories she struggled to piece together. In the park, Ava approached Elena cautiously, clutching her doll tightly as if seeking safety. Her eyes held a silent plea, a fragile bridge between their worlds amid the dappled sunlight. In a shadowy hallway, Marcus met briefly with the elderly Mr. Reynolds, exchanging a folded piece of paper with urgency. The dim light highlighted the weariness in Mr. Reynolds's silver hair and the weight behind their secretive interaction. Elena stood before a wall plastered with fragmented photographs and newspaper clippings, her gaze intense as she pieced together a complex puzzle. Each torn edge and overlapping image echoed the fractured past she was desperate to understand. Rain intensified as Elena walked along deserted streets, droplets streaking her face as fleeting memories flashed behind her eyes. The storm outside mirrored the turmoil rising within, each step heavy with unspoken questions. Marcus's hands trembled slightly as he unlocked a drawer filled with old letters and faded maps. The worn papers seemed to whisper secrets, invitations to delve deeper into a tangled history. In a quiet room, Ava carefully painted a small symbol onto her doll, glancing nervously toward a distant figure watching from the shadows. The faint line between safety and danger grew more fragile by the moment. Elena's vintage locket clicked open, revealing a hidden photograph of a mysterious figure obscured by faded light. The image sent a ripple of recognition mixed with uncertainty through her heart. With hurried movements, Marcus scribbled a note before slipping it discreetly under Elena's apartment door. The rain masked his footsteps as he vanished into the night, leaving a trail of unanswered questions. Elena unfolded the note, realization dawning on her as the words echoed in the silent room. Across the street, a shadowy silhouette lingered, watching her every move under the relentless drizzle. In the quiet corners of a crowded library, Elena confronted Marcus, voices low but charged with tension. Secrets long buried began to surface, casting long shadows over their strained interaction. A flashback unfolded. Years earlier, Marcus and Elena shared a quiet moment bathed in soft light, their expressions tender yet tinged with an unspoken sorrow. The memory revealed the fragile threads of a broken bond that still haunted them. Panic gripped those who cared for Ava as she disappeared from the park without a trace. The sun seemed to dim, the vibrant life draining away with her sudden absence. Elena and Marcus searched frantically through rain-drenched alleyways, calling Ava's name into the cold, empty air. Each echo replied only with silence, deepening the growing dread between them. Mr. Reynolds appeared suddenly, his worn cane tapping softly as he warned Elena of dangers lurking unseen. He pressed a cryptic key into her hand, his eyes grave with unspoken truths. With shaking hands, Elena unlocked a hidden compartment inside her locket, discovering a worn photograph of Ava's family carefully folded within. The discovery linked their fates in ways she was only beginning to comprehend. By flickering candlelight, Marcus pored over his leather notebook, drawing meticulous connections between the lost girl and Alina's fragmented past. Each revelation pulled them deeper into a mystery few dared to confront. Hidden in an abandoned building, Ava clutched her doll tightly as footsteps drew closer, her breath shallow with fear. The shadows seemed to close in, the silence fractured only by the slow creak of the floor beneath approaching feet. Tempers flared as Alina and Marcus argued fiercely over trust, their shared history casting long, painful shadows. Muted earth tones surrounded them, the weight of unspoken betrayals thick in the air. A mysterious figure left a subtle clue at the park, a silent offer of alliance amidst the chaos. Alina and Marcus discovered it, their search steering toward unexpected allies as the rain began to soften once again. Rain cascades steadily over the city streets as Alina and Marcus weave through twisting alleys, their footsteps echoing softly. Streetlights flicker through the downpour, casting muted earth-toned glows on wet cobblestones as they follow a tenuous trail. Their coats pressed tight against the chill, the urgency in their expressions is only hinted at through fleeting close-ups of clasped hands and focused eyes. Near a locked, weather-worn door, Ava's small handcrafted doll lies abandoned, dampened by rain. The lock is adorned with an unfamiliar symbol, carved deep into the wood, its jagged lines catching droplets that slide down slowly. Alina crouches nearby, hesitant to reach out but compelled by the haunting stillness of the scene. Marcus frowns as a sudden memory surfaces, a phrase half forgotten that pulses with new meaning. He murmurs it aloud, words that once felt meaningless now revealing their connection to Ava's disappearance. The leather notebook at his side seems to hum with dormant significance as he clutches it tighter. Back in her silently lit apartment, Alina carefully moves a painting aside, revealing a faded map hidden behind it. The map is jagged at the edges, marked with cryptic symbols that tug at her memory's edge. Her fingers trace the marks with a mix of confusion and dawning comprehension, the vintage locket at her neck resting heavily against her chest. Mr. Reynolds, seated in a dim corner of a quiet room, leans on his cane as he begins to speak. His voice carries weight as he recounts fragments of a past filled with lost memories and obscured truths. His thick-rimmed glasses catch the low light, shadows deepening the lines of a face etched by time. Alina stands before a derelict building, the fading light making its cracked facade seem both menacing and familiar. A flicker of hesitation crosses her face, a silent struggle with the choice to enter this place tethered to her family's hidden history. The rain has paused, leaving the air thick with anticipation and damp earth scents. Inside the building, Alina's eyes widen upon discovering scattered artifacts, aged photographs, worn letters, and personal items linking Ava's family to hers. Each piece deepens the mystery, weaving their histories into an intricate tapestry of secrets. Dust motes swirl in the shafts of fading sunlight, highlighting the quiet weight of revelation. Seated in a quiet corner, Marcus pores over his leather-bound notebook, the pages filled with scribbled notes and diagrams. His brow furrows as he deciphers patterns that bind recent events into a cohesive whole. The muted tones of the room mirror his intense focus, punctuated by the scratch of pen against paper. Unnoticed, Ava watches Alina and Marcus from a shadowed distance, clutching her doll tightly. Her eyes flicker between fear and hope, torn by the uncertainty of approaching trust. The muted dusk wraps around her, hiding her fragile presence from view. A beam of light catches Alina's vintage locket, its surface reflecting a hidden message visible only from a particular angle. She adjusts it carefully, mesmerized by the faint engravings that emerge and disappear with the shifting light. The locket's subtle glow links past and present in this intimate moment of discovery. A tense confrontation unfolds between Alina and a shadowy figure, voices low but charged with accusation. Layers of past betrayals ripple to the surface as secrets are thrust into the open amidst tight, focused shots of clenched fists and narrowed eyes. The rain begins anew outside, a symbolic backdrop to the emotional thunder within. Chaos erupts as Marcus sprints through narrow, rain-slicked streets, only to have his leather notebook snatched away in a swift, unseen motion. His outstretched hand grasps empty air as the thief disappears into the shadowed alleys, the loss weighing heavily. The damp earth muffles his frustrated breaths as rain blurs the scene. Determined, Alina battles the rising storm, her coat soaked and hair plastered as she retraces Marcus's path. The fierce wind and rain do little to deter her grit as she navigates the slippery streets to reclaim the stolen notebook. Close-ups reveal her unwavering eyes beneath the dripping hood, embodying her resolve. Ava's beloved doll lies damaged, torn cloth and missing stitches, symbolizing the fragility of their situation. The emotional stakes deepen as the doll's brokenness mirrors the tension and vulnerability enveloping the group. Rain trickles down its face, blurring the delicate features crafted with care. Under a brief clearing in the weather, Alina and Marcus confront their tensions, their expressions softening. They share a fragile reconciliation, forging a tentative alliance bound by their shared goal of saving Ava. The muted earth tones of the setting sun reflect a hopeful yet cautious new path. Guided by Mr. Reynolds's steady cane, the group embarks toward a forgotten location whispered about in old tales. The path is lined with overgrown vines and whispers of times past, the setting sun casting long shadows. His voice carries the weight of many years, imprinting urgency on their every step. Behind a locked door, Ava waits, relief washing over her face as Alina's locket fits perfectly into the aged lock. The gentle click echoes softly, a moment of release captured in close-up shots of hands and wide, hopeful eyes. The muted colors around them seem to brighten subtly, signaling a fragile victory. As the building begins to collapse around them, the group escapes amid falling debris, embodying the breaking of long-hidden secrets. Dust clouds swirl in the dim light, enveloping them as they sprint toward safety. The crumbling walls mirror the destruction of old pain and closing chapters. Alone in quiet reflection, Alina confronts her fragmented memories, embracing painful truths shaping her identity. Tears glint in her eyes as she holds the vintage locket close, understanding now the depths of her past. The subdued palette of earth tones reflects the somber yet necessary acceptance. Marcus places a steady hand on Alina's shoulder, promising protection for both her and Ava moving forward. Their destinies now intertwined, a quiet determination settles between them. The first hints of clear skies appear beyond the window, symbolizing fragile hope. Alina examines the recovered notebook carefully, uncovering a letter addressed to her, penned years ago. The words hint at concealed histories and warnings wrapped in metaphor, deepening the intrigue. The flickering candlelight throws dancing shadows over the faded handwriting, enhancing the mysterious aura. Marcus visits an old mentor in a cozy, book-lined study, seeking insight into the cryptic events. The mentor's calm explanations unveil perspectives that shift Marcus's understanding, shedding light on the tangled web they navigate. Muted earth-tone decor surrounds them, grounding the weighty conversation. Ava tentatively begins to open up, sharing fragmented memories that reveal surprising connections to Alina's past. Her voice is soft yet determined, weaving a delicate bridge between their histories. Close-ups focus on Ava's expressive eyes and the worn doll she still cradles. Together, Alina and Marcus uncover evidence suggesting a trusted figure's manipulation of their lives over many years. The revelation cuts deep, casting doubt on previous alliances and infusing their quest with new urgency. Shadows lengthen in the dimly lit room as they piece together the betrayal. The storm finally clears, sunlight breaking through heavy clouds and spilling golden warmth over the cityscape. This shift in weather mirrors a turning point in tone, signaling hope and the possibility of clarity amid chaos. Alina, Marcus, and Ava stand together, their silhouettes etched against the brightening horizon. Alina's trembling hands unfold the fragile letter, her eyes scanning words long concealed. The letter reveals the tangled history of betrayals that shattered their lives, stories stitched in shadows and silence. The muted daylight casts a fractured glow through a nearby broken window, reflecting the painful truth's ripple. Marcus faces the manipulator in a quiet, dimly lit room, leather notebook clutched tightly. Their confrontation is charged, raw emotions surfacing amid whispered accusations and trembling breaths. The rain taps softly against the window pane, mirroring the storm within them. In the soft afternoon light, Ava's doll is carefully restored, its delicate stitches mended with loving hands. The once worn and tattered companion now gleams gently, symbolizing newfound hope and the mending of fragile hearts. A close-up captures the doll, nestling peacefully in Ava's small hands. Elena stands beneath the sprawling branches of an ancient tree, the air warm and calm as sunlight filters through leaves. This peaceful spot from her childhood offers a quiet solace, a refuge for reflection and renewal. Her vintage locket catches the light, a beacon of strength and closure. Marcus places the final copy of his article on a local newspaper's editorial desk, each word exposing the hidden corruption uncovered. The muted earth tones of the office reflect the gravity of his revelations, a testament to perseverance and truth. Outside, clouds part, allowing soft sunlight to spill in. Under a sky clear and bright with sunshine, Ava laughs freely, her joy pure and unrestrained. She runs across a sunlit garden, the restored doll clutched close as a symbol of healing. The scene is warm, filled with vibrant life and the promise of brighter days. Seated together on a worn bench, Elena, Marcus, and Ava share a quiet, tender moment. Their bond, strengthened through trials and shared truths, is palpable in the gentle gaze exchanged among them. Raindrops begin to fall lightly, washed away by the serenity of their connection. Mr. Reynolds stands by the window, a knowing smile softening his features as he watches the trio from afar. The weight of his own past lifts subtly, as if the final pieces have found their place in the broader mosaic. His cane rests forgotten beside him, the room filled with calm acceptance. The vintage locket gleams softly on the windowsill, bathed in golden light as dawn breaks gently over the city. Its delicate chain casts slender shadows that dance with the morning breeze, a silent guardian of memories once fractured. The scene is intimate, full of quiet hope and enduring love. Together, Elena, Marcus, and Ava walk down a sunlit path, their steps steady and hearts lightened by newfound hope. The muted earth tones of the world around them embrace the promise of a future rebuilt from fragments of yesterday. Their journey continues forward, united and unbroken. The city never sleeps, especially under a curtain of rain that smears neon signs into ghostly whispers. Detective Marlowe lit a cigarette, the flame flickering as he stared down the glistening pavement. Another night, another case, he muttered, the smell of smoke and wet asphalt filling the air. A mysterious woman in a red coat appeared through the mist, her heels clicking a rhythm of urgency. "I need your help," she said, voice trembling just enough to catch his attention. Her brother was missing, vanished without a trace from the dimly lit jazz club downtown. Marlowe agreed, drawn to the case by more than just curiosity. There was something off in her eyes. The club was a smoky haze of secrets and muted saxophones, shadows flickering in every corner. He questioned the bartender, who spoke in riddles and glanced nervously over his shoulder. A matchbook dropped on the floor caught Marlowe's eye, an address scrawled hastily inside. At the location, a rundown warehouse pulsed with danger lurking just beyond the cracked door. Inside, Marlowe found a stash of stolen paintings and a note that chilled his blood. The note warned of betrayal, signed by someone who once called the city home. Footsteps echoed. A figure stepped into the dim light, the missing brother, worn and wary. "They set me up," he whispered. "I was the fall guy for a bigger scheme." Marlowe's instincts kicked in, time to untangle lies from truth before dawn. They devised a plan to confront the real mastermind, meeting back at the jazz club when the clock struck midnight. Under the watchful eyes of faded portraits and mournful melodies, the culprit revealed themselves, the bartender. With a quick draw and steady aim, Marlowe ended the night's deadly game, the truth finally clear. As the rain eased, Marlowe lit another cigarette, the city waking up, secrets buried once more beneath the morning light. The village stirred beneath a sky where faint circular star patterns traced ancient constellations. Orin moved quietly through the morning mist, his footsteps soft as he approached the weathered stone circle at the village edge. From the shadows, Wren observed Orin with keen eyes, gripping the glowing pendant passed down from their grandmother. The orb's gentle light pulsed in rhythm with the restless beat of Wren's heart. Suddenly, the ground trembled beneath the stone circle, causing startled gasps to ripple through the nearby villagers. Dust and debris stirred, as the earth seemed to shudder with an unspoken warning. Orin gathered the elders, his voice low and grave as he spoke of a breach in the veil, the fragile boundary between their world and the unknown. Concern knitted their faces as each contemplated the consequences. Ren felt a strange pulse emanate from the pendant, the orb flickering with eerie light that seemed to echo the unsettled air. An inexplicable chill ran through them, as if the pendant carried a living warning. A shadow glided at the edge of the stone circle, barely perceptible against the dawn's light. Murmurs of forgotten warnings spread among the villagers, their eyes darting nervously toward the fleeting darkness. At the village border, the Veiled One appeared briefly, shrouded in dark fabric, unmoving and silent. Their presence was enigmatic and unsettling before they vanished as suddenly as they had come. Orin confirmed an ancient prophecy that linked the cycles of falling stars to the pendant's glowing orb. The alignment of these celestial events signaled a pivotal moment long foretold in their lore. Determined, Ren demanded to leave the village to seek answers beyond the distant mountains, clutching the pendant tightly as their guide. Their restless spirit burned brighter with resolve despite the unknown challenges ahead. The elders cautioned Ren of labyrinthine paths that spiral and twist, trapping souls in endless night. They warned that illusions laid by the veil might confound even the most vigilant traveler. As dusk fell, Ren departed, the rising wind swirling with patterns of glowing dust in circular arrays. Each step forward felt heavy with the weight of destiny and the pendant's steady pulse. Orin remained behind, meticulously tracing ancient inscriptions carved into the stone circle. Their worn surface whispered secrets of forgotten eras and the burden of the veil's weakening hold. Ren soon encountered a forest tangled with trees whose rings swirled unnaturally, resembling ripples on still water. The distorted nature of this place unsettled the senses and hinted at the veil's warping influence. A disembodied voice echoed nearby, bearing the cadence of the Veiled One. It spoke in riddles that questioned Ren's identity and the nature of their fate, weaving confusion with eerie familiarity. In a secluded clearing, the pendant's light surged in intensity, revealing a hidden gateway adorned with intricate circular motifs. The portal shimmered with otherworldly energy, beckoning Ren to step through. Crossing the gateway, Ren experienced a distortion of landscape and time, where moments fractured and endlessly repeated. Each loop brought a growing sense of disorientation and urgency to break free. Meanwhile, Orin uncovered an ancient manuscript that warned of the veil's erosion with every cycle of falling stars. The tome's fragile pages cautioned that balance is imperiled if the breach remains unchecked. Ren found a group of travelers trapped within the loop time, their memories fragmented like shards of shattered glass. Their despair and confusion mirrored the peril of the endless spiral closing in. The Veiled One appeared briefly beside Ren, whispering cryptic truths about the intricate weave of destiny. Their words hinted at choices with profound consequences, yet left much shrouded in mystery. Abruptly, Ren's pendant dimmed, plunging them into shadow and deepening their confusion. Doubts surged, shaking the fragile trust in the pendant's guidance and the credibility of their journey. Descending into caverns beneath the stone circle, Orin discovered inscriptions aligned with celestial circles directly overhead. The sacred geometry, etched in stone, hinted at a powerful connection to the veil's stability. With renewed hope, Ren sensed the pendant's pulsing light reignite, its compass-like glow cutting through the shifting terrain. The path forward became clearer, despite the illusions that sought to mislead. The Veiled One then presented a stark choice: grasp at uncertain hope or surrender to the endless spiral of despair. Their voice echoed softly, tempting yet haunting in its quiet inevitability. Refusing to yield, Ren wielded the pendant to reveal hidden symbols etched in glowing circles on the forest floor. These marks formed a secret map, offering guidance amidst the twisting maze of illusions. Back at the village, Orin deciphered that the pendant's glowing orb contained a trapped essence vital for restoring balance. This revelation deepened the importance of the pendant and foreshadowed the trials ahead. Ren stumbled upon a still pool nestled in the shadowed grove, its surface shimmering with reflections not of the world around, but of multiple versions of themselves. Each circular ripple seemed to capture a different possible path their restless spirit might take, weaving a tapestry of choices that danced in the quiet water. From the edges of shadow, the Veiled One's presence grew more tangible, their silhouette expanding and twisting, distorting the space between reality and illusion. The gentle echo of their voice melded with swirling mists, seeding doubt and turning certainty into a fragile veil. Beneath the descending stars, Orin knelt before a ring inscribed with circular runes, arranging the ancient symbols with deliberate care. His silver-streaked black hair shimmered faintly under the pale light as he prepared the ritual that might steady the unraveling threads between worlds. Ren hesitated, then chose to diverge from the reflections in the pool, stepping boldly into a shadow that twisted and unfurled into glowing spirals. The darkness did not consume but transformed, each luminous circle illuminating new facets of a path unforeseen. As Orin began intoning the ritual's chant, a voice rose from the ancient manuscript laid before him, blending with his words and weaving harmony. This primal resonance caused the orb in his grasp to pulsate, its glow stretching and deepening beyond mortal reach. Lost within shifting scenes, Ren found themselves wandering a village that never was, streets bending and buildings reshaping, a haunting mirage of what might have been. The line between memory and deception blurred, each circle marking a fractured truth or veil's wily trickery. Orin's ritual pulse cracked open the earth beneath the solitary stone circle, revealing a hidden chamber. Inside, circular mirrors lined the walls, each reflecting infinite skies that shimmered with the promise of worlds beyond comprehension. From shadow materialized a spectral form, mirroring Ren's own fears as flickering circles splintered in the air between them. Each confrontation smashed another ring of light, a relentless cycle of challenge and resilience under the restless gaze of the moon. Amongst scattered fragments, Orin discovered a piece of the orb's lost counterpart, a small, etched sphere bearing concentric rings. This fragment throbbed quietly, hinting it was the key needed to unlock the pendant's full power. With a steady hand, Ren harnessed the pendant's renewed glow, sweeping away illusions like mist scattered before dawn. For a fleeting heartbeat, the Veiled One's lips curled into a rare, enigmatic smile, a silent affirmation of paths converging. As Orin completed the ritual, the energies swelling between them caused the skies of their realms to meld, colors and patterns twisting in tandem. Though apart in body, their journey now intertwined metaphorically, bound by the glowing orb's inexorable pulse. The ancient stone circle erupted with luminous energy, its concentric rings ascending like tethered stars against the night's velvet canvas. Circles of light spiraled higher, a heartbeat in the darkness signaling awakening. Within the wavering form of the Veiled One, glimpses of a face emerged, marked by intricate circular tattoos identical to those etched on village stones. The fleeting reveal carried a weight of forgotten histories and silent vows. Ren's restless heart paused with understanding. The Veiled One was no adversary, but a guardian bound by eternal cycles. This keeper upheld balance, weaving the fragile threads between veils seen and unseen. Through the burgeoning brilliance of the glowing orb, Orin and Ren shared visions, fragments of insight and understanding flowing freely between them. Words became unnecessary as a deeper bond formed, tethered by circles of light and shadow alike. A fierce storm roared into being, winds swirling in violent circular torrents aimed at unraveling the stone circle's power. Their faith and resolve trembled under the tempest's assault, the cycle's stability put to its fiercest test yet. Amidst the chaos, Ren raised the pendant's light, turning it into a beacon that cut through the wrathful night. Guided by this luminous pulse, villagers found sanctuary within the protective embrace of the stone circle. Orin's hands moved with finality, placing both orb fragments into the circle's heart, where light met shadow. The fusion sparked a surge, melding power with grace, and the ancient magic whispered of renewal and unity. Stepping fully into the luminous embrace, the Veiled One unveiled a serene face, timeless and calm. Their presence declared a balance restored, a cycle completed without fracture or loss. As the sky cleared, the patterns of circular stars pulsed rhythmically once more, their glow weaving the fabric of the mended veil. This celestial dance marked the completion of a sacred cycle, echoing through both night and dawn. Bathed in dawn's golden, circular glow, Orin and Ren stood before the village, embodiments of hope and renewal. Their journey reflected in their eyes was one of unity between realms and the promise of what lay ahead. The pendant, now whole and radiant, was shared equally between them, a symbol of unity bridging earthly and mystical realms. its glow a testament to their intertwined fates and shared guardianship. Villagers gathered, hands crafting new tokens, adorned with circular motifs that shimmered with inherited power. These creations commemorated the cycle's renewal, binding community with ancient legacy. Orin imparted to Ren the songs and stories woven into the circular patterns, melodies and tales that held the wisdom of many generations. In this transfer, legacy was ensured, and their bond deepened through shared purpose. Without a word, the Veiled One departed quietly into the mists, leaving behind a single circular feather resting upon the village stones. This token stood as a silent promise of guarded peace and the eternal watch kept over the circle's ward. As the pendant pulsates softly in Orin's hand, a concealed vision unfolds before them, revealing the eternal nature of the cycles. Shadows and light dance together, showing the pendant's glow fading and rekindling with each passing night in an endless loop. Ren's restless gaze steadies, a quiet understanding dawning as they accept the perpetual journey ahead. Alongside Orin, they embrace their role as keepers who guard the fragile balance through countless circles yet to come. The villagers gather at dawn, crafting a new stone circle in the heart of their home. At its center, they embed the pendant's twin glowing orbs, a powerful talisman fashioned to protect and honor what has been passed down. The final scene shifts beyond the village, where circles emerge in natural wonders worldwide. Ripples in water, rings of trees, and wind-carved patterns in stone, connecting this small place's fate to the vast world beyond. Orin stands quietly beneath a spreading oak, their eyes tracing the delicate circles traced in earth and bark. In these patterns, they see the balance between the visible world and the mysteries lurking just out of sight, always entwined. Ren turns their gaze upward to the stars, the pendant warm against their chest. The glow feels like a silent vow, a steady promise to remain vigilant against any unraveling of the delicate weave they protect. Night deepens, but this time the stars above swirl gracefully in perfect circles. Their light remains steady and reassuring, a celestial echo of the cycles held sacred below. Under the silver glow of dawn, villagers dance in flowing, circular patterns, their steps weaving ancient rhythms anew. Each movement honors the legacy, breathing life into the cycle once more with joyous celebration. The story gently closes on a child, eyes wide with wonder, discovering a small glowing circle etched faintly into their palm. This mark, subtle yet profound, signifies the enduring legacy of the cycle continuing through generations. As the camera pans upward, the swirling stars gather to form one great luminous circle, vast and radiant. This celestial symbol unites completion with endless beginnings, a timeless testament to the circle's eternal dance. Clara had only just moved into the old cottage when the whispers began. At first they were faint, like a breeze rustling through the leaves, but soon they grew louder, unmistakably voices murmuring beneath the ancient willow tree. Curiosity overcame fear. One evening, Clara followed the sound to the gnarled roots. There, half buried in the earth, lay an old, weathered box. Inside, she found letters tied with a crimson ribbon, written decades ago. The letters spoke of a love so powerful, it defied even death. As Clara read, the air thickened, and the whispers transformed into soft, melodious singing. A pale figure emerged from the shadows, a woman in a flowing gown, eyes full of longing. "Thank you for hearing us," she said gently, voice like wind through the trees. "Our souls were bound here, waiting for someone to set us free." Clara felt a warmth spread through her chest, a connection to their timeless love. With a smile, she placed the ribbon back and closed the box. The willow's branches swayed as if in gratitude, the whispers fading into silence. From that night, peace settled over the cottage and the willow's shade. Clara often sat beneath its branches, feeling the lingering touch of something magical. She no longer feared the voices, but embraced them as stories untold. Years later, visitors would remark on the gentle aura surrounding the ancient tree. And sometimes, when the wind was just right, a faint melody could be heard, a song of love, waiting no longer. At dawn, Ira trains beneath towering stone arches, their surfaces carved with ancient runes that pulse faintly under the early light. Her piercing emerald eyes mirror the shimmering veil overhead, its translucent threads weaving subtly in the morning breeze. Kaelin approaches quietly, the gravity of his expression deepening the early serenity. He bears dire news about the Veil's weakening threads, warning that the very balance of their world teeters on the edge. Together before the ancient Veil, Ira and Kaelin observe faint tears forming along its delicate surface. A soft, almost mournful hum vibrates through the air, signaling the Veil's distress. From the mist, Silas emerges silently, his ash-gray hair catching the pale light. His piercing eyes sweep the horizon with a tension that speaks of unseen dangers lurking beyond sight. Ira clutches the Everlight amulet near her heart, feeling its glow shift from calm blue to an urgent crimson. The shifting light echoes the rising peril coursing through her veins. Suddenly, a vision blazes before her. Fractured memories and shadows mingle, revealing glimpses of a forgotten past, and a looming cataclysm threatening their world's fabric. Kaelin breaks the silence, reciting a prophecy that foretells the unraveling of time itself if the veil breaks completely. The weight of his words presses on all present. Ira and Silas exchange a charged glance. Her fierce determination contrasts sharply with his wary skepticism, hinting at a fragile alliance poised on the edge of trust. The earth trembles beneath their feet as shards from the veil flutter down like fallen stars, each one a warning that time's fabric frays dangerously close to collapse. Resolved, they set out on a quest to recover lost talismans essential to mending the veil's rift, starting with the elusive Whispering Stone, said to whisper secrets of the past. Ira scales jagged cliffs beneath gathering storm clouds, the Everlight amulet pulsing erratically with uneasy energy, matching the tempest around her. Silas threads cautiously through shadow-laden forests, where eerie whispers slither through the air, carrying secrets half-spoken and warnings unheeded. By flickering candlelight, Kaelin pore over ancient texts, piecing together elusive clues long buried and overlooked by time itself. Unseen by the group, an ominous figure cloaked in shifting shadows mimics the veil's ethereal patterns, watching silently from the distance. The stakes crystallize. Should the veil collapse, time will fracture, trapping souls in an unending limbo between fleeting moments and eternity's grasp. Ira seizes the Whispering Stone, its power awakening hostile spirits that surge toward the group with spectral fury. Silas moves like a shadow, his scar glinting sharply as he fends off the spirits with swift precision, each blow a testament to battles etched in his past. Kaelin observes a familiar symbol etched into the spirits, an ancient mark tied to a long-forgotten betrayal within their own order, deepening the perilous mystery. A sudden storm halts their path, the veil above rippling wildly like a wounded beast thrashing against its unseen tormentor. They seek refuge within a cavern, adorned with ancient murals, foretelling their struggle and hinting at sacrifices yet to be made. In the cavern's uneasy quiet, Ira confides her fear to Silas, her emerald eyes flickering with vulnerability as the weight of their quest bears down. Silas responds with a glimpse of his own hidden past, revealing a lost bond intertwined with the veil's very creation, forging a fragile thread of trust between them. Deep within a crystalline grove, they uncover the second talisman, the luminous leaf, glowing with otherworldly radiance embedded in icy branches. As Ira extracts the luminous leaf, a burst of blinding light erupts, disorienting them momentarily and awakening ancient guardians bound to the grove's defense. Amidst the chaos, Kaelin's steady voice guides them through darkness, his presence a steadfast beacon anchoring the group to resolve and purpose. In the mist-shadowed depths of the forest, Ira and her companions confront the shadowy figure cloaked in tattered robes. His eyes burn with bitter fury, once a guardian like them, now exiled and bent on unraveling the veil to rewrite history's course. A violent clash ensues as destructive spells cascade through the air, but Ira's Everlight amulet flares fiercely, its radiant glow forming a shield that deflects the darkness. The veil shimmers subtly around them, rippling with each spell's impact. The exiled guardian vanishes abruptly into the swirling shadows, but not before imprinting a cursed mark upon the veil's delicate fabric. This dark sigil pulses ominously, threatening to hasten the veil's decay and unravel time's fragile bonds. Ira's gaze hardens, her resolve crystallizing like the amulet's shifting hues now steady in steadfast gold. The Everlight amulet's light no longer flickers crimson. It signifies strength rooted deep within her heart. Their journey presses forward to the Cradle of Echoes, a place whispered in legend as the resting place of the final talisman capable of restoring balance. The veil continues to shimmer, guiding their uncertain path through shifting realities. As they traverse the cradle's desolate expanse, time itself distorts unpredictably, moments looped and flickering, past and present colliding like waves caught in a storm. The shimmering veil pulses with uneasy energy at their sides. Suddenly, Silas falters, drawn into a haunting memory from long ago, his form caught in threads of the veil that threatened to trap him forever. The scar along his cheek deepens in shadow as the bonds tighten. Without hesitation, Ira reaches toward him, her fingers brushing the amulet resting near her heart. The Everlight amulet's warmth spreads through Silas, grounding him in the present and releasing his grasp from the veil's unraveling strands. Within the heart of the cradle, a radiant glow reveals the third talisman, the heart of eons. It pulsates with rhythmic energy that seems to measure endless time itself, its light weaving into the shimmering veil. Ira's touch sets the heart of eons aglow, triggering a surge that unfolds hidden passageways and long-forgotten truths woven within the veil's translucent fabric. Time's layers ripple visibly, exposing secrets kept for centuries. Kaelin studies the shifting light surrounding them, decoding a cryptic warning etched in luminous glyphs. The veil's restoration demands unity rather than force. His voice is measured as he speaks, the echoes lingering like a solemn pact. Suddenly, the exiled antagonist returns, bolstered by dark reinforcements determined to seize the talismans. Their eyes glint with ruthless intent beneath the restless shimmer of the veil's ever-changing weave. A fierce battle erupts beneath the enveloping veil. Colors and shapes blur and bend unpredictably with each blow and spell cast. The boundary between time and space distorts violently as they struggle for control. Harnessing the combined power of the talismans, Ira channels energy through her Everlight amulet, which radiates a pure, blinding white light. This brilliant glow weaves into the veil, pushing back against the encroaching darkness. Amidst the chaos, Silas moves swiftly to shield Kaelin from a lethal strike, their bond deepening past old grudges and wounds. The flickering light of the shattered veil witnesses their growing trust. In desperation, the antagonist unleashes one final, catastrophic spell, but the veil itself pushes back, wrapping around the group like a protective shroud. The shimmering fabric pulses with renewed strength, resisting the attempt to break it apart. Time seems to settle momentarily. The veil's tears stitch themselves slowly with radiant threads of light. A fragile peace fills the air as the shimmering fabric regains some of its former resilience. Ira places each talisman carefully into ancient sockets carved along the stone arches where their journey first began. The veil shimmers brightly around them, responding to their unity and the completed ritual. A harmonic resonance fills the air as the veil shimmers more brilliantly than ever before, patterns of light and shadow weaving complex tales across its surface. The fabric of time glows with renewed vitality, a testament to their combined strength. Stripped of power, the antagonist fades into a fracture of time, leaving behind only a silent warning that lingers in the air. The shimmering threads of the veil flutter softly, cautious but undefeated. With the veil stabilized yet still fragile, Ira reflects quietly on the cost of their victory and the delicate balance they have preserved. The Everlight amulet hums steadily, its light a gentle reminder of hope amidst lingering uncertainty. Silas and Kaelin, framed by dawn's soft light, swear a solemn vow to watch over the veil. Their silhouettes form a steadfast guard, united in purpose beyond past conflicts. Ira's eyes fall upon the Everlight amulet glowing softly against her chest, its steady hum now a symbol of hope renewed. The golden light pulses gently, echoing the heartbeat of time itself. The ancient stone arches begin to pulse faintly as runes etched into their surfaces come alive with protective magic. The veil's blessing seems woven into the very stones, an enduring shield against future threats. A gentle breeze carries glimmering fragments of the veil, shimmering like ethereal blessings descending upon the land. These fragile lights dance around them, heralding a new dawn infused with lingering mysteries. Beneath the ancient stone arches, a hidden chamber slowly opened, revealing murals etched into timeless walls. These images depicted Ira's arduous journey, each scene illuminated faintly by the shimmering veil draped above, its translucent threads weaving through her story. As Ira studied the murals, the figures shifted subtly, unveiling new paths and other guardians who stood vigilant through the ages. This silent transformation signaled that the balance required constant watchfulness, a never-ending effort to protect the fragile flow of time. Reaching out, Ira placed her hand gently upon the veil, feeling an ancient connection stir within her. Threads of time intertwined seamlessly with her own fate, reaffirming her bond and the deep legacy she carried within her heart, glowing with the Everlight amulet's steady pulse. Kalen stepped forward, his eyes reflecting wisdom earned over countless years, and shared one final prophecy. He spoke of balance as a cyclical force, explaining that with every turning of the veil, new challenges would arise, testing the strength and resolve of those who guarded it. Without a word, Silas turned toward the horizon, his ash-gray hair catching the fading light. His purpose fulfilled here, he departed quietly into the vast unknown, leaving behind the echoes of his scar and a path yet to be discovered. Ira returned to her people with renewed purpose, dedicating herself to training the next generation of guardians. The Everlight amulet now shone with a warm hue, symbolizing unity and resilience, inspiring hope in every young heart under her care. As night embraced the land, stars scattered across the heavens reflected in the subtle shimmer of the veil above. It hovered like an eternal sentinel, its gentle radiance watching over the flow of time with timeless grace. In a humble village beneath the veil's light, a newborn child opened their eyes, a faint glow encircling their wrist. This subtle illumination whispered of future guardianship, a new chapter gently unfolding beneath the watchful threads. The veil stirred softly in the night breeze, its translucent threads alive and intertwined with countless stories of courage and sacrifice. Each flutter carried the silent weight of history, safeguarding the memories woven into its shimmering fabric. Beneath the restored veil, Ira stood with a serene smile, her emerald eyes reflecting the endless flow of time. Fragile yet unbroken, the destiny she embraced carried forward, a testament to endurance and hope woven through the ages. Under the pale glow of a flickering streetlight, Mara pores over an ancient blueprint, her fingers tracing the faded lines beneath the dim, shifting shadows of the night. The city hums around her, a maze of secrets waiting to be unraveled. Nearby, Dex sharpens a compact knife, his scarred eyes darting across the darkened alley, each scrape of the blade echoing his readiness and caution. His hands move with practiced precision, muscles tense to spring at a moment's notice. Lyle leans against a rusty lamppost, flicking a silver coin that catches the faint light, the cryptic symbol shimmering briefly before it spins through the air. He tosses a smirk toward Mara and Dex, his playful tone a fragile veil over the tension tightening around them. Sophia arrives silently, her sleek bob framing sharp eyes as she spreads tactical maps across a cluttered table strewn with tools and mechanical parts. Her calm presence steadies the group, bringing focus to the unfolding plan. The team huddles close, poring over the intricate designs of an unbreachable vault hidden beneath a corporate monolith. The stakes loom large as they outline each step, knowing the consequences of failure could unravel them all. The silver locket catches a stray beam of light against Mara's black-gloved hand, a silent talisman as she listens intently to Sophia's crisp, calculated instructions. Time hangs heavy in the air, measured and unyielding. Close-ups reveal their faces etched with determination and fear. The clock ticks relentlessly as the weight of their mission presses down, promising ruin if they falter. Eyes meet briefly, unspoken resolve passing between them. In near darkness, they practice hand signals, swift, precise gestures weaving silent conversations. Each move is rehearsed with an urgency that mirrors the pounding rhythm of their hearts. Dex rolls up his sleeve, a faded tattoo and fresh scar narrating tales of past close calls and battles fought in shadows. The mark is a reminder of the razor's edge they now tread. Lyle's fingers trace a rough sketch of an escape route, highlighting a seldom-used service elevator hidden behind walls of steel. His smirk fades to a look of pure concentration as he explains the delicate timing required. Mara's gloved fingers dance deftly over a model safe. The clicks whisper soft promises of mastery. Her steady hands belie the storm of adrenaline surging beneath her calm exterior. Sophia aligns their watches, the metallic ticks synchronizing their resolve as each second seals their fates. Her slender fingers brush the dials, marking the moments where luck and skill must intersect. A wall clock looms large as its pendulum swings, and the minutes cascade into midnight, silent herald of the heist's inception. The neon glow outside flickers in time, casting fractured shadows on faces ready to move. Blending with the neon-lit crowd, Mara, Dex, and Lyle navigate the city's pulse, their presence swallowed by the nightlife's kaleidoscope. Each step forward is a step deeper into danger's heart. Inside the polished skyscraper lobby, footsteps echo ominously as security patrols draw near. Breath catches as each passing guard tightens the invisible noose, their vigilance sharpened beyond expectation. Dex clamps a gloved hand over the corner of a security camera, wires snipped just in time. His eyes betray a flicker of unease. No plan survives perfect execution, and shadows whisper of unseen threats. Mara slips through a locked door with practiced ease, her touch a ghost against cold metal. Lyle watches the guards' shifting patterns, their rhythms a living puzzle to evade. Suddenly, a guard's flashlight beam jitters, casting erratic light that dances over Mara's shadow. Time suspends as she freezes, heartbeat loud in the silence, then the beam swings away, granting her fleeting reprieve. Relief flickers briefly on Mara's face as the danger passes, her breath shallow but steady beneath the mask of composure. Every second counts, and every slip could be the last. Lyle crouches by a control panel, rerouting alarms with deft hands. Mechanical clicks and faint, electronic hums dissolve into silence, a fragile piece amid the approaching storm. The low drone of unseen machinery grows louder as they ascend toward the vault's guarded sanctum. Tension prickles the air, thickening with each step nearer to the prize and peril. Their rhythm shatters as Sophia's plan collides with an unforeseen laser grid, red beams crisscrossing like silent sentinels. The team halts, recalibrating under the pressure of this stark new barrier. Mara's gloved hand brushes a laser beam, the hairs on her skin standing on end as she inches past. Not a sound betrays the near trigger of the alarm, a razor's edge walked with breath held tight. Thinking quickly, Dex tosses a small mirror into position, bending light to forge a narrow, new path through danger. The fragile diversion shimmers in the neon glow, a fleeting thread of hope. Lyle's earlier grin fades as he spots movement, a secondary security team closing in swiftly. Shadows lengthen and pulses quicken. The clock ticks loudly against the rising tide of threat. The team huddled tightly in the shadows, eyes darting as hands moved swiftly in silent communication. Every gesture conveyed urgency, adjusting their tactics without a single whispered word. The dim glow of streetlights flickered above, casting fleeting patterns over the tense faces. Sophia, her expression composed, traced elegant signals that reassigned positions with effortless precision. Her voice remained unused, but her calm authority resonated through their movements. Each member absorbed the revised plan instantly, ready to adapt under pressure. Mara's fingers closed firmly around the silver locket hanging at her neck. The cryptic symbol reflected faintly in the muted light, anchoring her resolve. Despite the chaos surrounding them, it remained a silent talisman, a tether to purpose. With a nod, Dex stepped forward, his scarred brow furrowing in concentration. He navigated the labyrinthine corridors with measured stealth, every footfall calculated yet silent. The faded tattoo on his forearm seemed to pulse with determination as he led the way. Suddenly, hurried footsteps echoed sharply behind the team, shattering the fragile silence. Without hesitation, they pivoted sharply, squeezing through a narrow ventilation shaft. The tight space swallowed them whole as they escaped imminent danger. Inside the cramped shaft, the air was thick and their breath shallow, strained against constriction. Clasping gloved hands gripped cold metal as bodies pressed close. Their tense eyes scanned the semi-darkness, alert for any sign of pursuit. Emerging near the vault, Lyle crouched and produced vintage lock-picking tools from a worn pouch. His nimble fingers danced expertly over the intricate mechanism, bypassing security with practiced ease. A subtle smirk played on his lips despite the stakes pressing in. A faint mechanical whir cut through the silence, followed by the slow creak of the vault door opening. The aged door groaned as metal met metal, revealing the chamber beyond. Relief flickered briefly among the team as opportunity presented itself. Within the vault, soft light shimmered off meticulously stacked assets, their origins untraceable and unknown. The tangible weight of their hull pressed silently against the tension in the air. The stakes of their mission crystallized in that guarded cache. Without warning, a small panel blinked an urgent alert, a nearly invisible trap snapped into motion. Taut wires slid into place, threatening lethal electric discharge. The room's calm shattered instantly, peril surging like a storm in the confined space. Mara surged forward instinctively, reaching the trap with nimble speed. Fingers brushed metal bars just as a shocking jolt sparked through the air, narrowly missing her grasp. Her breath hitched but resolve hardened. Escape was still within reach. Dex positioned himself protectively before Mara, eyes flicking around as Lyle swiftly began bagging the assets. Sweat gleamed on their brows, intensity mirrored in every motion. The clock was unforgiving, each moment weighted with risk and necessity. Amid the chaos, the silver locket slipped free from Mara's neck, dropping silently. Dex's eyes caught the glint, a flicker of recognition passing through him. Mara snatched it back quickly, fingers tightening around the talisman with renewed guardedness. Outside, rain began to fall, slickening streets and intensifying tension. Neon signs blurred through the wet sheen, casting an otherworldly glow over the damp night. Every step now carried greater danger, surfaces treacherous beneath hurried feet. Sophia's precise hand signals guided them, timing movements against predictable patrol rotations of the building. Her keen strategist mind calculated every variable with icy clarity. The team moved as one, blending shadows with neon-lit flashes along their escape route. Pursuers closed fast through the glowing streets, but Dex unleashed raw urban Parker skill. Walls and railings became allies as he vaulted and swung with effortless fluidity. Each leap stretched their lead, adrenaline fueling the desperate chase. Mara's silent signals cut through the noise as escape routes snapped shut one by one. Her steady gaze traced outlines on cracked walls, mapping dwindling options. Tension mounted, urgency spiking in every tense glance exchanged. Trapped and nearly out of paths, Lal hastily tossed a smoke bomb to the ground. A dense cloud erupted between them and their pursuers, swallowing the chaos in mist. Precious seconds blossomed from the murk, granting fleeting safety. Breaths ragged but spirits unbroken, the team regrouped within the hollowed walls of an abandoned warehouse. Shadows wrapped around them, a brief refuge from neon glare and pounding rain. Their eyes met in unspoken questions, the mission far from over. Sophia's face tightened as she revealed a harsh truth. A mole lurked within their own ranks. Betrayal cut deeper than any external threat, confidence splintering beneath flickering lights. The fragile trust that held them began to crumble dangerously. Tensions flared like sparks in dry wood. Accusations flew in harsh, silent exchanges under the unstable glow. The team's unity fractured, doubt poisoning every gesture and glance. Loyalties hung precariously, a fragile web threatening to unravel. In quiet defiance, Mara examined the silver locket anew, her gloved hands steady despite the turmoil. A minute-hidden compartment caught the edge of her attention, unnoticed until now. Curiosity gnawed beneath her resolve, promising revelations ahead. Delicately opening the tiny compartment revealed a microfilm, minuscule but undeniably real. Etched upon it were encrypted coordinates, mysterious and compelling. The weight of new possibility pressed upon them, challenging every conviction. Dex's voice, though still silent, carried fierce insistence as he advocated pursuing the cryptic lead. The risk was massive, but so was the hope it offered, a chance to salvage what remained. His belief in salvation sparked resolve anew within the group. Sophia swallowed hard, the strategist's resolve bending but not breaking under the shift. With grim determination, she recalibrated their priorities, steering the team toward uncertain horizons. The mission's true test was just beginning. Inside a dimly lit room laden with scattered maps and dusty tomes, the team huddled around a small projector. The microfilm flickered onto the wall, revealing cryptic diagrams and faded handwriting. Sophia traced her finger over the symbols, while Lyle's sharp eyes pieced together the cipher's meaning under the watchful gaze of Mara and Dex. The coordinates extracted from the microfilm led them straight to an underground network, long forgotten beneath the city's worn streets. This labyrinth of tunnels whispered secrets of a past buried deep, barely touched by the neon glow above. The team studied a worn map, plotting their descent into shadowy corridors that promised answers or danger. Discarding their usual high-tech gadgets, the group assembled vintage equipment tailored for the old tunnel's unique challenges. Mara donned her black leather gloves tighter as they checked aged lanterns, rope coils, and weathered picks. Each piece, relics of a bygone era, prepared them for a silent journey where modern advantages held no sway. Under the cloak of night, the team advanced silently towards the concealed entrance, shadows lengthening and thickening around them. Mara's piercing green eyes scanned the area as Dex moved steadily, both communicating through practiced hand signals. The air was thick with tension, every step careful to remain unseen in the shifting gloom. Suddenly, a familiar figure stepped from the darkness, the faint grin betraying a hidden agenda. The mole's reveal sent a sharp jolt through the team, blocking the passage with confident ease. Mara's gaze burned intense, the black leather gloves clenching subtly as the tension between them crackled. Words unsaid hung heavy in the charged standoff, until Mara's quick wit and unwavering calm shifted the balance. With a deft feint and pointed gesture, she outmaneuvered the betrayer, forcing a retreat. The path opened once more, with the team's trust tempered but intact, ready to press onward. Navigating the winding tunnels, faint luminescence from the silver locket's cryptic symbol revealed subtle markings along damp walls. Each step carried them deeper into the maze, where time felt stretched and fragmented like the flickering lantern light. The rhythm of silent signals maintained their cohesion amid the echoing emptiness. They emerged into a hidden chamber where evidence lay scattered across a battered table, enough to unravel the corrupt organization's iron grip. Documents, photographs, and a map detailing illicit routes promised a turning tide. Hope flickered in their eyes as the weight of their mission crystallized in this clandestine trove. As dawn's first light spilled over the city skyline, the team exchanged glances heavy with relief and quiet triumph. The long night's ordeal had shifted the balance, their silent struggle drawing to a hopeful pause. In the crowded street below, life stirred anew, ignorant of the battles fought just beneath its surface. In the soft morning glow, Mara placed the small silver locket upon the worn table, its emblem catching the light with a quiet brilliance. The cipher etched on its surface symbolized not only the secrets uncovered but the hard-won freedom ahead. A new day had begun, marked by resilience and the promise of justice restored. Maria hurried out the door, her hands full of groceries and her mind on the clock ticking down to the town's annual garden contest. As she reached her front gate, she fumbled in her pocket. No keys. Not now, she muttered, patting every pocket again, but it was no use. Just then, old Mrs. Fleming from next door appeared, her eyes twinkling behind her glasses. "Locked out, dear. Happens to the best of us," she said kindly, pulling a small, ornate key from her knitting basket. Curious, Maria accepted the key and tried it on her gate. The lock clicked open effortlessly. "I found this in the garden shed last summer," Mrs. Fleming explained. "I was saving it for you." Relieved and intrigued, Maria stepped inside. The garden looked untouched but vibrant in the warm afternoon light. She noticed something new, a patch of wildflowers she hadn't planted, blooming in wild, joyful colors. "Looks like someone else has been tending to your garden while you were occupied," Mrs. Fleming said with a smile. Maria knelt to examine the flowers, a note tucked among the petals catching her eye. It read, "For the one who loves the earth, sometimes help comes in unexpected ways." Moved, Maria looked up to see Mrs. Fleming waving, already heading to her own porch to knit nearer the window. With the key still warm in her palm, Maria tended the wildflowers, feeling a sudden, gentle connection to her neighbor and the earth. Together, though apart, they had tended the garden with love and hope. By the evening, Maria had prepared a small bouquet from the garden's new corners, wrapping it with care. She walked over to Mrs. Fleming's house and knocked gently, bouquet in hand. Mrs. Fleming opened the door, her face lighting up brighter than any flower Maria could pick. "Thank you," Maria said softly, "for the key, the flowers, and the kindness." Mrs. Fleming nodded. "And thank you for keeping our garden growing. Sometimes, it's the little things that bloom into the most beautiful stories." Elara stands poised at the vast forest's edge, her silver hair shimmering in the soft morning light, while the crystal heart pendant pulses faintly in her grasp. The pendant's gentle glow reflects her determination as she prepares to venture into the unknown. A whispering wind stirs the leaves, carrying faint, ethereal voices that echo from deep within the forest. The voices seem to blend promise with warning, beckoning Elara onward, yet hinting at lurking dangers ahead. By a cracked stone altar, Elara encounters Phelan, whose amber eyes scan the dense trees warily, his scar reddened by the crisp morning air. His presence feels reassuring, yet his stoic demeanor hints at the threats shadowing their path. Phelan presents an ancient tome, its aged pages inscribed with symbols mirroring those etched on Elara's crystal heart pendant. The book seems to hold forgotten knowledge vital to navigating the mysteries ahead. Myra bursts into view, her iridescent wings casting shimmering patterns as she grins mischievously. She challenges Elara with a riddle born from the forest's secrets, teasing her to unlock hidden truths. Unseen, the shade lingers among the shadows, its deep violet eyes glinting with calculated patience as it traces Elara's every step through the twisting trees. Its silent presence casts an uneasy pall over the group. Elara's fingers brush the pendant, prompting beams of radiant light to shoot forth, painting a luminous map across the ancient tome's pages. The glowing paths lead deeper into the heart of the forest, guiding their next steps. A sudden rustle stirs the underbrush, startling all as elusive forest creatures vanish swiftly among bioluminescent mushrooms that pulse in rhythmic beats. The eerie glow seems to synchronize with the pendant's faint pulse of warning. Phelan's voice carries a grave warning of an impending storm, his scar intensifying in color beneath the darkening, swirling clouds above. The tightening air presses upon them as tension mounts. Elara steps carefully across a crystal-clear stream, her gaze drawn to the water's surface, where reflections shimmer and shift unnaturally. The warped images hint at hidden enchantments manipulating reality around them. Guided by Myra's fluttering light, they reach an ancient tree with serpentine roots twisting wildly and ancient symbols carved deep into its bark, symbols matching those in the tome. The tree seems alive with history and magic. From Myra's palm appears the silver key, glowing softly against the tree's bark as it slides effortlessly into a concealed lock. A silent mechanism stirs, unlocking passage to secrets guarded for centuries. A hollow within the tree opens to reveal a passage glittering with multicolored crystals. The pathway beckons the trio forward, deeper into a shadowed realm alight with flickering colors. Elara hesitates, clutching the crystal heart tightly as dancing shadows flicker around them, and the forest's usual chorus falls into an eerie, unnatural silence. The stillness presses, warning of unseen threats. Suddenly, the shade emerges from the shadows, blocking their retreat with an aura of chilling silence. The crystal heart reacts instantly, emitting a faint, unsettling pulse that resonates through their very bones. Summoning resolve, Elara steps forward boldly, wielding the crystal heart to cast a radiant shield against the shade's encroaching darkness. Her light pushes back the shadows, momentarily holding the looming threat at bay. Phelan draws a blade etched with ancient runes that shimmer with captured light, readying for confrontation. His steady hands and fierce gaze speak of unwavering protection and skill. Myra darts skillfully through shafts of light, scattering fractured reflections across the cavern walls. Her nimble distractions confound the shade, drawing its attention away from Elara and Phelan. The shade recoils, dissolving into a mist that seeps silently into the crystal-strewn floor, leaving an uneasy calm in its wake. Its retreat feels only temporary, a pause before it strikes again. Descending even deeper, the group finds a chamber where ancient symbols slowly rotate, aligning precisely with the shifting seasons. The room pulses with quiet energy tied to the natural cycles that govern the world around them. Elara carefully places the crystal heart upon a central pedestal, triggering a soft, harmonious hum as surrounding crystals begin to resonate with vibrant light. The chamber seems to awaken, responding to their presence. Without warning, the path behind them collapses with a thunderous crash, sealing off their retreat. Forced onward, the group advances into unfamiliar, shadowed tunnels fraught with uncertainty. Echoes of distant, indistinct voices envelop them, as the tunnel walls appear to breathe and warp subtly. Time itself feels distorted, bending in strange rhythms around their moving shadows. Phelan pores over the tome, his keen eyes decoding a prophecy of a guardian lost to ages past, whose fate is entwined with their own. This revelation adds weight to their quest, hinting at a deeper purpose awaiting discovery. A shimmering silhouette materializes briefly, its form flickering like a mirage as it hints at the guardian's presence nearby. But just as quickly as it appears, the figure vanishes, leaving behind only a whisper of hope and mystery. Myra's delicate fingers trace the glowing runes carved deep into the tunnel walls. As she touched each symbol, a hidden map illuminated beneath their feet, its lines pulsing softly with light. The etched pathways revealed a path leading deeper underground, filled with promise and unknown dangers. Ilara's hand instinctively went to the crystal heart pendant hanging at her neck. Its faint pulse quickened as their footsteps drew near a locale marked by a radiant crystal grove on the map. The pendant's steady glow warned them of the proximity of powerful magic and possible peril. They entered a vast underground garden where crystalline formations dangled like luminous fruit from ancient, gnarled branches. Soft light bathed the cavern, casting shifting patterns across walls adorned with ancient symbols. The stillness of the grove was almost sacred, touching something deep within them all. Without warning, the shade emerged, more solid than ever, shadows twisting around his form like living darkness. His presence blighted the shimmering crystals, causing them to dull and fade under his corrupting influence. A cold chill fell over the grove as the battle for light and shadow reignited. Ilara gripped the crystal heart pendant tightly, channeling its subtle energy into the gleaming crystals. One by one, they shattered the shadows that the shade wielded, turning malevolence into harmless sparkles of light. The radiant bursts weakened the figure, forcing it to stagger back into the gloom. While the shade recoiled, Phelan's sharp eyes caught an outline behind the crystal canopy, a hidden door carved into the stone. The lock bore ancient symbols correlating with the turning seasons, their mechanisms delicate and complex. It became clear this door guarded secrets long forgotten. Myra sprinkled her sparkling dust over the lock's intricate gears, watching as they shimmered and began to move. Slowly, the latch slipped, accompanied by flickering light that danced across the door's surface. With careful patience, she coaxed the mechanism open, revealing what lay beyond. The door creaked open onto a chamber filled with swirling mist, an ethereal collection of forgotten memories and whispers of the past. The air was heavy with echoes that twisted and turned, as if the very walls wished to tell their story. The trio stepped forward, drawn into this timeless space. Ilara moved deeper into the chamber, visions unfolding around her of a past guardian's ultimate sacrifice. The images painted a lineage linked by duty and sacrifice, a lineage to which Ilara herself belonged. Her connection to the ancient guardianship was undeniable, settling like a steady fire within her. Suddenly, the shade lunged again, desperate to halt the truths from surfacing. But Ilara's newfound resolve hardened her stance, and she met his attack without flinching. The revelations within had strengthened her spirit more than any weapon could alone. Phelan came to her side, his scarred cheek set in determined silence as he raised his glowing blade. Years of guarding the forest had honed his skill, and with steady strikes, he deflected the shade's shadowy assaults. Together, they formed an unbreakable front against the encroaching darkness. The crystal heart pendant flared brightly, casting a warm radiance that carved a path of light across the chamber. This luminous trail led them to a crystalline altar crowned with ancient carvings. It beckoned them closer, a silent invitation toward revelation and hope. Ilara inserted the silver key into the altar's ancient lock, feeling the cool metal turn with a satisfying click. A radiant beam of pure light shot upward, piercing the chamber's darkness and bathing the room in clarity. The air vibrated with power, signaling a turning point in their journey. From the light emerged a spectral figure, the guardian of ages past, who extended a solemn hand toward Ilara. His eyes held wisdom beyond words and a silent blessing that echoed through the soul. This ethereal presence validated the path Ilara had chosen to walk. The shade emitted a shriek of fury as the guardian's light weakened its form. Shadows began to loosen and disperse into harmless motes, drifting away like smoke on the breeze. Its hold on the grove faltered, nearing the end of its dark reign. With the shade vanquished, the crystal grove blossomed into radiant life, colors vibrant and light pure. The forest itself seemed to breathe anew, the ancient balance restored. Every crystal shone with a brilliance that promised renewal and protection for seasons to come. Phelan explained that the cycle of seasons and light must remain in harmony to keep shadows at bay. This eternal balance was the key to sustaining peace and preventing the shade's return. Understanding this duty deepened Alara's commitment to her newfound role. Alara stood tall, her emerald eyes shining fiercely with determination and hope. She fully embraced her role as the guardian, a protector woven into the forest's very essence. The weight of responsibility settled comfortably on her shoulders, a mantle she was ready to bear. Myra flitted back toward the high canopy, her iridescent wings catching the light as she laughed gently. She promised to watch over the forest's secrets, the mischievous sprite forever entwined with the grove's magic. Her presence was a joyful reminder that even in darkness, light could be found. Outside, the storm clouds parted to reveal a sky brilliant and clear. The forest vibrated with renewed energy, every leaf and branch alive with possibility. The changing seasons whispered of new chapters, of growth and healing just beginning. Alara and Phelan stood together at the edge of the blooming grove, the crystal heart pendant glowing with a steady, calming pulse. Its gentle rhythm echoed the quiet strength of the land they now protected. Side by side, they watched as light and life intertwined in endless cycles. They uncovered an ancient mural depicting generations of guardians intertwined with the forest's destiny. The images showed eternal duty, sacrifice, and the delicate balance of nature and magic. Each painted figure bore symbols that felt deeply familiar, connecting past and present. Alara studied the mural carefully, realizing that every choice made would echo through future seasons like turning a page in a living book. The weight of their decisions stretched beyond the moment, rippling out over time. This understanding brought clarity and caution to her heart. Phelan shared stories of past challenges faced by guardians before her, reminding Alara of the strength found in unity and unwavering trust. These tales of perseverance reinforced the partnership they had forged. Together, they would face whatever trials lay ahead. The pair began setting protective wards around the crystal grove, using knowledge from the ancient tome and the pendant's power. Each ward hummed with light and magic, a barrier against future threats. Their collaboration marked the beginning of a vigilant and hopeful era for the forest. Alara carefully flipped through the ancient tome, her fingers trembling as she discovered a hidden compartment nestled between the worn pages. Inside, a delicate parchment glowed faintly, revealing a message left by the original guardian, filled with words of hope and guidance. The ink shimmered with an ethereal light, echoing the path that lay ahead. The message spoke of belief and courage as the greatest powers to overcome the darkness lurking beyond the forest's protective borders. It urged the reader to trust in the strength within and the light that shines even in deepest shadows. These words filled Alara with a newfound resolve, binding her heart to the destiny before her. Taking a deep breath, Alara stepped forward into the radiant light filtering through the crystal grove. The glowing crystals pulsed softly around her, welcoming her presence as she embraced her role as protector and guide of this sacred place. The air buzzed with energy, marking the beginning of her journey to safeguard the balance of the forest. Beside her, Phelan knelt with solemn determination, the scar on his cheek catching a stray ray of sunlight. He pledged his unwavering loyalty and support, knowing the challenges ahead would test their very limits. Their alliance forged anew, they prepared to face the trials awaiting beyond the grove's shimmering borders. The grove itself seemed to breathe, its pulsating light resonating with life and harmony. Ancient symbols etched into the bark of the surrounding trees glowed faintly, celebrating the restoration of balance and the promise of renewal. Every crystal shimmered as if acknowledging the dawn of a hopeful era. Suddenly, a flutter of iridescent wings announced Myra's return, her golden hair catching the light as she approached. In her tiny hands, she offered Alara a vial filled with shimmering, magical dust, a gift to be used only in moments of greatest peril. The sparkles within the vial seemed alive, a tangible token of friendship and aid. With reverence, Alara knelt at the heart of the grove and gently planted the silver key into the fertile earth. This act symbolized a new beginning, one rooted deeply in strength, sacrifice, and the enduring bond between guardian and forest. The ground pulsed faintly beneath her touch, welcoming the key as a beacon of hope. Together, the trio watched in awe as the seasons turned swiftly around them. Blossoms burst forth in radiant colors, while emerald leaves twisted into autumn hues. The cyclical dances of nature played out seamlessly, signifying harmony restored and the continuous flow of life. Their eyes reflected the timeless rhythm of the world's heartbeat. Bathed in the golden light of the afternoon sun, Ilara's silver hair shone with renewed brilliance. The crystal heart pendant resting against her chest emitted a soft, comforting glow, a steadfast symbol of protection that would endure through all trials. In that moment, she embodied the forest's enduring spirit and strength. As twilight descended, the crystal grove sparkled under a canopy of twinkling stars, its gentle glow casting a serene beacon across the land. It stood as a testament to hope, resilience, and the courage to face the unknown for all who sought sanctuary. Quiet and steadfast, the grove promised that light would always prevail even in the darkest times. Jack slipped into the dimly lit room, the hum of old electronics filling the air. On the battered radio, a faint, irregular static crackled with an eerie pattern. He adjusted the dial, eyes narrowing as the static gave way to a whispered message. "Help me," a chilling voice beckoned, barely audible beneath the noise. Jack's heart skipped. This was no ordinary interference. He traced the voice's origin to an abandoned bunker on the outskirts of town. Against better judgment, he grabbed his coat and headed out into the biting wind. The bunker's door groaned open, revealing decades of dust and darkness inside. A faint light flickered deep within, pulsing in sync with the haunting message. Step by cautious step, Jack descended into the depths, every shadow a threat. Suddenly, the whisper came again, clearer. "Find the truth before it's too late." He found an old journal, yellowed pages filled with frantic notes and diagrams. The journal spoke of a secret experiment gone wrong, trapping a scientist's consciousness in the radio waves. The static pulsed, now a rhythmic beat, guiding Jack to a hidden panel. With trembling fingers, he flipped a switch, and the room flooded with pale light. A holographic figure shimmered into view, the scientist, desperate and trapped in limbo. "Thank you," the figure whispered, relief washing over his ethereal form. Jack promised to keep the secret safe and seek help to bring him back. As he exited, the radio's static faded forever, silence reclaiming the night. Outside, the first rays of dawn cracked the horizon, signaling a new beginning for all involved. The rain tapped rhythmically against the cracked window of Jake's cluttered office, a pale glow from the street lamp slicing through the fog. Jake lit a cigarette, the smoke curling upwards as he wondered why the dame had walked in looking like trouble with a capital T. She slid a photograph across the desk, eyes darting nervously. "Find him," she whispered, voice trembling more than her hands. Jake examined the photo. A man with a crooked smile, standing in an alleyway Jake knew too well. No questions asked, no promises made, but the cash in her hand decided the rest. The trail led to neon-lit bars and shadowed backstreets. Whispers of the crooked smiles, misdeeds crawling through the city's underbelly. A bartender with tired eyes passed a coded note between gritted teeth. "He's not alone." Jake's fingers brushed the cool barrel of his. 38 under the coat, a quiet reassurance in the stormy night. At the docks, moonlight danced on water slick with oil. A meeting was set, stakes higher than ever. The crooked smile appeared, flanked by two goons whose silence screamed danger. Quick words exchanged, then a sudden scuffle, fists and fears colliding in the mist. Jake ducked, rolling beneath a swing, the crackle of gunfire sinking with his pounding heart. Amid the chaos, he caught a glimpse of the dame, eyes wide, fighting shadows of her own. A flash of steel, a gasp, and then the crooked smile's desperate plea for mercy. Jake stepped back, breathing heavy. "This city's got secrets," he said, "but it's time someone told the truth." With the crooked smile tied up and the dame safe, dawn began to pry open the night's secrets. Jake watched the horizon blush with morning, the rain finally stopping. "Case closed," he muttered, pocketing the last of the damning evidence, the city breathing easier for a moment. As the dame disappeared into the awakening streets, Jake lit another cigarette, ready for whatever night would throw next. "In a city of shadows," he mused, "sometimes the only light is knowing you did the right thing." At 2:45 a.m., Harper's room flickered with the blue glow of a single screen, desperately scanning through static lines of indecipherable code. For weeks, strange signals had burrowed into her radio's frequency, a series of cryptic pulses that no one else seemed to notice. Tonight, armed with her laptop and a hastily brewed coffee, Harper vowed to decode whatever mystery hid in the noise. The pulses formed patterns, eerily resembling a desperate SOS, but distorted beyond easy recognition. Her fingers danced across the keyboard, piecing fragments of signal into tentative words, phrases, and then something alarming. There was a location embedded deep within the code, coordinates near the abandoned lighthouse on the outskirts of town. Something about the message screamed urgency. Harper's heartbeat quickened as she debated whether to tell anyone. Instinct pushed her out the door, the night air biting but thrilling as she cycled toward the lighthouse, the signal growing stronger. The lighthouse stood solemn against the dark sky, its once bright beam shattered and silent. Inside, dusty shadows clung to peeling walls. The source of the signal seemed to be a broken radio transmitter, humming faintly. Suddenly, a sharp noise, a metallic clang echoed behind her. Harper spun, heart pounding, eyes searching the darkness. From the shadows emerged a thin figure, pale and wild-eyed, muttering about being trapped and unheard for years. Harper realized the radio wasn't just a relic. It was a lifeline for someone lost in isolation, sending signals desperate to be found. "You heard me," the stranger whispered, relief flooding his voice as he clutched Harper's hand. Together, they powered up the transmitter fully, sending a clear SOS into the night, summoning the rescue that had eluded him all this time. Sirens wailed in the distance as Harper stayed by his side, watching the first lights of dawn break over the horizon. The mystery signal had been a cry for help, and now, silence was replaced by hope and safety. Back at her desk, Harper smiled. The static finally resolved into a story of survival and human connection. She leaned back as the morning light filled her room, the screen dark now but her heart still racing. Sometimes, she mused aloud, the faintest signal carries the loudest message. Leora stood by the window, her violet eyes reflecting the luminous full moon as she gripped the ornate silver locket tightly. The glow of moonlight bathed the room in a serene glow, yet a restless energy pulsed through her veins. From a distant hilltop, Elias watched silently over the sleeping village, his cobalt blue cloak blending with the shadows beneath the moon. His pale face was somber, eyes fixed on the trembling lights below. Nearby, Faye darted nimbly around Leora, her shifting silver fur catching the moon's glow in fleeting glimmers. The small creature's amber eyes sparkled with playful mischief as she wove through the shadows. Leora opened the ancient leather-bound book on her lap, pages alive with cryptic symbols and carefully drawn sketches of moons and encroaching shadows. Her fingers trembled as she deciphered the arcane script, searching for a clue. Suddenly, a cold shadow swept across the room, and Leora gasped, dropping the heavy book onto the wooden floor with a heavy thud. The silence that followed was thick, the air charged with unspoken danger. The silver locket in her hand began to vibrate softly, emanating a faint, pulsing light that was caught by the cracked mirror nearby. Reflections danced across the fractured glass, hinting at secrets hidden within its depths. Elias descended the hill, his pale face now illuminated fully by the moonlight as his voice murmured incantations under his breath. The power in his words stirred the night air, weaving shadows into spectral forms. Faye's ears perked up, her amber eyes flashing with warning as a dark presence approached swiftly through the village's edge. Her small body tensed, ready to protect Leora against whatever was coming. Guided by the glowing light from the locket, Leora moved toward the moonlit village square, her steps cautious yet determined. The night seemed to hold its breath around her as the silver glow led the way. As Elias arrived, the shadows woven around the square twisted unnaturally, and his cloak billowed despite the stillness. An unseen wind whispered through the empty streets, as if heralding the coming confrontation. Leora fumbled to open the locket, but an invisible force sealed it shut, resisting her every attempt. Frustration and fear mingled as the object's secret remained just beyond her grasp. Raising his arms, Elias summoned swirling spectral silhouettes that circled ominously around him, their forms shifting and flickering under the moon's pale light. Faye leapt swiftly to Leora's side, a low growl vibrating from her throat as the encroaching darkness thickened. Together, they stood firm against the unfolding threat. The moonlight caught on the cracked mirror across the room, revealing within its fragmented reflection a hidden passage that had previously gone unnoticed. The secret doorway teased with promise and danger. With her heart pounding fiercely, Leora stepped toward the mirror, every shadow seeming to stretch and pulse in the silent room. The stakes rose palpably, and she knew the night held more than mere mysteries. The passage unfolded before her, revealing a spiral staircase bathed in an eerie moonlit glow that spiraled downward into unknown depths. Each step seemed to echo with ancient whispers as she descended cautiously. Elias's spectral silhouettes reached out with ghostly fingers toward Leora as she made her careful way down the staircase, their forms rippling with dark intent. The air grew colder, shadows threatening to engulf her. In a fluid movement, Faye shifted briefly, transforming into a small glowing orb that floated ahead, casting a soft light upon the dark stairwell. Her guidance was unwavering, a beacon amid the encroaching gloom. At the base, Leora discovered a chamber bedecked with ornate moonphase symbols, the air thick with silent power. She placed the silver locket ceremoniously upon a stone altar carved with ancient runes. The locket burst forth with a powerful light, waves of radiance pushing back the gathering shadows and causing Elias's spectral forms to dim and recoil under its brilliance. Recoiling but undeterred, Elias shouted a fierce chant, his voice resonating through the chamber as the altar trembled beneath their feet. The darkness rallied, unwilling to concede ground. Fissures appeared in the chamber walls, letting cascades of pure moonlight flood into the enclosed space, strengthening Leora's resolve and weakening the shadows around them. Faye's silver fur brightened intensely, illuminating a hidden inscription etched into the wall, its words glowing softly in the newfound moonlight. The revelation promised vital knowledge on their dire battle. Tracing the inscription carefully, Leora unlocked a secret knowledge about bending the veil between worlds, a power both awe-inspiring and daunting. The weight of responsibility settled heavily on her shoulders as she absorbed the ancient truth. As Elias's cloak flared wildly and the ground shuddered beneath them, the chamber threatened to collapse, the chaotic energies at their peak. The night teetered on the edge of upheaval, every moment fraught with peril. Leora clutched the ornate silver locket tightly, whispering ancient incantations to awaken its latent power. Moonlight spilled into the chamber, its glow stabilizing the shimmering veil that protected the village from encroaching darkness. Her violet eyes reflected determination as the locket pulsed steadily against her heart. Suddenly, the locket's glow intensified, bathing the room in radiant silver light, but from the shadows emerged Elias, weaving darker magic in opposition. His cobalt blue cloak billowed as a swirling storm of shadows erupted, threatening to unravel Leora's protective veil. The opposing forces clashed, casting flickering patterns across the cracked mirror's surface. Shards of the cracked mirror began to float around Leora, each fragment capturing faint images under the moonlight. Memories of the village's history shimmered inside them, festivals, laughter, and quiet nights bathed in silver glow. The reflections whispered stories long forgotten but etched deeply into the land's spirit. One particular shard revealed a startling image: Elias in his former human state, eyes filled with hope before the curse took hold. The once tall and gaunt figure appeared alive, untouched by the shadowy magic that now gripped him. This glimpse unsettled Leora, suggesting there was more beneath his eerie facade. A wave of hesitation washed over Leora as she sensed a conflicted heart within Elias. Doubt crept into her mind, whispering that his intentions might not be purely malevolent. Could the enemy she faced be bound by chains she had yet to understand? Breaking through the tempest of shadows, Elias's voice came, raw and desperate. "Release me," he pleaded, the gauntness fading for a moment to reveal pain buried deep within. His words echoed against the chamber walls, blending with the moonlight's gentle hum. The shadows faltered, trembling under the locket's persistent light, granting Leora a fleeting chance to tip the scales. Seizing the moment, she steadied her breath and focused all her energy on bolstering the veil. The balance hovered delicately as the two forces waged silent war. Faye darted around the chamber in swift circles, her amber eyes blazing with fierce determination. Each burst of her luminescent silver fur pierced the shadows, disrupting Elias's dark enchantments. The small creature's light flickered like a beacon, weaving hope into the battle's chaos. The locket absorbed the swirling memories reflected in the mirror fragments, its light swelling to an almost blinding brilliance. Pulsating with the collective history and pain of the village, it became a radiant nexus of power. Leora felt its energy sync with her own heartbeat, strengthening their bond. Gently, Leora reached out and placed her hand over Elias's pale one, their skin meeting under the moonlight's serene glow. The silver light channeled through them, intertwining their fates as the chamber filled with a warm luminescence. It was a fragile connection, but potent enough to alter the course of their struggle. Suddenly, an explosion of light shattered the lingering darkness, flooding the chamber with purity and revelation. Within the brilliance, a forgotten truth surfaced, revealing threads linking their pasts in ways neither had imagined. The veil lifted momentarily, exposing secrets hidden beneath centuries of shadow. Elias staggered back as his form flickered between ghostly apparition and flesh and blood human. The torment etched on his face began to waver, replaced by flashes of an identity long buried. The battle within him was as fierce as the one fought around them. As moonlight streamed steadily, the chamber began to restore itself. The shadows that had entrapped Elias dissolved like mist at dawn. Walls once darkened by despair shimmered with soft silver hues, cleansing the air of malice. A tranquil calm settled, weaving peace back into the very stones around them. Faye transformed back into her familiar fox form, her fur now a steady silver under the moon. She brushed affectionately against Leora's leg, a small gesture filled with renewed hope and trust. The creature's amber eyes sparkled, reflecting the light of a new beginning. Leora and Elias exchanged a glance heavy with understanding and unspoken apology as the locket's intense glow softened to a gentle pulse. The fight was over, but the journey towards healing was just beginning. In that shared moment, the boundaries of enemy and ally blurred, revealing a fragile alliance. The cracked mirror slowly began to mend itself, the fractures sealing as if healed by the moonlight's magic. Its surface transformed into a flawless reflection, mirroring the serene chamber now free from shadow. It stood as a symbol of restoration, bridging past and present in silent harmony. Outside, the village beneath the moonlight exhaled in quiet relief, shadows retreating from the streets and homes. The night seemed to breathe anew, the air lighter, carrying whispers of hope and renewal. Moon phases above shifted subtly, their glow marking a turning point for all beneath their watch. Leora closed the ancient leather-bound book, its once-filled pages now blank yet warm to her touch. The stories and spells it held seemed to have fulfilled their purpose, fading gently into peace. The book rested in her hands like a relic of a challenge met and transformation earned. Elias shed his cobalt blue cloak, revealing a more human form beneath, his once pale skin now warmed with life and color. His eyes, once cold and distant, glistened with warmth and introspection, reflecting a soul reborn. The weight of the curse seemed to lift, replaced by tentative hope. Together, Leora, Elias, and Faye stepped into the moonlit village square, their presence casting long, peaceful shadows. United and renewed, the trio embodied the fragile balance between light and dark. Around them, the villagers began to gather, sensing the change woven through the night. Leora noticed the moon phases subtly shifting above, a delicate dance that signaled a deeper connection now forged between the realms. The celestial glow felt personal, as if acknowledging the bond sealed within the village's heart. It was a silent promise that their story was woven into the cosmos itself. The silver locket remained in Leora's hand, glowing gently as a constant symbol of balance and protection. Its light no longer a battle cry, but a soothing presence in the night. Each pulse echoed the harmony, now sustaining the village and those bound to its fate. Elias began to recount the origin of his curse, a forbidden ritual cast by the village's founding ancestors in desperation and fear. His voice carried the weight of regret and a desire for redemption. Understanding unfolded as truths long masked by darkness surfaced between them. Faye led them toward the village's oldest oak tree, its gnarled roots whispering of ancient magic lingering beneath the earth. The air shimmered faintly with residual power, a sacred place holding keys to healing and closure. The trio moved with purpose, carrying the village's hope with them. Beneath the full moon's radiant light, they performed a cleansing ritual, entwining their energies to seal old wounds. Silver light spiraled around the oak, weaving through roots and branches, purifying the lingering darkness. The village and its guardians embraced this moment of renewal as night yielded to dawn. As moonlight filters through the leaves, the base of the ancient tree shudders, revealing a hidden compartment. Inside, weathered artifacts gleam, tools of old and scrolls filled with wisdom, symbols of hope for lasting peace. The discovery ignites a spark of resolve within Leora, signaling a new chapter for the village. With care, Leora places the ornate silver locket into a carved wooden box, its surface worn but sturdy. She secures the lid, locking it tight to shield the locket's power from those who might exploit it. The precious keepsake now rests safely, a silent guardian of secrets yet to be unveiled. Elias, freed from unseen chains, stands tall beneath the moon's glow, his cobalt-blue cloak billowing softly. He solemnly pledges to watch over the boundary between worlds, joining Leora and Faye in their sacred duty. Together, their shared vigil promises to guard the fragile peace they've earned. Reflective surfaces throughout the village catch the moonlight, gleaming with renewed clarity and calm. Shadows retreat as the glow cleanses the streets, painting everything with a serene luminance. The village breathes easier, wrapped in the delicate balance restored by the night's events. New inscriptions emerge on stone markers scattered around the village, etched by unseen hands during the night. They tell the story of the moonlit revelation, weaving a tale of courage, unity, and hope for generations to remember. The stones stand as silent witnesses to the dawn of a new era. As the moon begins to set, Leora gazes upward, her violet eyes reflecting the fading silver light. She feels the weight of the village's past interlaced with the promise of the future, held gently in the twilight's embrace. Dawn approaches, carrying with it both memories and expectations. Elias and Faye prepare quietly for their departure, the horizon calling them to distant lands. Their roles as guardians continue beyond this village, a journey far from over beneath the ever-watchful sky. Farewells are brief, but filled with unspoken trust and shared purpose. Turning back toward her home, Leora moves with a newfound strength, the locket's faint glow warm beneath her cloak. She carries both the burden and blessing of what has transpired, ready to protect the peace they've secured. Her silhouette melds softly with the awakening village. On her desk, the cracked mirror now rests whole, its surface shimmering subtly in the soft morning light. It reflects not just her image, but the truth of what was mended, broken fragments made complete. The mirror stands as a quiet testament to resilience and transformation. As the sun rises, Leora smiles softly, hope blossoming in her violet eyes beneath the watchful moon's retreat. The village holds its breath, poised for the days ahead filled with promise and guarded dreams. Beneath the veil of moonlight, peace endures, quietly enduring into the